and welcome to the grand finals of the CIE League of Legends tournament. My name is Natural. I'm joined today by T-Van. Once again, how are you doing, T-Van?
Dude, I'm just pumped. I'm ready to watch some League of Legends. I mean, we got to see we were just ready to talk about the OPGGs of the teams that we're about to watch, as it is going to be University of Alberta, who we got to watch quite a bit yesterday, versus UTSC, who we actually haven't been able to watch. And that's kind of the topic of our conversation was, what is this team going to look like compared to the spectacular gameplay we saw from Alberta yesterday? I'm pumped. I'm ready to see a best of five fearless game as well. It's you know what? Like a game five with some of the names and some of the champions I'm seeing might be cinema natural.
I think it will be cinema as well. I have never casted a best of five fearless, and I am so excited for it, as you've already mentioned. Looking at some of the OPGs that we've got here, so yeah, as you've already mentioned, yesterday we did watch University of Alberta. And we saw kind of like a few picks kind of rise out of the buck. We joked a lot about the rise, but to some extent, we actually talked with the support from University of Alberta, Valdano, I believe was his IGN. And he told us the rise isn't the secret sauce. It's actually just we've got good comms, we're ready in draft, we're just like a good team in general. But I did want to talk about some of the champions that are on the side of UFT Blue, or excuse me, University of Toronto, Scarborough. Scarsborough. Yeah, I'm not so sure if is it Scarsborough or Scarborough. Scarborough. Okay, yeah.
Oh, I had a guess. That's my bad guess.
Yep.
I'm not from Toronto.
We got it right. We have to get it right from the get-go, so that way we don't get it wrong later on. We're just making sure. But yeah, we're looking at some of the players here on Scarborough, and there are some pretty interesting champions as well. Do you want to give us a little bit of a rundown? Actually, we can just go towards like the team screen, and just give like a rundown of some of the teams here. So here's Scarborough here, T-Man.
Yeah, we got Saber, we got Ding, Chris, JK, and Kiki. The people that we were talking about, Natural, is this mid jungle duo of Ding Chris. Chris is currently sitting at a measly 1,000 LP challenger. Nothing, just like super casual. A lot of people can get up there.
Something like,
and you can see that like his champion on the screen is Zed, and it's for a reason. It's not just his favorite champion aesthetically. He also has 291 games on it, with 62% win rate. So, Natural, I think the only time that if that champion is left up at any point, it will be insta-locked. I think it's going to be perma-banned, but Ding as well, with a high Graves win rate, and some other of those a little bit more meta junglers, such as things like the Nefiri, Xin Zhao being on there, but also a Kha'Zix being 90% win rate at 10 games in GM is kind of crazy. So those are the two names that I'm going to be watching specifically as we go forward in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, as you said, I mean, something really impressive. I'm pretty sure Chris here on the Zed might be one of the highest elo players that I've ever casted. There's a few other like challenger players that I've casted in the past, back when UBC had like some larger tournaments hosted there. But yeah, this is definitely some pretty high elo stuff. I mean, even our epilogue here, the 80 carry, who that's his IGN and as far as the solo queue account, but his preferred name is JK. And that's still like, I mean, 400 LP Masters is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah.
A lot of games on the Jinx, a lot of games on the Kaisa. A lot of players here on University of Toronto Scarborough are very solid, and I'm hoping for some close games today. Yesterday it was University of Alberta who kind of like slammed. Who was it yesterday? It was University of Toronto, I want to say. Don't remember. But regardless, it was a complete slam. This time, I'm hoping that it's a little bit closer in the way that we haven't seen so far. Anyways, we can introduce the other team, a team that we've already seen yesterday here. Tyler, you want to give another rundown?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, we got to see them, like you said, a reminder of I Live By on the top lane. Full clear, Bok Choy, Pastalbo and Valdinho, who we got to talk to, as you said previously. Again, I think the person I'm going to be watching on this side is going to be Bok Choy, as he kind of was the very strong, stable pillar for U of A in both the games that we watched in our best of 3 series, and also when I was watching the BO1. He was very prevalent, especially because he is going to be facing the best player of Toronto Scarsborough. That is like, it's going to be really volatile. Is U of A going to maintain that pillar of making Bok Choy, the leader, allowing him to make the plays around the map, or is he going to crumble under the pressure that they're going to be bringing to the table, and maybe U of A might just start fumbling apart? We saw that top and bot lane were a little bit volatile. In game 1, top lane was a little bit faltery. Got solo killed a couple times against a Volibear. And then bot lane we saw losing quite hard in the second game. So mid has always been that consistency. Hopefully that might be a factor that maintains for U of A for them to have a fighting chance against Toronto.
U of A Amber, consistent mid lane. Pretty strong top side overall, I feel like, and a little bit of some faltering in the bot side when it came to game 2, at least from what we watched yesterday. However, it was still some pretty solid games both times. They're very proactive on the map. They like to make some very proactive plays. I think if we were to kind of like, comment out something, it's like a little bit of overactivity almost. Definitely sometimes throwing out too many abilities, going in when it's not particularly good and stuff like that. But still, very solid performance from U of A Amber yesterday. And we'll see what both of the teams have cooked up today in the first draft of this best of 5 Fearless.
Oh, baby, we're in the draft. Oh, I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped. Like, I feel like game 1, I mean, I don't want to be a game 1 Andy. Natural, I don't want to be a game 1 Andy. But like, dude, like it's a tempo set. It's like, okay, because we have these expectations, we have these assumptions of what's going to be happening, but what is really going to be happening? I mean, like, what is the prio? What is going to... my favorite thing about best of 5s is you kind of start to see a meta form within itself. I guess maybe it's not as much in Fearless draft compared to like in regular best of 5s where there isn't Fearless, where there is like okay, this team really prios this champion. How do we start to counter that prio, or do we just ban it out? Then we have to drop XYZ bans. But speaking of those bans, it seems like UTSC is actually going to be banning similar champions to what U of A was receiving in our last BO3. The Ari was one of those. I think one of those bans that I always thought about was the Fiddlesticks as well. I'm curious if that's going to be their third ban. But very obviously, that Zed is off the table immediately.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got like a few strategies when it comes to Fearless, right? You can technically pick the Zed if you're on blue side B1, and then that champion is gone for the rest of the series. But they're not going to go for the kind of pick and deny. I don't think Bok Choy has any experience with the Zed, at least not from solo queue account. I don't think he has any games on it. So they're just going to choose to ban it out, and we're probably just going to assume that it's going to be banned the entire time. U of A Amber are going to first pick the Tristana.
Yeah, I was going to say, that allows a lot of 80 carries that UTSC are comfortable with to be open, the Kaisa being one of those, and also the jungle pool now is allowed to play something like a Xin Zhao. Wukong is also a pretty strong champion. He did receive a nerf, not this most recent patch that just went live, but the patch before that, which did slow down his clear speed as his rank 1E attack speed lowered. And so as he's been played in LPL and LCK, he's actually had to get a leash from some players or from some bot lanes so that he can have the same clear speed as he has before. So interesting to see that he has this high of prior for UTSC, but it does kind of screw up what Tristana would want to do in the game. Really good peel, but the Mbessa from Bok Choy potentially is a big stinker for UTSC to have to deal with.
It's a power pick on Bok Choy. We saw like a pretty impressive performance from him on it yesterday, but it's also a denial from Saber on UTSC. UTSC's top laner, whose most played champion this season is the Mbessa. They're going to answer with a Braum, however, on R3. Now, what are you looking forwards towards kind of the second phase of this draft?
Yeah, I mean, the mid pool is probably going to be pinched a little bit. I'm curious to see what UTSC... Like, this is going to tell a lot is... Yeah, I mean, they can be a little afraid of jungle, but what are they going to blind out of sight here? Because it's going to be awkward to blind when they technically have a flex of Ambessa mid and top. You can't really answer that pick unless you pick something that can just keep matching it, and maybe you swap top and mid. It seems that U of A is actually going to be afraid of a Ryze pick. I do kind of agree that does give a free lane mid if it is going to be Ambessa mid, which I think U of A, I mean, their second ban will give that away. But I think U of A might start to struggle for jungle picks. That's kind of my question right now. I'm thinking maybe a Maokai out of side. You can always go like a Xin Zhao out of side here. As UTSC isn't really, they don't have a lot of great engage so far. It's just Wukong, but Wukong engage isn't that reliable. It's very one-dimensional. So
I like the Orianna ban. You're denying kind of that Wukong Orianna combo, very powerful. Even to some extent, Kai'Sa Orianna is technically a combo, though it's a very risky one. So the Orianna is going to be taken away. UTSC, I've seen it done before. It's pretty cool. But UTSC are going to pick the Cassante for themselves in the top lane. So it's the mid champion here that's left on R5 for UTSC. U of A Amber here are considering the Lilia for their jungle pick. Pretty interesting. I like the idea. There's a lot of tanky members on the side of UTSC that would probably get chopped down by that Lilia, and Poppy is going to be the last pick for U of A Amber.
I actually love this Poppy pick because, again, UTSC is not showing any sort of real engage, and Poppy screws over the engage that they have. Wukong can't really play into a champion like Poppy. Neither can Braum really follow up with what Wukong does. And as well as from what I've seen, it's a decent matchup into Cassante. It neutralizes it very well. And also Poppy is allowed to be able to kick people out of fights. Things like this Vex, this Kai'Sa, even Wukong Cassante out of the fight. And that allows the game and the team fights to be really fragmented, which allows champions like Ambessa, like Lilia, like Tristana to really have just a field day in the team fight. I really love that R5, or that B5 from Poppy. And the Vex R5, to be honest, I'm not a fan of.
Really? I was surprised. I thought you would really like it. It feels like such a special pocket pick.
It's
into Ambessa.
But who is she gonna kill? Like I'm thinking like later game, like she's gonna ult, and her ult targets that she's probably gonna hit are Poppy and Besserell, and that means she goes engage like melee range into Poppy and Besserell.
That's fair. Hey, you're the expert when it comes to draft, not me. I like the Vex because it's something that I don't see very often.
That's valid.
And I am like a monkey. You understand? I'm like a child. I'm like, oh, something I don't see very often. That's cool. So that's how I react to the Vex. I think the idea behind the Vex, if I'm not mistaken, is you put it into the Ambessa, and because Ambessa like has to dash constantly, you just constantly like pluck her off. There's like a Vex build that I saw where you go grasp. It's like off tank Vex. It's like grasp, and then you have like whatever it's called. I don't remember what the whole build was, but regardless, we're gonna get into game here for game number 1 of our best of 5. University of Alberta on blue and University of Toronto Scarborough on red. Don't be confused because their team name is blue, but we're gonna get into this game. And T-Van, tell me, usually I like to make some bets. Who are you betting on game 1?
Oh, it's so hard, man, because like both teams do kind of the same thing. They're both low range.
Ooga booga. Yeah,
they're both Ooga Booga, low range, just team fight, like just I'm running at them, kill, kill, kill. It's hard because like if you turn off nameplates, I think I'm gonna favor blue just because they have really consistent engage of Rel. Like I think Rel into the low range of UTSC is really strong. Obviously you do have things like the Braum and Wukong that buffer it. But Tristana doesn't feel like she's gonna be threatened at all. But looking at the nameplates and talking about, the ranks and things like that, I do think that if UTSC, they can get an early lead, specifically maybe with this Vex here mid, and develop that and get Wukong and Vex to be a strong, powerful combo, then U of A might not really have that good of answers against those two champions. So I'd probably put my house on red.
House on red. If I gotta ask real quick to reorder those champions, that would be amazing.
Yeah, could we Thank you so much. It was bucking me actually. It actually bothers me. I don't know why. Like my brain like hurts, you know?
It was confusing. Uh, us casters, we're not the smartest bunch, so having things in order definitely helps in terms of casting. As it does seem like we're gonna get the Vex just slotted into the Ambessa here, and it is the grass being picked up for her as well. So most likely going to be going towards kind of that off-tank type of situation. When it comes to kind of the win cons here for either team, who is the onus of the game on to really make proactive plays this game?
Well, both teams really need to make sure that top are winning, because both both champions are really good with items. That's not a good joke. I was trying to make the joke that like they're both tanks, and like they don't, it's like wet noodle fight. But I forgot that it's actually 2025, and one of the champions' name is Cassante, and he actually will probably one-shot everyone on the enemy team still. But I really do think it's going to be bot lane. Bot lane is going to be Armageddon. Like, whoever gets this early lead is going to just completely dominate the game. I also think that whoever gets ahead in jungle is really big. Obviously, we see that the clear speed of Lilia is a lot faster than Wukong. We're talking about the patch previously, but Wukong is actually skipping his Raptors and invading Lilia, but Full Clear does a good job of finding the ward and spotting this out. He doesn't have mid push. Full Clear doesn't have Ambessa to play with him. I like that he skips the red buff. Now they have the information that Wukong is bot side, and that's going to allow Lilia to get the full clear as his namesake, and potentially get a double scuttle as he's going to be level 4 when those crabs spawn.
Yeah, Wukong going for an invade there. I mean, if full clear was on his red at that point, it might have become a potential point for UTSC to get an advantage, but not going to be able to find full clear there. He's just going to walk towards his red buff. And both junglers kind of just doing their own thing. So far, not too much action. The bot lane, as you said, might be a particular point of contention here in this game. It does feel like the Kai'Sa Braum are kind of doing okay in this lane. In terms of like just the general 2v2, it feels like they should be winning.
Yeah, I mean, like, Rel can't really do anything to Braum, and Braum, because Braum's AD carry is Kai'Sa, he can't really do that much proactively. If Braum is paired with something more like an Ashe or a Varus, he could be played a lot easier because Kai'Sa doesn't really trade that heavily, especially on this off rip, just on D-Blade. As the game goes on and as they start getting 1 to 2 recalls, maybe Hearthbound Axe recall for Kai'Sa, BF Sword recall for Tristana, then bot lane will be a little bit more gruesome and fight a lot more. But both AD carriers do want that first reset and do want some more levels before a fight happens. But speaking of fight, it's going to be looking to topside. Just kidding. She walks away.
We're looking at topside. We're looking all right, but not really finding anything.
Well, what is found actually is full clear finding the Krugs, I believe, and potentially the Raptors as well of Wukong. 35 CS for Lilia, which is a huge lead against Wukong.
Yep, it's definitely a nice start here for the jungler on Yove Amber. It's relatively slow early game from both of these teams. Can't fault them. It is best of 5 first game, so who knows, maybe a little bit of nerves or something like that.
Well, it feels like both teams don't really have an obligation to do anything early. Like, both teams kind of want items, like we were saying before with the bot lane, but so do the junglers. Wukong doesn't really want to do anything until, like, 6. He kind of wants items, he wants levels. Lilia doesn't really want to do anything that early. I mean, she does have advantage, so she can invade. The only thing that can really happen, I guess, is maybe, like, attempting a kill on Ambessa that we're seeing right here. The fear on the ult.
The Shadow Surge has already been procced. It's going to be used now. The public execution onto the Wukong.
Oh my god.
And Ding is just going to have to run away. He dodges out of the bowling ball. He's going to be okay, but so just a trade of cooldown so far in the mid lane.
But look at the advantage that jungle is slowly gaining. And not even slowly gaining. Lilia is now almost done with her full clear. And Wukong is so behind and is already up
We're
a full
going for
level.
another gank. He is just going to force the flash here from Bok Choy. Yeah, as you mentioned, it is a fat advantage for this Lilia.
Yeah. Well, it's only going to get bigger. I mean, she's now going to be able to get Krugs, potentially on this reset get Raptors if she chooses so. She's just going to have full control. She's going to be the conductor of this game. But also, my curiosity for her is maybe she goes for a bot lane play, because look at this wave pushing into blue side, and both AD carries have that recall that we were talking about before. They both have the BF sword, so this is the time to go in. Ooh, not like that though.
Crash down and the Shattering Strike. Both are going to miss here on our epilogue. So he's going to be totally fine. Very nice movement on the Kai'Sa there. As Violent Chill, meanwhile, in the top lane, is looking for a way out. He's going to charge up the hammer. He's not going to find the Wukong. He only finds the clone. However, they just don't really have the damage. Violent Chill will use a flash. Meanwhile, in the bot lane,
Wait, what?
PlayStallboy is going to find first blood here by jumping straight onto the Kai'Sa. You don't really have context for how that play set up, but Valdanio also lost his flash. We're just going to assume that a flash crash zone or something of the sort just landed onto JK, and that's U of A Amber taking first blood.
And that just feels so illegal because full clear was still on a ward in Tribush, so they knew that full clear's only play was bot lane. Like, maybe the only thing that she had three options there after that first crash down was failed, is either recall, start dragon, or just reset and go to the top side. And they saw that she was choosing the option of like staying there and maybe making a play, which should not be viable. Yeah, maybe you have the wave closer to you and you might lose a couple minions, but you're facing Tristana, so eventually the push will bounce back to you just based off of how the explosive charge does work with that passive. But that's still a huge lead now, and now Tristana and Rel are going to have a lot of freedom to open up this bot side, fight a lot more, especially onto the Kai'Sa. And Lilia, once again, not really punished for that. Her topside camps, the only thing that was taken was blue buff, so she's going to catch up in full clear.
Looking for the all-out. Violent Chill is taking down relatively low, and that's just a solo kill for the Cassante. Wow. Looks easy here for My Saber. Nikki and JK are walking towards the mid lane just to secure the crash, and maybe to look for the grubs, as full clear might be getting engaged on here. Ding is going to find the first Cyclone. Full clear is going to flash away from the second. Flash follow from Ding. Just one more Q would do it, but he will have the damage. It's going to be traded by the turret. So it's just an even trade of kills here, but it's starting to heat up a little bit, Tyler.
Well, it's an interesting trade, and it's going to be more trading actually bot side. Kiki not allowed into... Oh, going to take a lot of damage there. But, I mean, Ding did get the Gromp there, a good steal, but they did use their bot lane's timer to go mid, and I think that they're trying to rotate to Grubs, especially after that Cassante solo kill that should have been free, but instead Ding invades the Gromp, goes 1-for-1, sure gets the Gromp, but now your bot lane actually lost a whole wave and a plate for just no reason. Yeah, you secured a mid crash so you could rotate to those Grubs, but those Grubs aren't even taken. And so now this is going to be U of A's timer to make a play, and it looks like their sights are towards bot lane.
Yeah, Bessa here, moving towards the bot side. Ding on the Wukong is going to spot them out. So we know the play is coming. Vex is also moving. Has access to the ultimate if she needs to access the fight even earlier than that. It's a little bit of damage going back and forth, but it looks like both teams are kind of at a standoff at this point. There's no real objective here besides the crab. It's going to be taken by U of A Amber. Ooh, Kiki. Nice try with steal. It's not going to happen. Both teams are kind of trying each other out, trying to find some cracks in the armor, but not finding yet.
Not yet. UTSC, though, do have a really great push towards topside, and I feel like that's something that they can use to their advantage. They should just be able to secure grubs if they want to. I think they're waiting for the Wukong Cyclone to come back up, and potentially just have Cassante to chunk out the Poppy and force her out, so that the grubs are a little bit more confirmed. Vex also looking for her first item on a next recall here soon. But with Kiki unlocked, able to reset, probably open up towards the top side to support these grubs, and a top side crash and mid side crash perfectly timed together. These grubs, I mean, 1, 2, probably all 3 will be confirmed for them, as U of A's mid and bot lane are full reset. Lilia's just going to do the full clear, and no trade from U of A.
That's what priority gets you. In the mid lane and in the top lane, as well as Kiki being able to roam, as you mentioned. They're going to be able to get the grubs. So I haven't read the patch notes in a little bit, but as far as I understand now, it's one rotation of grubs that exists, right? It's only 3 grubs.
Yeah. Yeah. They're a little bit stronger, but not as, if I remember correctly, not as good as like 6 grubs. But having 3 is really solid still. Especially with like the way that UTSC's comp will work, they don't really have anyone that kills Cassante later and on side lane. So also taking it away from U of A so that Tristana doesn't have grubs to just completely terrorize your whole base is really nice. But yeah, I mean, I don't think that grubs are going to be that big of a deal this game. They're nice to have, but it's not like a win condition from either team. Neither team, like we've talked about before, have really a 1-3-1 comp or even a 4-1 comp. They're both very team fight. But I guess just UTSC might be able to get more turrets off of those team fights with those grubs available.
Both junglers here are now posturing towards the bot side, potentially looking for a play. So far, the early game has been quite slow. Violent Chill here. And My Saber might be looking to change that. The Q3 isn't going to hit. And we see a lot of pigs towards the bot side again. It feels like both junglers are trying to make something happen. We might have a 3v3 here. They're baiting each other. The crashdown is going to land. It's a violent magnet storm. The pushback from the Tristana ult, though, is actually just going to push them away. Teleport coming in from the top side of UTSC as a first kill, going over to the Kaisa. They're going to be able to find a second one here with the Cassante ult. Full clear is being brought all the way to Narnia. He is going to die, and a very nice teleport from the side of UTSC means that they get the real first punch of the game.
I mean, this is kind of what we were talking about. Wukong doing a great job of preventing what U of A wants to do. Rel Crashdown was really solid, and it looked really good at first as we can look at the replay. There was an exhaust onto the Kaisa here. Great Crashdown, but the Braum and Wukong re-engaged is what really sold it. They don't have a lot of damage on the initial burst, and they ran out of damage as Tristana used all of her spells through an exhaust. Also, My Saber having that topside control allows him to just get that free TP off, and Violent Chill didn't try to...
my God.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Bok Choy and Bessa. But Violent Chill had TP. I was thinking that he was going to match it, but, you know, unlucky.
Maybe he didn't have it on the play.
No, I looked.
Oh,
Don't worry about it, though. No, it's fine. I guess he maybe thought that just, like, the play was dead, or they were calling that the play is dead. Like, even if you TP, like, they're all dead anyway. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where without the comms, it's kind of hard to tell what's going on. But yeah, it definitely seems like they engage and they're like, oh, this guy is TPing, this is so doomed, and then everyone's calling, this is bad, everyone walks away. Kind of assuming that's what's happening, but yeah, UTSC are going to be able to get a little bit of a gold lead, about 1k gold at the moment. Another dragon under their belt as well is going to be nice. And man, as you said, the exhaust is so annoying for this Tristana. I mean, when you're jumping on top of a Kaisa and all of a sudden you get exhausted, there's a Braum shield in your face, there's a Wukong. It's really hard to like one-tap someone in the way that, like, you know, when you're playing Tristana in solo queue, you kind of just jump on top of someone's forehead and burn them down.
Well, it's also Kaisa having barrier and Braum having the exhaust rather than, you know, the Kaisa having exhaust. And with Ignite, you know, it's double defensive summoner spells. And Tristana not going for Cleanse, which I kind of disagree with. I think, you know, even if they don't go exhaust, being able to have Cleanse for Braum stun, even for Vex Sphere, which is probably going to land on you a decent amount during team fight, probably going to be really useful. I mean, obviously you can't cleanse things like Wukong Cyclone, but those are things that you can buffer with Tristana jump. I don't know. I feel like it would have been really nice, especially in a play like that. The play would have been completely different. But the next play for TSC is being able to get this Rift Herald. Once again, just using their top prio really easily. And they did, U of A used to have that bot prio, which was really solid for them. And they do still control the waves, but because of that loss of Dragon, they don't really have that much to gain, other than maybe getting this first turret with Tristana E, and pushing Kaisa away from this lane. But they only have one more wave's worth of time to make this play before Wukong can open up bot, especially with these Hex Gates available, and just recover the Kaisa's lane once again.
Feels like this game is... Oh, that's nice steal there from Ding. Yeah, as you said, just a little bit lucky. As this game is definitely kind of like they're trying to feel each other out. It feels like Have you ever watched a UFC match where kind of both fighters for like the first few rounds are just kind of like feinting a lot, and they're just kind of like trying to see what the other one is up to? They're waiting to find an opening for the uppercut. As Bok Choy here is in a 1v2 situation, he's going to flash away. The ultimate was already used by the Vex, so they don't really have any follow-up for this, so Bok Choy will just lose his flash. But I was trying to say, it feels like both teams here are kind of trying to figure out how the other one plays and how to win these games without actually going for anything too aggressive here. Bok Choy will be able to take that red buff for himself and heal up a little bit. When do you think this game is going to explode, T-Van?
So, like, in theory, it shouldn't happen until not this next Drake, but the Drake after that. I feel like 4th Drake is when this map is going to blow open. Obviously, like, knowing that I just said that as a caster, it will probably be this next Drake that it blows open now. But in theory, I don't think either of these teams are going to be hitting second item, and I think both of these comps really want second item. I'm thinking Mbessa's second item, Tristana having IE, Kai'Sa having IE if that's what she's going with that pickaxe. I'm not super familiar with some of the builds or the Crit Kai'Sa builds. I actually thought that Crit Kai'Sa was low-key dead this patch. I thought it was still the going back to the AP, but nonetheless, like, having Lilia and Wukong on second item, just the second item spikes for both sides are going to be really important, and that's when the team that's when the team fights are really going to blow up, and I think the map will go into full control, because also around that time, Otacon will be up, Baron will be looking up, but also towers will start breaking open. I'm thinking about these mid lane towers that are kind of holding both of these AD carries that want to be really active in side lanes and in team fight skirmishes. Once those mid towers are open, then they're allowed to make a lot more plays happen.
So measured, so controlled. What is this? LCK? Come on, give us some action.
Feels like it, man. I feel like I'm watching Bro T1, but I watched that this morning. Like, what's going on, man? Where's my Talon jungle? Like, hello?
Well, hopefully both teams here will be contesting for this team fight and give us something to talk about. As the Rift Herald has been crashed in the mid lane. Kiki is just going to ride it. As Voldanio is looking for the crash, I'm not going to be able to find it. They will be able to take that tier 1, and I think Voldanio is a little bit too far forward here. That's a nice Braum ultimate as well. Exhaust has been used on the Kai'Sa. Killer Instinct is not going to be able to find Voldanio, but now placed Albo in a very difficult spot. That ult does nothing. It's a very nice ultimate here from the Vex as well to finish off the Rel. And now UTSC just kind of have complete control over this dragon, and I don't know, this feels like U of A Amber. They were setting themselves up for a fight, but they kind of just tripped and fell.
Well, Natural, it's something that we saw them do a couple times yesterday as well. They were split on the call of their bot lane was obviously trying to defend mid, and UTSC did do a great job of saying, hey, we're going to make you make a decision here. Braum dropping the Herald, Wukong dropping the Herald mid and saying, okay, either you answer this and you drop dragons to defend mid, or you all commit to this mid tower and defend the mid tower, and then we get dragon control. Instead, what U of A did was a mix of both. Lilia and Mbessa playing the dragon, Tristana and Rel making a really, just mismanaged engage onto the Braum and Kai'Sa while it's happening. So then it just kind of split up, and that's exactly what Wukong and Vex want to do. As well as, the 2v2 of Kai'Sa Braum is going to be quite winning, especially with the way that it started to pan out. Lilia needs a little bit more support, but the support he's getting is pushing Wukong away 1v1.
Yeah, not too sure. That was Ding that initiated that invade, and he's going to lose his flash for it. So not exactly what he wants from that outcome. Is full clear. A little bit of a dangerous situation. He's going to find the bowling ball onto Ding. Ding doesn't have access to the cyclone anymore. He's actually just dead. One reset for the Tristana. And Playstall is actually going to opt into going in, but that's way too far. The Killer Instinct is just that. He's going to find 1 kill. Kiki is going to flash over the wall to survive. Epilogue. He's going to find 2 kills. 3. Actually, 3-piece here. It's a triple kill for the Kai'Sa. And U of A Amber, this time, they are going to get punished for what their biggest fault actually is, which is going way too far, way too fast. And UTSC have control over the map and the Kahan.
Well, and that is now going to be the map completely broke open. I knew it. I knew that one of these teams was just going to make, like, a couple of mistakes in a row. at that weird timing. I mean, Tristana just needs a second item. We saw that, yeah, Dean got one pops on Wukong, but other than that, not a lot of damage is going out, especially Tristana. Tristana's... Ooh. Okay. Yeah, Otacon does a lot of damage, man. Like, it's crazy. It's actually like playing Dark Souls. But as we go into the replay of this fight, watch Tristana gets that reset. Yes, really great. Great combo on the Wukong. Lilia does so much damage. But wait for round cooldowns. Wait for Lilia. You have an Ambessa going on the right side, but it's Tristana jumping in like she's Malphite, when in reality, if you just take it slow, Lilia is your damage in this fight. That is what you need to be looking for. Plistalbo, maybe just feeling the hype a little bit, feeling like he does a lot more damage than he really does because, you know, maybe he's more used to having a bigger lead, but at this point, when you're Unitol and half an IE, you're not doing that much.
And the bot lane that we mentioned from U of A Amber yesterday that was potentially kind of the weak link in their team is kind of showing us that, yeah, maybe that is actually the case. With JK and Kiki, I feel like on this bot lane are doing a lot of work this game. Granted, I think it's off the back of some of U of A Amber's mistakes. It's not necessarily that they're very proactive in their plays. But still, I mean, that's very nice execution on the Kai'Sa 2 plays in a row where she's getting these kills relatively easy. Valdano is looking to punish my Saber here, but it's a Cassante. Public execution is going to find him as well. It's a nice shove into the turret. Cyclone finds 3. The Leo Sleep is still available. Killer Instinct is going to be here this time. JK is here in time for the play, and it's so much damage coming in from this Kai'Sa, just melting the members of U of A Amber. This teleport for Violent Chill is completely useless, and UTSC have a very, very fat advantage now.
U of A just bleeding out now on the street. They can't kill the Cassante on the weak side, and now towards the bot side, there's no one to answer the Vex. She's gonna get a free tower as well. The 2 item spikes for UTSC have been achieved. U of A, they aren't really understanding what their win con is. They need to just develop the 5v5 team fights. They need to like get the wombo combos going. They don't have enough damage to just pick off Cassante on the side, especially at this point. And now they're looking for another desperation play to recover the top side. Okay, they're able to defend the top tier too, but with Dragon up in 35 seconds, they've committed their resources top side. They're delaying their recalls a little bit, and they just need to fully shift bot while UTSC is on recall here. This is their timer to get into the play. Tristana recalling here. I'm really hoping that it's for this Infinity Edge. I can only assume it's for Infinity Edge, and there it is. So this... Natural. This is the make or break play here, and I called it before. This is the 2 item spike. This is the only time where U of A really has a chance to get back into this game. Just because, like, yeah, Kai'Sa is a zeal up on Tristana, sure, but like a zeal up is not really that big of a gap. U of A they're kind of at their precipice here. If they play this fight properly, play with a good flash rel engage, which is available, Tristana flash is available as well, with no Kai'Sa flash, that is the prime target. Try to find a flash target.
And that's looking for our epilogue. He doesn't have flash. He has the killer instinct though. He's gonna use it. The shield isn't going to save him. It's 1k gold going over to the Ambessa. Now my Saber is just casually tanking 4 members of U of A Amber. Not a lot of damage though from either team at this point. Violent Chill is finally gonna get stunned and go down. U of A Amber, they find 1 pick, 2 goes down for it, but I feel like if you're U of A Amber, you're calling this play worth.
Yeah, you get the 1k shutdown on the for Ambessa on the Kai'Sa, but Kai'Sa just really bought a full Navori Flicker Blades now, which is quite scary. And yeah, ETSC gets Soul Point now, which is going to be pretty strong, but I will say that teamfight kind of makes me a little scared of U of A. They're running out of damage pretty fast. They got the fast play on the Kai'Sa, but after that, when you're facing things like a Cassante and Wukong, who was able to shred those champions? Tristana's really behind on the curve, so she's not going to have Lord Dominik's for quite a while. She's not even opting for Lord Dominik's with a vampiric scepter, being purchased, which is really strange. Because also Thornmail is purchased from Saber. I don't feel like Tristana is lacking healing. Tristana is lacking shred. So if she does go for Lord Dominik's, it's going to be in a long, long time. So is the next damage item from Lilia. Unless they get Black Cleaver on Ambessa, which she's not even going for, as she does have Brutalizer, this Cassante is never dying. Like, straight up, that champion's never gonna die.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure why the Vamp Scepter is there. But I will say at this point, UTSC are in such firm control of the game that it definitely feels like a Vamp Scepter isn't going to make that much of a difference. We'll see how these team fights play. It does definitely feel like, to some extent, that the cliff has already been... U of A Amber have already been pushed off the cliff, to some extent. They're like holding off of a branch, you know, somewhere alongside the cliff, but all UTSC have to do is kind of just shove them away.
I thought you were gonna like say like they're like in, you know, like in Looney Tunes where they like the part of the cliff like falls down and then they're like kind of floating in midair. And
Oh,
then they like
that's a
look
better
down
analogy,
and
yeah.
look into the camera like uh-oh, like they're looking at the camera right now.
That's a better analogy, and I'm mad that you found it and I didn't. As they're gonna be looking towards this tier 2 in the mid lane. A lot of damage from this Vex. That's like 2 spells onto Playstalbo, and he's almost already dead. The Poppy ult only finds 1. Valentine's like, guys, we can find a play. It's a 4v5, but it's not
the Vex
real.
Is back.
The Vex is back. The Yamaso wasn't there anyways, so it's a little bit for naught. And now I think UTSC, all they have to do is just go towards this Baron, and they melt this thing, by the way.
Yeah, they do a lot of damage to it, the Vex with Leanders, but they can also turn off of it really easily. They're doing a great job of baiting it, but they don't know that there's actually a ward in the river of U of A. They've snuck it in, so they actually don't really have to worry about it. Well, now they do, as they are going to go onto it. We'll be watching this Vex doing a decent chunk onto Rel, but Rel actually doesn't have flash, so a little bit awkward to get access into the backline.
Kaisa is taking quite a lot of damage to the Baron. The Killer Instincts onto the backline. It's a nice Braum ultimate. The public execution doesn't find anyone. Playstalbo, he flashes onto the Kaisa, but there's no vision. She will go down. It's an absolute bloodbath here, but the Cassante is still alive, and I don't think anyone on the side of UAMR can actually kill this man. Bok Choy is doing some damage. Full clear is going to be taken down, and now it's Ding trying to find Bok Choy. We'll be able to find it. The Vex is going to take the ace. That's UTSC. Find an ace. They don't find the Baron yet, but they should be able to take it right after this.
Very slowly, though. Oh, they actually are really low. I think Wukong can... that is the slowest Baron you've ever seen in your life. Question mark pings even from U of A. They're actually unable to do it, so Vex is going to commit to the top tier 2, which is going to allow Vex, if she doesn't already have it from that last fight, to get this third item of Zonia's. And unlock quite a bit. We're seeing Kaisa also unlocking the Last Whisper, but I actually thought that that was potentially a winning play for U of A because of the way that UTSC played it. I thought our Epilogue played that team fight way too fast. Diving backline, forced a flash so early away from Rel, and then getting isolated on 1v1 against Playstalbo. That is the one like win condition for U of A, is being able to kill our Epilogue without having to use that many resources. However, Natural, at this point in the game, like we keep saying, there's champions like Cassante that they still have to deal with, that they don't have any answer for. Wukong is still doing a lot of damage, and Vex does not have an answer as well. It's not a one-target comp from UTSC. All 4 members, excluding the Braum, unfortunately. His support role is fun. Can just kill anyone on the side of U of A. They don't really have like a firm tank that will be eating any of that damage. You know, and there's not a lot of collateral damage from U of A either, so it's awkward that Tristana gets a really nice bomb, really good damage on a 1 member, and then after that, doesn't really do that much.
Yeah, see, that's why you have to build Gensu's on Braum, actually.
Oh! Wait,
Yeah.
no, have I told you about my Braum build that I do in ARAM?
Well, I'll be very excited to hear about it after this dragon, as this is going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back if UTSC get it. They're onto the dragon already. Sleep is only onto my Saber, and once again, there's not really much that can save him. Public execution onto the Kaisa is very nice, though. This Kaisa could not move whatsoever. 2k onto the dragon. Lilia is down as well, though. The jungler on the side of UTSC is still alive. It's actually the Braum that gets it somehow. Playstalbo is doing kind of some damage now. The Wukong is trying to find him. Playstalbo is going to be able to hop out. UTSC, they'll be able to find the team fight purely off the back of the Cassante being completely unkillable. Somehow they also find the soul, which means that UTC are very happy with the outcome of that team fight.
Yeah, Braum punching the dragon to secure the Hextech soul, and Playstalbo got a lot of uptime, actually dodging out on a lot of the CC from UTSC. But again, I mean, Postalbo is doing a great job of killing all the members that she doesn't need Last Whisper for, but once it does come to the Last Whisper members of UTSC, the Wukong and the Cassante, they're just unkillable. They cannot be shredded by just a bloodthirster now. Tristana, the only member of U of A that could deal with those two members are Lilia, but Lilia was the member of U of A that died so early on, and so once that team fight started to break out, and Lilia was the victim, you know, you just have to run away from Cassante Wukong, because those are some very scary people. And Bok Choy is going more lethality in this fourth item. I mean, it's great if you connect onto Kaisa and getting one-shotting her there, but like, where is the Black Cleaver? How are we not thinking about how do we deal with this Cassante Wukong? It's like the most obvious problem in their face, because they're literally so in your face in these team fights, Natural.
Yeah, well, they're delaying this problem to another day. It seems like they're procrastinating the Cassante problem, or maybe they just think that the only way for them to win this game is to one-shot the Kaisa and then kind of walk away, and hope that Cassante doesn't kill you in the meantime.
This guy doesn't die, man.
Crashdown isn't going to land. The first bowling ball isn't going to be land either, and yeah, My Saber should be able to just walk this one out, or you could just fight it out. He's gonna go all out onto the Rel. Violent Chill is gonna die to the Kaisa immediately. Public Execution is gonna be able to found onto the Kaisa. Killer Instinct to reposition. She will go down eventually. Bok Choy is gonna have to flash out of the situation. Full Clear is now in a 1v3. He's gonna be able to run away because he's a very, very fast deer. The Wukong doesn't have access to the Cyclone, so Bok Choy will be able to make it out, thankfully for him, but still, it definitely feels like UTSC, once again, as you mentioned before, U of A Amber kind of just looking at the camera right before the cliff falls down below their feet, and UTSC will be able to take the Baron and have kind of the Exodia here. Now we're just waiting for Elder at this point.
To be honest, like, the most, like, Looney Tunes part of these of this game is also the fact that because Kaisa keeps dying and is the only person in UTSC that is dying in these fights, their Baron is so slow, they finally get it, but the past 2 teamfight wins, they haven't been able to convert it into Baron, because she's their only Baron damage. So they win these teamfights, they're like, okay, well, we can't do anything now. It's another Looney Tunes moment of looking into the camera. Finally, they unlock the Baron. So the standing gold of the bot tier 2 is going to be taken pretty easily. And now UTSC are finally in the driver's seat with a Baron buff that won't be one-shot by things like the Poppy Tristana. And they're going to be able to crack open some of the base of U of A. But I don't want to be Build Andy or Build Barry. But Shield Reaver on Ambessa is quite an interesting way to use the gold that she's been gaining in this game.
Well, Buildberry, I think thankfully you won't have to be Buildberry for very much longer in this game. With this Baron, UTC should be able to close this game out, as well as their 10k gold lead. Any fight is a good fight, especially when you have a Dragon Soul under your belt as well. Playstyle here is actually going to get, I was going to say get engaged on, but no, just a little bit of poke damage from the Wukong.
Because she's got Bloodthirster.
Yeah, she knew. She knew all along.
She knew.
As this year 2 is under attack.
This, right?
They should, but the question is, will they? Is entirely different,
no,
as the Umbral Surge is going to be found. Magnus Storm is actually really good, but they just really don't have the money. My Saber is completely unkillable. JK on the Kaisa is melting absolutely everyone on the side of U of A Amber. It's triple kill for the Kaisa. And UTSC, unfortunately, give us what I really didn't want, which is another stomp. It's a quadra kill for the Kaisa, which is very impressive. But however, I want to see some close games in this best of 5, and we're going to hope for another, maybe closer game in game 2, because this one wasn't it. U of A Amber, I guess just getting a taste of their own medicine in game 1 here.
Yeah, I mean, it was decently close in the early game. I felt like there were some leads developing, especially bot 2v2 was being played, but it just seemed like U of A was just a little bit less proactive, which we did kind of see glimpses of yesterday in the semifinals. They didn't really make that proactive plays. They weren't going for trades or cross maps, and it seems that, you know, Toronto seems just fully in the driver's seat, even in moments where they're not. I know you mentioned it during the cast earlier of like the Kaiser Brahm, they had a big lead, but they didn't like gain it themselves. But just the fact that they're allowing themselves to stay neutral and being willing to punish
Yeah.
U of A, that to me is very impressive, and I think that's going to be the weakness of U of A throughout this series.
I feel like we're getting kind of the image of like, the mistakes that you made yesterday as University of Alberta weren't punished, and you kind of got to win despite like the mistakes that you made, and now you're playing against someone who is better, and they are actively punishing you for your mistakes. UFT Blue are not, letting go of those mistakes. They're not letting you like walk all over them. They're taking those opportunities to punish the University of Alberta and punish them very effectively. They did. It was close until it wasn't. It kind of fell apart very quickly after that kind of like third dragon, even faster after fourth, as you predicted correctly. But either way, hey, as we said, game one Andes, we can't be game one Andes.
Not me.
I would
Not
never.
me. I would never be a game one Andy. Not a best of 5. God,
Absolutely
no.
not. Especially in Fearless.
Oh, hell no. Nope. Not me.
Nope.
We're definitely not going to talk in post game about how we're game one Andes.
Nope. Anyways, we're going to go to a very short break and we'll be right back with game number 2 of the grand finals. And again, pray with me, pray with us for some closer games. And welcome back to game number 2. My name is Natural. I'm with T-Van. We already introduced ourselves in game 1, but we might as well do it again because we're narcissists. You know, we love to be on broadcast. That's what a caster is. Yeah, exactly. I love attention personally. Regardless of us, when it comes to the game, pretty difficult game 1, I think, from University of Alberta. We kind of saw the shortcomings that they had in game 1, or excuse me, yesterday, just really kind of float to the top in this game and just like be very much exposed. I'm hoping for a closer game. If I can ask you what you think would get us there, what would get us to a closer game in the next at least 2 games of the series?
So this is the trend that I'm kind of seeing in terms of like close games and like the way that these games are being played out is that none of the teams that we've been seeing so far, none of the losing teams that we've been seeing so far have been able to make any sort of comeback happen in terms of things like making cross map plays or going for just really random plays that might be able to get them a reward. I'm thinking like, for example, something that T1 does. It's very famous. I mean, I did wear a T1 jersey yesterday, so I'm a little bit of a fanboy. But something they always do, if they're in a losing game state, they just say, okay, yeah, 25 minutes, let's do a Baron. We're just gonna do a Baron and see what happens and coin flip it, because if we just don't do anything in this game state, we're gonna lose. And I think more teams need to realize if we just sit down and do nothing and slowly bleed out, we're going to lose. We saw that last game. Alberta just kind of responded to what was happening rather than saying, okay, let's think ahead. What are they going to do? Kind of the chess game of what moves are they going to do and what can we do about it proactively? How can we catch them out maybe? How can we get a tier 2 top while they're sieging tier 2 bot? Things like that to get them to claw into the game. If they don't learn that skill, then the thing that we're going to be seeing for this series to get closer is just Alberta winning early game harder and snowballing compared to the other team snowballing.
That's what we don't want. So
No, we don't want that.
TLDR is that University of Alberta needs to flip Baron in 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, like, that kind of is how the game works now. Like, with the way that Riot has made objective timers in a way of, like, you do first dragon, and then you do grubs, and then you do second dragon, and then you do herald, and then you do third dragon, and then you do Otacon, and then you do fourth dragon, and then you do Baron. Like, it's so, like, laid out that, like, if you're always getting those objectives or the objectives that you want, there's not really any other way to get back into the game. There's not really, I mean, there's a lot of comeback mechanics with bounties because that system is fair. But other than that, like, you gotta start just coin flipping objectives. Because to be honest, the objectives are pretty easy to coin flip and get back into.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is, there's definitely a pace to the game, and yeah, you've got some appointments in League of Legends. When you play a game of League of Legends, you've just got some appointments that you just got to show up to. And if you don't show up with all 4 of your teammates, if you don't show up with your documents, it just doesn't work. You just get shot on sight. I don't know. It's like, it just doesn't work really well. It's like that one game, what's it called? Papers, Please.
Papers, Please. Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't get to the checkpoint with your documents, you're just not getting in.
You're not getting in, bro.
So either way, I mean, University of Alberta here, we're hoping that this time they bring their papers, they bring their friends, all 5 of them, and that we actually get to see some closer team fights. But it definitely felt like even you know, we're talking about like, oh, they had control over the game, they had control over the objectives, whatever. It didn't really feel like University of Alberta had that many fair fights.
Which also feels like a fault from them, as they didn't. You can kind of see that there's like a little bit of that mental lag of the fights just kind of happened without them talking about it. I think the biggest point that I think about when we're thinking about like that disconnect from them is that third dragon. That kind of is what broke the camel's back for them, is this weird 2v2 happening mid and then the 2v2 happening dragon. Like, that disconnect of these two, like, they're not talking to each other. They're not saying, okay, well, what happens if they drop Herald mid? Because that's obvious. I feel like every comp game, once they get Herald, they stall Herald so that they can use it for a dragon contest and make that exact same situation happen. Of, okay, we'll drop dragon and we get your tier 1 or your tier 2 mid, you know, or whatever variation of that possible. It's like, that's the disconnect that we're seeing, and we need to have that communication happen earlier. I remember when I played, our coach whipped into us, talk about Dragon a minute before, talk about setups a minute before. Are we fighting it? How are we fighting it? What's our prio? You know, things like that, so that you are so ingrained about these setups. Because if you're not, then you're gonna end up like Alberta, where you're facing a team that will punish you for making those mistakes, and you're not gonna be able to get back into the game unless you start talking and making things happen proactively.
Yeah. TLDR, yeah, we just gotta like, we're hoping that these teams like actually like show up to their appointments and do their homework beforehand, and kind of just like show up and give us like some fair 5v5s, because that would be way more fun. That'd be fun. That'd be fun.
Nice, yeah.
Regardless of the situation, I think we're still waiting on draft, so we'll have to wait a little bit on that. Looking at kind of how both of these teams drafted in game 1, is there anything that you're expecting out of these drafts where you're like, okay, you know, I'm really hoping something changes? I will say, I think University of Alberta, maybe going for slightly less Ooga Booga comps might be the move. What do you think about that?
I don't know if I'll agree with you.
Okay.
Only just because, like, I think that they just needed it's so awkward, because, like, imagine their Ooga Booga draft that they just barely had, but imagine they had a Zir instead of Ambessa. You know what I mean? Like, a little bit more of oomph in their damage, because their damage department was lacking. It was like, I guess they had the Lilia, but, like, Lilia Tristana as your damage, it doesn't scream that good.
Yeah.
I will say, going into the second game, there's still really big prio champs, like Rise is going to be up for them to be able to play. They are going to be going on to red side. Xin Zhao is going to be that prio pick, in my opinion, for both sides. But UOT being on blue side, I feel like that's a first pick champion that they're really going to want. I just was really lost. I think I got dizzy in the draft when Tristana was the first pick, because to me, like, that just doesn't feel like a champion that you want to first pick. It doesn't have the flexibility of, like, you can draft a lot of things around it. You kind of are forced to play the same way. And when Braum was picked and Wukong was picked, that champion just felt like, okay, even if she gets like a super duper uber lead, she's not really going to be able to do that much because of those two champions. But we'll just have to see, as I believe we're heading in a draft here very soon, Natural.
I'm very excited. As a reminder, this is the best of 5 fearless, so these drafts are only going to get spicier as the games go on. So we've got a lot of champs that are kind of already out. The Ambessa was a very high priority pick for both of these teams, so not going to be able to be picked by either team. I got there eventually. As well as a few other champions, the Braum notably being out is like a big one. Poppy being out is like a very common counter pick into a lot of comps, especially a lot of the more Ooga Booga comps. So the Poppy being out is definitely a factor to be considered here. As Varus is up as well, very popular AD carry, and as you said, is like very popular in comp because of how he gets like mid prio and stuff. So far, the bans are pretty much exactly the same from both teams.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I'm going to be thinking about, because I think it's the most interesting for me, probably because I'm a support player, is watching as engaged supports who are very high prio start to be chipped away. Because there's only so little that you have, right? Now that we have Rel and Braum out, we're going to be seeing a handshake of most engaged supports. Things like Nautilus and Alistar handshake, or Nautilus Leona, or Alistar Leona, or trying to find a Rakan angle into any of those. Maybe going Zyra Rakan and forcing them to play like an Alistar, things like that. And since those handshakes are going to be happening, that means that there's going to be 2 engaged supports getting off the table. And then by the time, if we get to a game 4 or even game 3, those engaged supports are going to be lacking. There's not going to be a lot of them. So then you have to really dig deep and find the weird engaged supports, maybe things like Fiddlesticks, but also full clear plays Fiddlesticks. We're seeing Jinx as the first pick. This was a champion that U of A banned last time. And I'm just interested of why these 2 teams have such high prio on Jinx, because I don't feel like she's that high prio of a champion, in my opinion. I don't know. Ezreal's still up, and Jhin is still up, and Ashe is still up, and in my opinion, those 3 champions feel better to first pick.
You're being very cautious with your words. I can tell you, UTSC, they do. JK is a big Jinx player, so it is comfort for him, I believe, to some extent. It's kind of, I assume that he's just kind of going for it. On top of that, Kiki, their support, is a Lulu player as well. So Jinx Lulu is definitely a combo that they might be looking towards, which is definitely very potent. And I will say, I think Jinx Lulu would be a potentially very decent combo for UTSC, specifically because they're playing into U of A Amber. And as we saw in game 1, U of A Amber tend to make mistakes where one person dies, and that's all Jinx Lulu needs in the later parts of the game. As soon as you get one reset, you kind of just run over the fight. U of A Amber, on the other side, they will be picking the Pantheon Ashe, so definitely still like indexing into kind of that more Ooga Booga style of play with some more early game indexing, as UTSC are going to round out their first phase of picks with the Sejuani, and the Milio is the hover.
Okay, so this is why I would be worried about a Jinx first pick and Milio being on the board. Okay, Vladimir Slam is great, and now I also will say, if we save support for 5, hear me out. Bait UTSC to pick another immobile mage mid. Bard on 5 would go bonkers, because like the reason I don't like early picking Jinx is because then you're like, hey guys, look at me, I'm gonna play an extremely immobile AD carry that can't do anything. Please don't pick Engage, that will just destroy that. Like, please don't pick Nautilus or Leona, or, I mean, they already have the champion, or their jungler picked, but like, a Jarvan would completely destroy her. That is why, and that's why I like the Ashe Pantheon. Sure, Pantheon might not be able to get in range that easily unless he does use the Grand Starfall, which he probably should. And the Ashe Arrow be on top of that. If they pair it with a Leona or a Nautilus here, or a Bard, which, Bard really loves facing immobile mages mid and immobile AD carries, because the ult is just an easy either flash or kill. That is why, I even think a Jinx player should kind of be afraid of first picking it, because, the amount of times I've seen a solo queue be one Jinx and then everyone on the enemy team just plays anti-Jinx champions, then the Jinx hates their life,
And Bard ult can be cleansed. There's nothing that Milio can do about a Bard ult, as opposed to something like a Leona ult or something like that. But regardless, UTSC are still going to put all of their eggs into the Jinx basket. We'll see if they kind of keep, building up this kind of protect the Jinx comp in the second phase of pick and ban here. Gwen and Karma are going to be the bans for UTSC, and Ryze and Galio are going to be the bans for U of A Amber, which I do like. I think kind of banning away these very protective mid laners like the Galio. Oh, Renata. What do we think of the Renata? You don't seem super happy about that one.
Bro. UTSC hasn't committed to engage, full engage. They don't really have an obligation to go melee mode. Renata doesn't interact with either of those either of the bot laners. Emilio is now gonna get a free lane. I don't want to be too critical. I want to give them some grace, but in my opinion, you're now giving Jinx Emilio a free scaling lane. Renata is a great lane bully, but into low range champions, and Silas is gonna have Renata ult now. By the way, Silas is gonna have Renata ult. Hey chat, who is gonna tank these melees now? Because me personally, I would have loved a Nautilus. I would have loved a Nautilus on 4. We're gonna go play Volibear. Okay.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, so this Jinx is gonna 1v9. This Jinx has no one to really deal damage to her. They first picked Jinx, and she's gonna have a free time. I don't think Yone can do anything to get...
Yeah, I mean, I do think Yone is better than Volibear, but I don't think this is a very good draft from U of A Amber. I'm gonna be very honest. Yeah, I think from the reaction of both of our faces, you can probably tell that we're not the biggest fans of neither the Renato nor the Yone. Basically, the whole second pick phase of U of A Amber is not our flavor. I think not our cup of tea. UTSC have like a Jinx, a Milio that can effectively 2v5 in terms of damage, and they've got a big wall of Sejuani and Sion right in front of them, who is there to tank the Ash arrows, there to peel off the Pantheon and the Vladimir. And it feels like U of A Amber, they just needed something to lock down the Jinx and the Milio, which is not something that Renata can do whatsoever. Like, it's not a thing. You Renata ult a Jinx Milio, Milio presses R, nothing happens.
Right. Well, we'll just have to see what happens. To be honest, Natural, I think the win condition for U of A here is get Bok Choy absurdly dummy ahead, because Vladimir is a champion that can ignore frontline. He can go, I don't care about Sion, I don't care about Sejuani, I don't care about Sylas, I'm gonna walk past them and then kill their backline. Like, he theoretically could one-shot Jinx, Milio, potentially. But he needs a big lead. I think in order for him to do that, probably needs to unlock second, third item is probably at that point. So it depends on, is UTSC going to win the game by then? But yeah, I just hate this. Oh, I just hate this Renata pick, man. I just hate this Renata pick. It's just like, I don't know. I love Renata as a champion. I'm not an anti-Renata player.
Yeah, Renata's great.
But it's just like, she needs to be in the right spot. She wants to be facing things into like Nautilus, engage supports, because she's so low range. Speaking of low range, though.
Clear. Yeah, he's gonna have to flash out.
No flash.
And yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, Renata, I love Renata. In fact, Renata, like, Callista is one of my favorite lanes to watch ever. Very fun.
Renata Callista, Renata Varus.
So fun.
Renata Ashe is a fun lane as well. They're good lane bullies. But they're not really going to get in range of auto-attacking. Except for a chunk onto Kiki. Okay.
It's gonna be difficult, especially I think the Sylas as well really feels kind of like the nail in the coffin for U of A Amber's draft, because there are so many good ultimates here for the Sylas.
Yeah.
I mean, literally every single one is good. Like, there is no bad choice here.
Yeah. Yeah, the Pantheon ult ratio for Sylas, like the AP ratio, is actually kind of crazy. Like, you do like 1 billion damage with it, especially when you're level 16 Sylas. And I will say, okay, no more hate onto U of A, because there are some other win cons that we haven't talked about. It is the side laning of U of A is actually going to be kind of a big problem for UTSC, sorry. Vladimir and Yone are both really strong side laners. I don't think Sion is really going to be in a point where he can do that much into them, especially once Yone gets Bork, gets IE, he can kind of always win on side, and also they're going to have the global of Pantheon to be playing around them. I think the 3-stack of Pantheon, Yone, Renata together will be really easy to play around, as well as Bok Choy should be decently safe as Vladimir on the side, as UTSC don't really have that many engage tools. It's like Sylas engaging with like Ash Arrow potentially, or just a Sejuani ult, which can obviously be Sanguine pooled. So to me, those are some win conditions for U of A. If the side laners or the solo laners are allowed to get to a point in the game where they can dominate those sides.
There are some opportunities
right now.
Yeah, you're actually.
Give me a lot of agree, bro.
You're lawyered up. Can you pass the bar?
My next defendant will be our producer who sees the game in the future to maybe support some of my claims. I would like to invite him to the stand. Oh, he's unavailable. Never mind.
Our producer is busy producing Pork Fountain Kitchen. As yeah, Folkleer and Dig here are just gonna spot each other out in the mid lane. Meanwhile, it's a 1v1.
Hold up.
One more auto attack is gonna do it, and Bokchoy is gonna be able to take first blood here. So that's gonna be very nice here for U of Amber. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, this Millia is actually caught out. He has a flash, but he's not gonna use it. That's two very nice first kills here for U of Amber.
Natural, we are great at using our caster debuff, man. We are so good at caster cursing. Holy moly. We said that, you know, bot lane is never going to be fighting. Okay, or not fighting, but Ashe Renata is not going to get that much. Somehow they get a kill on the Kiki. Also, a great kill from Bokchoy. Me personally, if I'm Bokchoy, I'm saying 845 mid flash in all chat. Get a little bit of mental damage done as well. Because Silas flashed away from the Ignite. Didn't do anything. A really great spot. I mean, I hyped it up. I said if Vladimir gets a good lead, he can completely take over this game. And, man, I'm goated at my job. I might have just predicted the future.
You might be an actually goated lawyer for giving them a little bit of a buff here. Yeah, I'm not really sure how Kiki died there in the bot lane. Folkleer didn't even have the flash, so it's not like a flash stun was in the cards. But regardless, it's a nice start for U of A Amber. However, as we mentioned before, they do tend to make some mistakes. The UTSC punished quite effectively last time. Bokchoy doing some very nice trading here. Sejuani is in the bush now, trying to find a punish. I believe he did use the pool already. So Bokchoy not going to be able to dodge out. Oh, he gets cancelled.
Q3?
He should be able to go down here from one more auto attack. Bokchoy doesn't have Triumph.
Oh,
he will be going down one more auto attack, and it's going to be traded 1-for-1 here. But he was very close. Bokchoy was just a little bit away from actually getting out with that one.
I mean, but still, we'll take it. Pantheon also getting accelerated so we can continue to control the map. UTSC, Sejuani got a kill. Cheers, guys. Awesome. He got Bomby Cinder earlier. Like, that's not really going to affect the game as much as a Pantheon getting, you know, Cerulio's Grudge earlier. And
okay. We're looking for an actual fight. Voldania is being taken down very low. W was already used. Soccer Ball not going to be able to find anything. And everyone goes back to what they were doing before.
Exhaust burn from both sides is going to allow, you know, the next gank to happen, be a little bit more substantial. I feel like looking at top, though, this is kind of... Oh, actually, I'm not going to look at top, because bot, full clear, trying to get the Gromp. Ooh, Pantheon secures it. Q Smite. But they're looking for a 3v3 dive. This is kind of scary when you do have Renata W available, and also flashes from both the bot laners. I feel like that could be really dangerous, and it seems that UTSC is going to agree, as Volker is just going to be able to get away with a reset. Sejuani's staying,
for him to reset.
So now it's going to be a 2v3 on the dive.
Waiting for him to reset. The Yone does have access to the ultimate, but it looks like they're just going to call it off. I do think that's a more sage decision here. That's still pretty difficult to dive in Ashe Renata, as the Unstoppable Force is going to be used. Completely whiffs by Loves You. Using the Fate Sealed, going to be flashed away from by Saber. That's just a trade of cooldowns.
Trade of cooldown's going to be close to mid, actually, here.
Doesn't have the Glacial Prison, so he's just going to use the ultimate to heal, and that's just going to be it.
Yeah, Sejuani feels a little useless until she gets 6. But lane swap for grubs, I believe, that are going to be spawning in about 30 seconds. Might be able to catch... No, Yone's out. Yone's fine. But Ashe and Renata are actually at a timer to be able to match this swap and match the 4v4 topside. And I think that would be in U of A's interest to go for it. But instead, I think they're choosing to have Ashe lane against the Scion and allow the Yone to just TP back top.
Nice swap. Just be able to kind of get everyone some farm, not drop any waves. As Dragon is going to be taken here by U of A Amber. It's an Ocean Drake, which is, you know, pretty nice as a first dragon. Makes it a little bit easier to get through the laning phase. So far, both teams have been pretty careful in the early stages of the game. Though this time, University of Toronto Scarborough did make a few mistakes when it comes to kind of the early laning phase. But, I don't know. It's an Ashe getting a kill, which is like, it's cool. but does it matter?
I think it matters a decent amount, just because, you know, she's able to contest Jinx in the early game a little bit more and gets to make maybe a little bit more things happen. As she is good at, like, conducting plays. Ashe having no arrow isn't able to cancel the Scion, so the Scion is going to TP to match any sort of contestant the grubs, but it's actually going to be
taking a lot of damage. The barrier is going to be used. It's going to be traded 1-for-1 here. Sejuani gets the kill. Big W. That's going to be a one-fed poor Rider.
I think if Sejuani doesn't use ult, the tower might actually kill Yone, and that would have been Jinx getting the kill, but no worries. Do not tell the Jinx. Do not tell the Jinx. She might get tilted.
Yeah, that was definitely the kill for the Jinx. Could have also just held the ultimate just in case he survived and then thrown it at the Yone.
It's like the Flame Chompers were still dealing damage.
Yeah.
We're at the 30 CS lead mid that I also just realized. This Silas is on food stamps. This guy is very poor.
He's on cheese. It was actually kind of insane, the whole, like, U.S. government, like, overproducing cheese to such an extent. There's a crazy story. There's a whole YouTube video about it. Look it up. It's really interesting. Completely unrelated.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll listen to that tonight. I do actually fall asleep to video essays, so...
Oh yeah, me too. No, 100%. Either that or drop out TV content.
Big fan of, oh, what's his name? The Summoning Salt. He always does, like, the speedrun videos.
Yeah,
Dude, those are addicting. And he's coming out with a Halo 2 video soon. Pumped.
Yeah, his videos are amazing. It's so cool how, like, you watch his videos and he's like, no one was able to beat this record, and then 10 minutes later he's like, someone beat this record.
And then the music, he changes the music and you're like, oh shit.
Oh shit, it's happening again.
Well, and I will say something that's really interesting about Summoning Salt is I heard that he was gonna be making a video about UTSC's speedrun of this series, but actually U of A doing a great job of conducting the map and potentially making a comeback, as it is going to be a Glacial Prison towards a Yone.
Bai loves you is taking the turn as well, so he's 100% dead here. Grand Starfall doesn't do much at all. And, well, U of A Amber, that's not their mistake.
Well, you know, that's another kill to a tank. Yeah. So, that's cool.
Let's chill.
Grand Starfall, Loki was aura farming there. Like, he was right in front of him. Yone was pathing down. I think Folkler thought he was going to kite towards top. And he was going to, like, link, but he doesn't care. He's got his item now. I called it Sordia's Grudge earlier because I always forget what this item's called. It's just Divine Sunderer. Or Atma's Impaler. I never remember. Sundered Sky is the name of it.
Sundered Sky.
I remembered. Really great item. Definitely not really OP or anything. But a really big spike for full clear, especially with the dragon being up here in about a minute. I will say Sunfire Cape being finished for the Sejuani as well. But you know what? I would rather have a Sundered Sky than a Sunfire Cape.
Yeah, for sure. As Blaze Elbow on the Ashe, I assume is very close, if not has completed his first item as well.
I believe it's Kraken Slayer that he's going for, and the Cosmic Drive for Vladimir is going to be huge. Oh, oof. Kraken's not done yet. So that's 400 away, I'd assume. Bit unlucky.
That is brutal, as despite having the kill, missing a little bit of CS matters in this instance, as second dragon of the game is spawning soon. We'll see if both teams decide to fight for it.
It's also like the boot rush difference, and that it is really important to have boot 2 early, as Ashe, as like movement speed and attack speed are really useful stats for Ashe, because you want to glide. But yeah, I mean, you're delayed on this timing, especially compared to Jinx's Yuntal. Crab going to full clear. Oh, we're going forward.
Ning, no cares in the world. However, at this point, he doesn't have his passive anymore, so he is actually taking damage. The Glacial Prison is going to be used very defensively. Enchanted Crystal Arrow has already been used as well, so we'll need to catch up to him. And the stolen Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be used. The Flash Renata ult doesn't really do much. The handshake, though,
Bailout.
as well as the bailout, means that this time Renata survives. Full clear on the Pantheonist. Should be able to just walk this damage away. And UVA Amber, they find a nice pick.
Yeah, that's going to allow them to get this dragon really easily. Full clear getting chunked out a decent amount, but he is able to reset and return to the fight with Grand Starfall if he chooses to. Sejuani's sticking around, though, playing around the bot side. Ronaldo. I was thinking about, Emilio. I was thinking about
Ronaldo
Emilio,
is
and I
in the
call him
spot.
Messi.
Here comes
Oh,
Messi,
Silence
though. With Messi in the plays, this doesn't mean that UTSC are able to get the dragon. They're gonna equalize the dragon score. UVA Amber, they make a pick though. It's kind of like an even trade, more or less. It feels like it doesn't really feel like the game swung that much in either way. Did you know Messi actually came to UBC recently?
Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yep, he trained on UBC grounds. It was the whole thing.
Oh, yeah, because he was playing against whatever your guys' MLS team is up there.
I don't know. I don't watch soccer, but
I always think about, like, it's like one of my favorite Los Ratones memes is like how like the mouse is Messi, Lamessi, Lamessi, or Nemessi, and like the GIF that they use for it, where it's like that really stretched out, low quality video of him like dribbling the ball. It's the funniest thing in the world.
It's great.
And I just imagine that when I watched Sion just ult from the other side of the world to that dragon fight.
it was pretty.
So if you guys
fantastic.
were curious where my mind was, that's where it was. Yeah, I mean, the Silas is now 60 farm down, as compared to 30 last time I brought it up.
Very significant difference, for sure,
yeah.
as the Enchanted Crystal just kind of flies by. The Rift Herald is going to be started here by UTSC. We should be able to find it. Doesn't really feel like the contest from UAV Amber is here. It's just much too late. Jinx gets excited and is just going to walk towards the mid lane. They're pinging onto the Pantheon because he is recalling on a ward, but full clear. Going to think twice about where he's recalling and just going to walk away. And it feels like U of A Amber, despite having like a little bit of an advantage, they're still playing this game very carefully, it feels like.
And to be honest, I really don't mind the way that they're playing it. They're dropping objectives, but they're getting so much off of it. Yone's like they're getting really greedy with their farm, and you can see it in the solo lanes, which we talked about before is a really big win condition for them. Yone at 150, they're both solo lanes are nearing 10 CS a minute, which is decently rare at this level of play. You know, obviously, if Baksho is Chovy, he'd probably be at somehow 250 CS at 16, but no worries. But yeah, up nearly a full item. Silas still only on components, probably going to get Protobelt on this reset. But Vladimir looking quite scary, like almost at his second item. Yone is also staying above the curve, just got another tower, so that's both of the side lane towers gone. And they're exchanging it for a Herald and Dragon. And to be honest, for U of A's win condition, I'm taking that deal trade offer. I'll take 2 towers for that. Yeah, why not?
And Chris on the Silas is completely homeless this game.
Yeah.
He has less CS than the Sejuani.
And that's also UCSC's only AP option. So Pantheon is able to get like tabbies and not have to worry about Silas, because the Silas is going to be really far away from like actually dealing damage in this game. He's also decently low level, and going to be even lower as the solo laners keep like out farming him, which, you know, Silas
Chris
also really likes
is
levels.
just dead.
Oh wait, he died.
Yeah.
Wait, he
Chris
died.
is just dead. Yeah. I don't know why he went back in with that E, but he did, and then he just died.
Yeah, I thought he was just like done.
Nope. He chose to go back in and then died.
Chill.
Yeah. The Silas is more or less just going to be an R button, as far as I can tell, this game. The good news is that he does have a lot of good ultimates to take. However, if he dies before he is able to take those, then it won't really matter. But yeah, I feel like his job this game is to get a national, get a Renata ult, and then just throw that out there at the best possible time and die.
Well, natural, to be honest, this is actually scaring me a little bit. We talked a little bit about how UTSC is kind of like struggling in the damage department because it is just Silas and Jinx as the damage dealers. But with Silas being so far behind, I don't know if Jinx is ever going to get a reset in these fights. Like, and once they do, maybe get their first target of whoever is going to get hit by Glacial Prison, which I'm assuming is going to be full clear, or maybe Yone. By the time that they die, how many members of UTSC are going to be alive for it to matter to have that get excited going? I don't know if Jinx is going to have the amount of uptime that she needs to be able to carry a fight to kill all of the members of U of A. It's kind of similar to the problem that both of these teams were facing last game.
Boy, this matchup is starting to look real fun for the Scion. As soon as the Yone gets Bork, it feels like the matchup just completely flips, and it's just like, you just can't run away, and eventually he will chip you down. Regardless, both teams here are posturing for the third dragon of the game. It's going to be very important to look at Bok Choi this team fight, because he does have access to 2 items as well as his summoners.
That's a scary Vladimir. Oh my god, and U of A is not splitting up this time. They're staying together. Oh, wait. I say that. They're kind of splitting up.
They're kind of splitting up. Bok Choi will be using the pool early on. The Renato ultimate finds 2. Some good, decent damage here from the side of UTSC. Full clear, though. He shouldn't be able to walk it away. The Super Mega Death Rocket finds the kill onto the Pantheon. The Fate Sealed finds 2. JK, though, he's still alive for now. He will die. Yone E and Playstyle, but is kind of gliding right now. He's going to be able to find the double kill, and Bok Choi is still alive. My Saber is going to die, and U of A Amber, they win a team fight.
Dude, if that Yone didn't get exhausted, that would have been like a Zoo Kill level engage, like montage. I saw it on TikTok, like I just saw the vision. Still a really good flank from the Yone. Didn't even have to burn TP, so if he wants to, he can recall and just start pushing top. Start knocking down that tier 2 and whittling it down. But just really well played there from U of A. A really great hostile takeover as we get into the replay. A 5-man, some of it gets cleansed, but like we were talking about before this team fight happened, look how late the Get Excited happened. They get the full clear damage down, or they kill full clear, get the excited, but at what point does it really matter? Jinx still isn't at a point where she can, like, kill everyone in the game. She's still an item and a half, so, you know, not like Hurricane IE Unitel level yet. And then the rest of
three items
U of
on
A,
this champion.
yeah, exactly. And the rest of U of A is just gonna slaughter that whole team.
Well, Daniel's looking for the engage. The flash handshake, though, completely whips. Full clear lands on top of a bunch of traps. The enchantment posted arrow stolen. He's at full clear, takes a bunch of damage. Chris, though, is not going to be able to kill him before the bailout, as JK here is just going to get absolutely nuked by the Vladimir, and he's still very healthy. Ding on the Sejuani is going to get run down here by the Ashe. There's no running away once there's an Ashe running after you, slowing you down constantly. Bok Choi will be able to take the turret after all, and U of A Amber are now in a very, very firmly ahead position in this game.
Well, and because Bok Choi is so far ahead, he can just ignore the front line of UTSC, like we just barely saw in that team fight, isolating our epilogue, just disconnecting him from his team. Milio very far away from the Jinx, and then he kind of just one-shot the Jinx. JK unable to play the game. IE now available, but if team fights continue to be broken up like that and disconnecting and discombobulating UTSC, I don't think that 2-item Jinx is really going to matter, especially when
Fate Sealed stolen from it. The double Fate Sealed here. Chris is going to be looking for the solo kill. Biolumsy with the Q3 should be able to create some distance, but Chris with the follow-up, the Super Mega Death Rocket goes completely wide. Q3 from Biolumsy, though, it's so much damage, he might actually be 1v2ing them. The Angelic Crystal is going to miss, so he's just going to walk away, but that is an anime fight if I've ever seen one.
I mean, really well played from Vi, but also, like we were saying, this is the most useless Silas I've ever seen. Like, just look at the items. I don't mean that to be, like, mean, but you're on Tabby's Proto Belt at 22 minutes. You're never going to deal damage, especially with Yone now having Shield Bow. That kill and that tier 2 bot almost got him a full IE. I believe he's probably going to be sitting on, like, 500 gold away from it. Once that's achieved, dude, these side lanes are going to be destroyed. Yone will probably be able to 1v3 if he plays it correctly. Almost level 16 as well. And Silas is level 12.
Yeah. This Silas is,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough out here as yeah, the Glacial Prison just kind of finds nothing. Buckjoy can just pull that. Now I'm kind of scared for JK here. He can just get one tapped by this Vladimir, but he's just gonna walk it away. It's rough out here. Baron spawning in 1 minute and 20 seconds, and I'm gonna assume that U of A Amber are just gonna go towards that as soon as it spawns.
Natural, do you remember, like this is an Unk reference for League, so you'll know who I'm talking about. Who is the Sejuani player in NA that never hit an ult? You know what I'm talking about?
Actually, I'm not sure who you're talking about. The Angelic Crystal Arrow is gonna hit the Scion. The Fate Seal just gonna be used to walk out. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but he's gonna walk away from that one. As Chris now has the Renata ult. I'm just defending the turrets for now. But tell me, who would that be?
I'm trying to remember. I keep X-Smithy. It's the X-Smithy Sejuani ult. I was trying to remember. I was like, you know, there's like the X-Peke, there's like the Captain Jack, and then there's like the one for the Sejuani ults that miss. It's X-Smithy.
Yeah,
I'm seeing a lot of those today.
That's an old reference for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Unk. When did he retire? 2015.
I don't even know.
10 years ago. Oh my god.
Yeah. You know, I came to a very scared realization, or a very like interesting realization recently. There are people who are like in middle school, maybe going into high school even. Well, no, there are people in middle school right now who were born after the Harlem Shake.
Wow.
Think about that.
I also do want to note one of the players of, I believe it's UTSC, you know how there's like the IGN and tag and like a famous, like some people put their tag as their birth year.
Yeah.
One of them was 2005.
Jesus.
And that one hurt.
Oh.
As we're going into a tech pause, Pantheon did disconnect. I think he was sick and tired of us talking about how old we were.
I just got flashback by my face. I was not expecting it. I was like looking at the game and I was like, whoa, that's like crazy.
But my research is telling me that X-Smithy retired in 2023.
Wow.
Which is crazy.
He was playing until 2023?
That is insane.
Who was he playing with?
Immortals.
Oh. Yeah.
And he was on Academy for TSM. Oh, that was him coaching. When was the last time he played? 2020.
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah. I feel like I haven't seen the name X-Smithy on a team in a very long time.
Yeah, me neither. I also haven't seen the logo of TSM in a while.
Well, that's for good reason, because they basically don't exist in the league space anymore.
I wonder why, guys. Surely nothing really big happened that almost killed all of esports, right?
No.
Well,
anyways, we're back into the game. You don't have to hear us yap about nonsense anymore. The Grand Starfall is straight onto the Sejuani. Sejuani is still relatively tanky, as it's okay. The replay is just a little bit paused, but it's okay. It's all good. Bye loves you is taking a lot of damage. However, this Jinx is not long for this world. There is so much more damage coming from the side of U of A Amber. The Fate Sealed is beautiful. No one on the side of U of A Amber dies. It's a clean sweep. As with that ace, it's more than likely just going to be the Baron. And then shortly after, it's more than likely going to be the game.
Yeah, they can get a Baron, recall immediately. Yone could even overstay. He's going to go for the mid inhibitor. I was going to say overstay for the top tier 2 and just get some free gold. But I do like the inhibitor turret, sure. But you're able to get the Baron, get this inhibitor turret, reset immediately, play the super tempo, and go for this dragon that's spawning in 30 seconds. So that's going to achieve them that soul point. And also on that play, they're going to be able to start playing towards the sidelines. But we do get a replay of this team fight. Full clear, tanking a lot of those cooldowns, but also it's bye. Look how long he lasts. I mean, the W shield is huge. The shield boat is a lot. And then from there, the rest of the team is there to turn full clear. And Bok Choy just one-shotting everyone. Our Epilogue didn't even get to really interact in that team fight. And, I mean, U of A just is in full control of this game. They have an easier comp to play, in my opinion.
Astro is going to be found onto the Milio. It's a lot of damage. Just going to flash out. The fact that Yone didn't die in that play is crazy.
Such an awesome champion.
It is pretty insane. However, it kind of does make sense. He is on 3 items, and as we mentioned before, there is basically no damage on the side of UTSC, except for the Jinx. And even the Jinx is kind of not doing that much at this point because she's level 13 as opposed to the level 17 of the Yone, who is also starting to stack some armor. It's a rough time for UTSC.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like the stomp that we had in the last game is reversed, and now U of A Amber is stomping UTSC. But I would say that they're stomping them even harder, perhaps.
Yeah. I'd agree.
So, you know, we're not getting even games, but we are most likely going to be heading towards an even series. As now U of A Amber, all they need to do is deliver the final blow. UTSC are already on the floor.
Yeah.
All U of A Amber needs to do is just find the last punch to really finish the job here.
And that fast punch is, or that last punch is just going to be Yone being able to play this mid wave and splitting them up. Now he can play as the pinch. It's going to be a Glacial Prison to turn, though.
We're looking for a pick onto the Yone here. He is going to be able to flash out. Sion already taking a lot of damage. Full clear is just flashing onto anyone. The Vladimir is into the backline. He just one-taps the entirety of UTSC. Yeah, this Sion is just going to be standing still because there's really not that much to do. And that's going to be the game.
I mean, a really, really clean end there from U of A, only dropping 4 kills that whole match. 4-23, really well played overall. Just really clean macro, getting and developing leads that they transitioned perfectly together. I feel like Bye I Love You on the Yone just did a great job of controlling the map and using his pressure proactively. That's the proactivity that we wanted from U of Alberta. That we were saying in the post-game last game. You got to start making some plays. You got to get that early advantage and just keep the train going. Seems both of these teams are kind of lacking in the department of being able to get back into the game. So I think as the series develops, we're going to be seeing the early game matter so much.
Yeah. So far, in this entire tournament, effectively, we haven't seen a single comeback. All of the games have been very one-sided. It's been very kind of the team that's winning at 15 minutes wins the game. Guys, give us a close game, please. At least now we do get an even series, which is nice. But I would much more rather have a few close games. Regardless, I mean, hey, University of Alberta, we were criticizing the fact that they were making mistakes in game 1. They cleaned up their play like a lot. There were a lot less mistakes, and this time it felt like they were the ones who were punishing the mistakes of University of Toronto Scarborough. Well done to them. It looked clean. It looked decisive. I don't have that much to say about this game, to be honest.
I mean, this is why you shouldn't be a game 1 Andy chat. This is not, it's still a best of 5. We still got a lot going on here. I think both teams need to really think about their draft, and they really need to think about what these next 3 games potentially are going to look like in that draft. What are the prio picks? What are the power picks? And they're going to have a little bit of a break to discuss those. And we're also going to go on a little break to discuss our personal drafts and also, stretch our legs a little bit. Unnatural? We need to stretch a little bit? I need to. I'm getting old.
We'll be right back. And welcome back to game number 3 of UTSC versus the University of Alberta. It's 1-1. It's now basically a best of 3 fearless, except all of the champions that have been picked before are obviously out. So the champion pools are getting tighter. The match score is getting closer. And I think we're getting more and more excited for these drafts, personally.
Dude, I want to see them dig deep. I want to see if Zed is ever going to be available for UTSC to pick up. And also, like, I think we're starting to see champions that we haven't seen either of these teams play. Obviously, like, we haven't seen UTSC on stream, but University of Alberta, we've been kind of seeing similar drafts. I mean, we didn't see, we still haven't seen Bok Choi's rise, but Vladimir is a pick that we've seen him be banned, and also on the roster screen, that was his champion. So we're kind of starting to see like their famous champions or their known champions be picked already. Yep. And I'm excited to see what they start to bring out as we continue to delve deeper into the Fearless Draft. Yeah, I'm pumped. I'm ready to see the pocket picks. I want to see some crazy things happen.
Guys, let him play Zed. Just one game,
dude.
It can only be one game because it's fearless.
You just asked for a closer game, not a closer series, a close game. But and like, if he gets silenced, bro, he's almost 3 games, 60% win rate in 1 KLP Chally with that champion, bro.
Yeah, like, it's not but like but like it would be cool, you know. It's like, yeah, sure, like, you know, watching a really close game of, like, basketball, like, watching, you know, if you're watching the Olympics back in 2024, watching, like, the US versus France in basketball finals was super fun. But, like, also sometimes you just want to see LeBron dunk on some kids, you know? You just, like, some kindergartners, like, just dunking on top of their foreheads. Could be fun.
Yeah. I thought I was going to watch that when they're facing the Timberwolves, but...
Anyways,
let's not bring that back up. Thanks, man. Ruined my day.
Hey, it's okay. A lot of people back in France are still upset at that Olympic title.
Okay, who cares? They're in France. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, right.
Fucking my French American is coming right? out. I apologize.
Anyways, yeah, particularly they were very mad, specifically at what's his name? God, I'm so mad at, like, I do not know ball.
That's Steph?
Yes, Steph, because he just could not stop scoring, and people are
so
like,
good.
It was so funny. I was in Paris at the time, and I was watching the game with other people, and every time, like, Steph would, like, you know, score. Is that what the appropriate terminology is? I don't know. Yeah. We're getting fucking roasted by the basketball fans. Yeah, every time he would, like, score 3 points. I don't know, man. Just
like, didn't score, but just like the way just like
score.
Potentially shoot a basket. Is that what you kids say nowadays?
When they dunk? Go... I don't know. Anyways, anytime he would say that, there's like some French person like in the crowd going, "Oh merde," and they're like just really upset at him, and it's just like so funny. Like, are you mad at him because he's good at the game? Like, he's just dunking on you. I don't know. Anyways,
well, I mean, I was gonna say, speaking of mad at the game, I think UTSD might be feeling a little mad as they are now down. I mean, they're not down; it's evened up, but they've got a little bit of vengeance as U of A. Did bring that vengeance, that heat back into them. They're going to be going into the draft soon, natural. But I do want to ask, are we going to see Bok Choi rise this 3rd game? What do you think?
See, that's the thing. If you get a matchup of the century, Bok Choi rise versus Chris Zed.
Oh, I see it.
I'm pretty sure Rise should win that matchup. Like, pretty... I feel like it's a Rise favored matchup, maybe. I don't know.
Sorry, I'm not that. I should probably read up on my Rise Zed matchup because it's really common.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not that common, but it's I don't know. Anyways.
I guess like in theory, like Rise should like you can like W start and like poke him and get like early as long as you like dodge shurikens. But I feel like that's most Rise matchups, and Rise does get tanky and can
You know
go
what?
Frozen Heart early.
Let's look it up. Let's look it up.
I don't know if win rates are really gonna be both of the. No man. So it's one of those like solo queue champions that I feel like should always have a high win rate because there's just like the Z one tricks like Chris who just like stomps everyone. You know.
I mean, hey, obviously, you know, these like win rate metrics aren't the most accurate, but I still like looking at them. I think it gives you like some idea. You know, obviously, if like one champion is winning like 5% more than it is expected, you can kind of tell. Okay,
That's
it's
true.
usually
Yeah. Okay. You got
favored
me
in one
there.
direction.
Alright.
It seems more or less even, effectively. It doesn't really swing the win rate that much.
Which makes the stakes even higher, natural.
Exactly.
That's why
So,
we need it, bro. Can we
we
get a
need it,
gentleman's
we need
agreement? Game 5, you give
They
Chris
should.
Zed, give
They
Bok
should.
Choy Rise.
They should. I fear it's not going to happen.
Trade
I
offer.
think I would like that to happen, but I fear it will not. My guess is Chris Zed is never going to be open. I do think that the Rise there's a higher chance of the Rise being available than the Zed. So we'll see towards that.
I was gonna say the Rise actually has been decently available, and something even more surprising is actually Alberta is the team that has been banning it every once in a while. I don't know if Chris is a Rise player as well, but in that first phase they did have it as an option, but they did choose to play the Vladimir instead, which obviously makes sense. Bok Choy completely stomped on it, but we
He's
might
very
be
good at it.
seeing. Oh, for sure. And I think we might be seeing something similar happen potentially as Alberta is going to be on the red side this go. So they might be able to set up for a Rise on 3. But again, Chris's mid pool is also being pinched a little bit. So I'd assume that maybe he would have some prio on it.
Yeah.
Something that's really interesting to me, and maybe I should do some more research as, you know, that is kind of my job, but Xin hasn't been as prio as I would have assumed, and I'm looking up currently, I'm pretty sure he didn't get nerfed in this previous patch, but
Yeah.
maybe he did.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure, but yeah, Zinzao hasn't been present at all.
he did
Maokai
get
as well. Oh, okay. There we go.
It was him and a Fury. Oh yeah, and the key. Oh yeah, and the Vi changes. Oh, his armor growth was cut down. I feel like Zinzao is still good. Guys, I don't think 0.6 armor growth is really that big of a deal.
Well, we might be getting him into this next draft. A lot of champions are off the table now. The Jinx is off the table. The Vladimir is off the table. So University of Toronto Scarborough won't have to ban that one out from the University of Alberta anymore. And I feel like the Vladimir was a big one. I mean, it was definitely one of... it is his favorite champion. It is Bok Choy's favorite champion. So that one's off the board. We'll have to see what they choose to pick this time as we're going to get into the draft of game number 3.
Yay!
Yay.
I was so excited. I love Fearless, bro. Fearless is so sick. Oh,
It is great.
I love it. UTSC going for the Ari first ban, as we see, and the Zed first ban. Okay, so pretty standard from both sides. That is also kind of the fun thing about Fearless Draft is it allows, like, at this level of play, like, you can just keep banning the one tricks and, like, the really strong champions, and then you can kind of just be like, all right, what do you have now? Like, because we don't know. We don't know what you have. So what do you have now? And it's kind of like a surprise for both teams. Because as much as you can go sleuthing through OPGGs, or if you have like scrim results, it doesn't really, I don't know, it doesn't affect it that much, in my opinion. So, yeah.
First round of bans is going to be done here. UTSC are banning away the Ari, the MF, and the Guan, which is very similar to the last two drafts. And U of A Amber are opting to, once again, unfortunately, deny the Zed here from Chris's hands, as well as the Varus and the Lulu. He will not have access to her most played champion either. UTSC, though, they're considering picking the Zed, or excuse me, the Rise for themselves.
Wow.
That's brutal.
Dude, I did think about it. Because U of A were the ones that kept banning it in the second phase. What if
No.
UTSC just picks it? Now I'm curious, what does Bok Choy have to answer a Rise? Is it sending him a Now this is the thing, Natural, is we keep talking about Chinese Rise and how Bok Choy definitely isn't speaking English. But Chris's IGN is actually Chinese. So we have like an actual Chinese Rise.
Yeah.
Which might just take over this game.
Who speaks more
Who speaks more Mandarin?
Who speaks more Mandarin? Yeah, that's the joke that I was trying to say, although it came out wrong. But yeah, that's effectively what I
I'll
was
say
trying
it
to
louder
say.
for you. Don't worry.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You steal
Oh
my
my
credit.
god,
It's fine.
Jin, thank you. Oh, thank you, Lord. Bro, I swear to God, this champ's OP. I think Jin is like the best AD carry on patch, minus like Varus. Like in T1, I feel like Jin is so first pickable, especially when you're pairing it with Maokai. Like that is a strong R1, R2. And like a 3, if you get like a control mage, something with Rise, because you have a lot of support pairings to play with this, I think U of A so far have a really strong draft.
Yeah, I mean, people joke about Jin being Mr. Useful, but I genuinely think that he is, in fact, useful. The amount of traps that he can lay down, his W can set up these plays from so far away, especially when you pair it with something like a Rumble. I'm kind of expecting here, because, I mean, you got Maokai, you've got a Jin. This is a pretty good slab on Rumble here. It definitely feels like it could do a lot of work, but UTSC here are going to opt into the Lucian Navi, which I'm personally very excited about.
Yeah, I feel like Lucian Nami is also one of those champ duos that are really strong, and Fearless Draft unlocks them a decent amount. I was going to say, I love the Jace pick. Jace Maokai is super famous. Technically, Jace is going to be a flex. I was about to say you don't have to support match here. On 3, you can find a power pick and then defend it, and then ban support on 4. Because there are a lot of options for you to play into Lucian Nami. Some of the things I'm thinking of, you can do Jin Karma, you can do Jin Nico, you can go Alistar, you can go Leona, you can maybe go Nautilus, you can even go Rakan. It's a little bit of a hard matchup, depending on like, if I'm facing Carry on Nami, I probably won't play Rakan, but you could probably get away with it at this level. So like, you have a lot of support answers, so picking up the Jace like this, in my opinion, is a great spot.
Yeah, U of A Amber are setting themselves up for kind of like a Maokai comp here with the Jin as well as the Jace, as you mentioned. Some things that they could round their comp with, obviously they're looking for a support. You mentioned some of the supports there that are capable. UTSC, though, they're going to ban away the Camille from U of A Amber, so they're still considering the fact that Jace might be mid lane as well. Vi going to be banned away from UTSC as well as the Zen Zhao that we were talking about earlier. UTSC, they're missing a jungler and a top laner. What do you think they're looking out to kind of round out their composition with?
So that's what I was actually going to bring up with I love U of A's bans here, is UTSC really lack engage right now. And, you know, sometimes you can get away with it, but when you're so short range, like Lucian Nami and Rise, and you're facing Maokai, Jin, Jace, which don't even need to be on your screen to poke you out, you need something to contest objectives. You need, like, I'm thinking like an Ornn, a jungler that has just really firm engage. U of A taking away the 2 strongest engagers, in my opinion, of things like the Zen Zhao and Vi, because Sejuani is still off the board, Wukong is off the board. I feel like UTSC now might have to get locked into things like a Nocturne, maybe, as like an engaged tool, and then being able to pair that with like an Ornn Nocturne could be good here. Something to just like really pull the trigger and make the team fights messy and make this poke not be as substantial. Because in my opinion, getting in Natural, you know I'm a Bard player. I would never pick Bard here.
It's funny because in the last game where Bard was just such an absolute slabber of a pick, they pick Renata, and now they're picking Bard into Lucian Nami, which feels like really not the right spot to take Bard in. Generally, you do want to play into the kind of mobile AD carries here.
Yeah.
But hey, I mean, last time we criticized their draft, they absolutely slammed UTSC into the ground.
Yeah. And I will say, the new, like, Lethyrus Bard, which I'm assuming that they're going to do, is actually really good, especially with Jin. You actually, not a lot of people think about this, but Bard is actually really good in lane. With the right AD carry. Like a Jin Bard, Varus Bard can actually fight back against a decent amount of teams, or 2v2s. And so I will say, like, Bard with Electrocute is going to one-shot this Nami with Jhin. I think they're going to poke back into Lucian. And it does give them a decent amount of area control playing off of saplings. If a sapling hits somebody and slows them, Bard ult instant. And also, UTSC giving even shorter range of an Aatrox and a Skarner, which Bard fully loves. He's going to get full uptime. If you want to go the damage Bard, like go Deadman's Plate into Leandries, which probably shouldn't do it because it's comp and you're not going to get as much gold as solo queue. But still, like, gives you a nice buffer for Jhin and Jace to play around.
Oh, you have Amber here, the famous R5 Renekton, as you're pointing towards the Renekton on your bed. He's there. He's going to be in the game.
Dude, are you ready, bro?
Dude. He's
so
ready.
pumped to be on the Rift. He is. Such a spark in his eyes. He's like, let's go. Let's go, Renekton. I love that pick, by the way, if you're curious.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be Renekton top, most likely, and Jace towards the mid lane here. You and Amber are very AD heavy, however. It's definitely like, you know, you've got a Bard, sure, and a Maokai that can build like the Leandries and whatnot. But you're playing into Ryze, Aatrox, and Skarner, who can build these kind of like armor HP stacking items relatively easily. Do you think this is going to be a problem for you, Amber?
Part of me says yes and part of me says no. So like with Ryze, I don't think Ryze will theoretically build like a Zonios or a Frozen Heart third item. He needs to get Seraphs and he needs to get Roa ASAP. And you know, I don't think Skarner is going to be that big of a problem because Renekton has does a lot of shred into champions like Skarner. Aatrox doesn't really build that much armor early game anyway, and Maokai does a surprising amount of damage, especially once you go Leandries and Unending Despair. Sapling poke, go through your Q rotations. I actually do think that I think Maokai is enough AP for them to play around. As we do start going into game here, I do think that Alberta has a really winning draft natural. That is going to be, I think, in theory, like on paper, 6 item v 6 item, U of T is probably going to be a little bit more comfortable because of that armor stacking. But I think the game is going to be at a point where it's not going to matter. Like, they're not going to get to a point where the armor will matter before the game is already at a pressure point of one side or the other, especially with the trend that we've been following so far, natural. I don't think like by that 6th item or 5th item point of like, you know, 30-40 minutes, it's really going to matter that much.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Well, regardless of all of our thoughts on the draft, the items, the edges, all of that, it's going to be game number 3 here of UTSC versus U of A Amber. As we've gotten a raid from Atlantic CL, so thank you for them.
Big ups, bro.
W, welcome Raiders. As we're heading into game number 3, both of the first 2 games were very, very stompy, very one-sided, very much kind of over at the 15-minute mark. So this time, surely we're not going to get 3 stomps in a row, right?
No, surely not.
Nah.
That would never happen. I will say something interesting. Just to note, I'm not like, this isn't like a judgment or anything, but just an observation. As I was watching LCK this morning, as I do, and Lucian Nami was picked in the Bro versus T1 game in the series. I believe it was game 2, and the Lucian went Electrocute, which seemed really dominant in lane, and I was really expecting that this game, just because, you know, Jhin Bard, they're very burst heavy, and they don't really want to trade very extended, and I feel like if Lucian Nami were able to, I thought they were going to go for that, and then just get that early lane lead, but also Bard did start W, so he's going to be able to chill or in the early game, just be able to heal up. He also has Electrocute, so once it gets level 2...
Oh my
god, Bok Choy.
Bok Choy actually just straight up going for the 1v1 there. Chris will have to flash out, but this was not the beginning that you wanted to have for this Ryze here. Man, Bok Choy absolutely loves these early game trades, and so far it has been very successful for U of A Amber pretty much every single time. I will say the flashes have been traded, and because of the pot advantage that the Rise has naturally because of the Doran's ring, he should be able to survive in this lane for now. As Skarner might be looking for an invade, but I think he's just gonna walk it off for now. And
Well, he's got the caretaker. Oh my
okay.
god.
Boo.
Wait, there's not even like anything in the game to break down. It's like, oh, Jace picked up 2
What just
caretaker
happened?
shrines?
No way.
The lane is over. I mean, to be fair, like the lane is actually at a really great spot for Bok Choy. Skarner having the first move to potentially play mid and contesting the Raptors there. Really volatile spot, but Bok Choy respecting it. So then, like, nothing really was happening there.
Man, guys,
But
come
unfortunate
on.
timing, bro. During
Why are
the,
we
dude, the raid, bro. We gotta
pausing?
think about the viewership too, man. Like, now people are gonna leave.
It's
Why don't they think about these things when they're in the game? Like, they're not thinking about us.
freaking players, man?
I hate them. In game.
We're joking, obviously. We love our
Yeah.
players. Thank you very much for playing. You're taking a lot of time out of your day to basically like
You're like an ancient Roman gladiator fighting for our entertainment. That is effectively what this is. And I could not be more entertained for one.
I'm having a great time. I mean, to be completely honest, if I wasn't doing this, I'd probably be. It's off camera, but I have a TV like just right out of frame over there. I'd
Let's
probably
go.
be watching LCK VODs over there, and or watching a movie like Gladiator. So
Was
I'm
the-
glad that instead I get to talk to you about the wonderful video game League of Legends.
Exactly. How was Bro versus T1 this morning? I haven't watched that. Was it good?
We saw Owner play Talon.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, like on God, he played
Wow.
Jungle Talon.
That's crazy.
It was actually a decent series. It was all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's T1, so I had my roller coaster of emotions. Nothing like too crazy really happened. But yeah, it was a good series. I mean, LCK. Dude, I hear flashes. I just heard 2 flashes. Give me back in. Give me back in. Give me back in, producer, please. Nah, for the audience, we are hearing a team fight.
We're back in. We're back in.
Okay.
We're good.
Oh,
We're good.
we were hearing the 1v1.
The Oracle
Oh my
has
God.
foretold that there is going to be some flashes going off as the Skarner is looking for the kill here. The Rune Prison is not quite out yet, but one more auto attack onto Bok Choy should be able to take him down. The Q misses though. The snipe with the Skarner Q finds first blood. It's going to be a snipe, and thank God that we're back into this game because I was not ready for a longer pause as UTSC will be able to take the first punch of this game.
Geodude Skarner using Rock Throw, and it is super effective against Bok Choy. I mean, he had no flash. Great job of a punish on, like, just easy 3 camp and a mid gank. Full clear does get his full clear, and he's going to be able to get top grab and secure that. But he's not really going to get a clear or an advantage. He's going to go for a dive top. I think
is
they actually do
Renekton.
one-shot this guy.
It is Renekton, and he has his rage bar filled up. My Saber, he already used the Q3. Remember, it's on cooldown. He's going to use the W, full clear. He's going to be able to dodge the aggro onto that one. Flash forward, flash away. And Bai Loves is able to take the kill. Very clean dive from U of A Amber.
Yeah, I mean, that was just absolutely perfect. Full clear. I mean, the only note maybe I would give is the fact that Full Clear retook aggro out of his W. But other than that, just absolutely stunning. Dropping the turret shot itself for the Maokai. Not needing to use... I mean, they did use Renekton Flash, but it's a fine trade of Flash for Flash. And I feel like they can easily just regank top over and over as Maokai now has the tempo to just go straight to his bot camps. And he's ahead of the clear against Skarner because how long Skarner took on that mid play. And so jungle and top lead is quite big, and I mean mid isn't even in that big of a deficit from that earlier gank.
And those are the 2 flashes that we heard in our oracular vision here during the pause, as UTSC and U of A Amber are all equaled up in terms of the gold.
hoping for a close game this time as My Saber is trading with Bio Loves You very heavily here. However, the refill from Bio Loves You should put him in a better spot. Should also get level 6 relatively soon here.
Yeah, just 6, and then maybe press. Okay, I think he might have had lethal. I don't know. Aatrox has so much like healing. He also is grasp Aatrox, so maybe he doesn't have a kill there. But yeah, pickaxe Renekton versus cloth armor longsword. You're a little sad if you're the big red guy. Big red guy meaning Aatrox. I guess he's not really red in that skin, but I mean, overall, still pretty good for U of A. UTSC somehow up. Oh, just kidding. I was gonna say up 200 gold if you want to nitpick, but I mean, mid's chilling. Got a longsword up. We'll have push early on. I think it'll take a little bit for Rise to be able to contest push. Obviously, he does have the support of the support right now. But bot lane, surviving early game against Lucianami. Down 15 CS, which is a bit brutal. Probably closer to 10 because of the buildup of the bot wave. And, you know...
Folklore is actually just looking for a play here. Flash. Yeah. There is no flash onto the Rise. This is very easy kill here. And Full Clear, despite his name being Full Clear, is making plays around the map that are absolutely flawless, I've got to say. I mean, U of A Amber, in both that dive onto the top lane and both of the ganks in the mid lane, has been playing these so flawlessly. Really impressive stuff here. U of A Amber now have a little bit of a lead. Full Clear might actually be looking for a repeat play into the top lane here, but I don't think that they can dive this Aatrox now.
I think he might be a little afraid of where Skarner is, but they should know that Skarner's bot. Speaking of bot lane, though.
A lot of damage being done to place Talbot and Valdano. Skarner is here, but he doesn't have access to this level 6 quite yet. He has access to the flash. They're going for the dive. That's a lot of damage on the Jhin. He's just going to disappear. Skarner should be able to tank this wave as well and get his Rise to kill. They're going to give it away too. Guys, one more auto attack.
He killed himself?
Surely we get this guy, right? Okay, flash Q.
Geodude uses rock throw again.
I don't know if the flash was necessary, but regardless, they will get him. Meanwhile, into the top lane, it's actually a 1v1. Both ultimates already popped. Q3 going to do some damage, and both of them are just going to walk away. U of A Amber, they get dove into the bot side. However, their Jace is taking plates mid lane.
Yeah, and Maokai is going to return. Potentially going to get the Gromp now. The missing ping is going to go out. I think he just got the Gromp and got out. But they might be able to collapse on the Skarner. No more drift. The root from the Jin's going to land. The trap as well.
He's actually just dead.
I think he is.
Nowhere to go. Taking the shutdown as the Maokai is pretty funny. As Bio Loves You is very close to dying here.
Nice
he should be okay.
He clicks in?
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a crazy click.
That is insane. We love to see it though. Our players are insane and it only makes the series more fun. But yeah, Skarner there, dang, just walking a little bit too far forward and kind of really didn't need to be there. And the Deadly Flourish from Playstyle was absolutely beautiful. They're going to be able to get the kill as well as the first dragon here of the game.
Well, I think him overstaying and taking the Gromp is good, but it's the fact that he tried to greed for the crab that we see Full Clear taking now is where it got a little too far. They're going to contest it. Full Clear gets the smite somehow, even though Skarner had the spells to layer it. And, meanwhile, top lane.
Okay. Well, we didn't exactly see what happened, but yeah, My Saber's dead again. I'm assuming Bio Loves You was like, nah, I can handle this, stayed under turret, and then My Saber just like whiffed his Q3 or something and died. After the best of us. Yeah, unlucky. I think if you're UTSC, you just kind of think you're like F-keying towards top lane and you're like, my top lane just randomly died, whatever, and then you just keep playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, you're Lucianami, you don't care about Aatrox here. Skarner is perma playing bot, but also look at the camps for both junglers. Skarner hasn't touched the top camps in 15 years, and Maokai is just trying to secure his bot side, so Skarner's going to be really behind. Reminder, guys, Skarner is having top to bot, and so Maokai securing these bot side camps are going to give him a pretty big advantage. Skarner's forced to maybe go top side, but he can't really go topside here because he needs to be playing around this bot lane and constantly pressuring this Jhin and Bard. You see him clicking to the red and probably going to go to Krugs, and they're looking for another dive. And if they're able to survive and allow Full Clear to take his topside and also take his grubs, he's going to be really far ahead of the Skarner. And yes, technically, like, Maokai is, like, quote-unquote a tank, but this is also the only AP option for U of A. So him getting strong and getting an early Leandries, like he's probably going to have after this full clear, is pretty vital for the way that U of A's comp really plays out. I mean, that's kind of the linchpin of Jace Maokai comp is Maokai.
And chat, I think we might have a close game on our hands.
Oh my god.
10 minutes in, no significant advantages. As I say that,
good start.
Lucian ultimate is going to be cancelled there, as the Bard ult is going to hit the minions, but it doesn't really matter because the champions have aggro anyways. Well, Daniel is going to flash away. He managed to clear the wave, which is pretty good, as the Jin Trap is going to proc, not going to find the damage onto JK, and the Bard is probably going to survive here. However, Playstyle is dead, and is now 40 CS behind.
Yeah, it's Armageddon bot lane. If you are anyone on U of A Amber, just do not look bot lane. I mean, it's Jin, Bard. This is what I mean, like, this is why I was a little concerned about this Bard pick, is he can't really do that much. Yeah, I mean, might as well. Especially with Bard off tempo. You can just keep doing it. Especially because Skarner no longer has access to his top camps. He has nothing really to do on this timer other than just kill bot again. Yeah, he's going to get crab here, but he needs to wait for his bot camps to respawn. But it's going to be a really big lead in jungle. It's going to be a 3 to, I mean, a pretty big camp lead. He's got the quadrant, but just because of the math of, like, the timing of his bot camps, full clear is going to have his bot side earlier. It's a whole... jungle, man, it's so much. So much, and then you have to think about the camps leveling up, and you have to think about, like, the exponential value of, like, how levels work and XP. Makes my head hurt. But Skarner has Heartsteel, so... you know.
Yeah, we're not junglers, and I would never be a jungler.
I had to play jungle. Did I tell you about the land that I played in last month?
Ew.
Yeah, I filled jungle.
Ew. No, don't talk to me about that.
I played Maokai.
Wow, that's disgusting.
I played Maokai because it was a full day LAN. I played 10 games. 8 of those games were Maokai.
Oh
I was
my
falling
God.
asleep.
Government mandated 8 games of Maokai.
We're blue side. Maokai's up.
JK
Guess I'm
here is just
playing it.
getting absolutely demolished by this redacted damage here, but Piercing Light is going to do some damage.
Oh my
Actually
god,
going to find
grabs
the
it?
Skarner ultimate as well. It's a very nice...
No way.
Yeah, nice flash. Very nicely kited away, JK. Beautiful play there. The Skarner backup was definitely necessary, but Bio loves you is going to die for it. Yeah. That's a pretty nice play from UTSC, and they're going to be able to find, like, even more advantages. And it feels like, again, for the first time in this series, we're getting a relatively close game.
I'm actually surprised that BioLoves didn't commit his own flash to chill damage. His own flash onto the Lucian, I feel like with Rage Bar, an Empowered W could have killed Lucian there with full combo. But now Renekton is just going to TP back bot. And they're going to be contesting the dragon here. Jin is left alone top side, but also Jin is kind of useless right now. Like we've pointed out before, down 50 CS. And so give the strong member of Renekton to be able to play the fight towards dragon. Plastalbo is actually doing a decent job just staying afloat top. I mean, he's Jin. He can just use Dancing Grenade and his traps to just clear waves and not really interact with Aatrox. And so, on paper, this 4v4 is pretty U of A favored. And also, UTSC is very late to the play, so it's just a free second dragon.
Free second dragon here for U of A Amber, as you said. And gold, more or less dead even. I mean, 5k, 500 gold is really nothing to write home about. The Lucian is far ahead on the side of UTSC, and the Renekton and Maokai are ahead on the side of U of A Amber. It definitely feels like a top side versus bot side game that we have on our hands here, as Playstyle is actually going to get hit by the Q3, going to use his flash. However, a Rise ultimate is more than likely to come forward, as Skarner going to get under the turret here. Qs from the Aatrox are going to hit, flash forward to secure the kill. My Saber is very low.
Oh.
Actually, it's Sting going down to the turret there. It's going to be a kill traded by Bok Choy, and our Epilogue Digger is absolutely dead. There's no way JK can get out of this. He's just going to get autoed by the Maokai. The Q misses, but it doesn't matter. The Ignite is there for the tick down. And Bok Choy, he's able to save the play on the top side. And on top of that, U of A Amber get a kill on the bot side.
They actually got 2 kills on the bot side. We didn't see it as the dive was happening, but Kiki was caught out bot side trying to defend Lucian. I believe it was caught towards Pixel. We saw Maokai ult there as Renekton was pressuring the Lucian. And so overall, a 3-for-1 trade for U of A. But Nami
Kiki stole all of the chickens there. That was pretty funny.
And the little ones give you actually a decent amount of gold, so, you know, good bubble, good aqua prison. I know the name of that one. But U of A actually really on. We saw the gold swing go from being down 500 gold to now being up 1.5k, so a 2,000 gold swing, and that's gonna allow them to get a decent amount of gold or items pressured, and but the pressure's gonna go back top.
Ding here, looking for Bok Choy. The slow is gonna hit. Doesn't have access to the impale quite yet. The Q though, as well as the follow-up from the Nami, should be more than enough. As soon as he gets in range, they are of the Rune Prison. He's gonna use the flash for it. Bok Choy here should be completely dead, and that's a 545 gold kill going over to the Rise. As my saber here,
Beat him up.
yeah, he's just gonna be able to take the magical journey out.
What a great name for an ability. What a great ability.
It's fantastic.
It's so fun.
What a great
It's
champion.
so fun. I love that champion. That's why, you know, I have almost 1 million points on that champ.
Holy, you're the Chime Minister.
Dude, no. I gotta respect my elders. The real Chime Minister is better than me. Lapras is so good, bro.
Yes,
But they are gonna be looking at the Herald here, and you. Oh my God!
It's not gonna be stolen away from
and
UVA
smites
Amber.
it.
Stolen away by U of A Amber. There's a teleport coming in here from UTSC. Current call. He's gonna do some damage to my saber. Gonna find the Rise as well, actually. Not gonna be able to tag him with that last one. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the fight, it's a nice
good Bartle.
ultimate onto 2, the stasis. Gonna stall out this fight for a little bit. Bai loves you taking a lot of damage.
my
He flashes
God.
in with the Q. He survives with the triumph. Meanwhile, it's now the Aatrox and the Skarner on the run. The Bard with the magical journey is very deadly. My saber is in a 1v3 situation. The Q3 finds something, but not quite enough, as it's a double kill for the Renekton, and U of A Amber find an ace at 17 minutes.
What an insane play. I'm pretty sure Valdano just 1v1 the Nami that whole fight. He had a vendetta against his support, but to be honest, the way that U of A fragmented this fight was absolutely perfect. Bai loves you buys a lot of time and also finds the backline. Great AoE damage on both of those, and full clear staying alive so perfectly. Has the AP damage, but also has the phase rush to stall out the Skarner and the Aatrox and allow the slow damage of Jhin and Jace to arrive. Renekton being so accelerated also allows him to do a decent amount of damage and keep stalling. UTSC doesn't really have a lot of damage to deal with a tanky member like Renekton. Lucian, yes, has Essence Reaver, but Essence Reaver doesn't really cut through a Renekton. I mean, this is like, you know, Lucian needs a little bit more acceleration, a little bit more gold to be useful, whereas Jhin is chilling. You know, as much as he has a little bit poverty, he also just is good for utility. Jace 2 item, Renekton 2 item, Maokai 2 item now. And also Bard's probably going to be out damaging Jhin at this point. He's just here for the root, he's here for the slows from the curtain call, and he's having a great time on vacation.
Nice. He is, yeah, that's one way of putting it. JK here is in the ruler spot. Has to be careful. Dig in the meantime is getting absolutely clobbered by 3 members of U of A Amber and might actually just die here. One more auto from the Jhin will do it. Gets collected. Meanwhile, Bai loves you is getting straight up into the melee. The Bard ultimate finds 3. Nami is already dead. That's a nice Q3 though.
He uses the
Good
root
healing
though.
from the Aatrox, but it doesn't matter as he gets into the car, into the taxi. I don't even think he needed to survive, but it's pretty funny. Most likely a misclick, but now U of A Amber, it feels like, are fully into the driving seat.
Yeah, unfortunately, Biolovsy does not have a driver's license and did mess up the drift into this tier 2. But Maokai,
Oh, he's looking for the
my
engage!
God.
He didn't mess up the drift. He was looking for the Lucian, not the turret. He's gonna be able to find him too. Oh, that feels so bad when you're on the receiving end of that. You're like, man, this guy just like straight up ran over me. As Valdano here is now caught. The Aqua Prison is nice, but Kiki takes a lot of damage, and it's an impale that will give away a 560 gold shutdown. Full clear is getting teleported on by a Rise. We're gonna get slowed there. As it's nice deadly flourish as well.
No
Accelerated
way.
shock blast doing some damage as well. Bok Choy though gonna get stunned into the wall, and the Rise is now pumping damage. I think this is the moment that UTSC were looking for a comeback. However, Biologio is actually pain tanking everyone. He just can't die. It's a quadra kill for the Renekton. You might as well just give him the pentakill. Oh my god, no one can kill this guy.
I mean, this is getting brutal. Natural, as soon as you said that this game might be a little bit even, the game completely blew open. A 10k gold lead now at 20 minutes. Ace and then ace again. Over Chase, I mean, it looks kind of good. You know, maybe pick off full clear. But again, this is Jace, Maokai, Jin. You know, they're just going into their spells. Just play it slow. Yeah, you got Bok Choy. Okay, just leave from there. But they feel safe because my Saber's coming around. But Renekton is just bonkers. Look at how much damage he pumps out. The healing from Triumph as well as his Qs and the Eclipse shields coming up over and over again, doing a great job there. And just, I mean, man, we've all been there in solo queue. We've all been there in comp of, you know, okay, these guys are trolling, they're overstaying. This is the swing of gold. This is us punishing them. And then you just instantly die again, giving U of A soul point now. And also just the availability of full Otacon control. Bok Choy silently has been getting a huge lead, staying at 10 CS a minute this game, whereas his AD carry is at 5. And with him putting pressure on top with TP to match my Sabers, it's just going to be a free Otacon here for U of A.
It is a rough time here. My Saber with that flash Q3 as well was so tragic. It was definitely not exactly good. It completely missed the Renekton, and missing that sweet spot in the Q3 means that he gets to survive and pump out even more damage and heal even more. It's absolutely tragic. It gets a quadruple into the Renekton, and as you said, what was a close game, what feels like basically, you know, 7 minutes ago, is now a 10k gold lead for U of A Amber. Full map control, gonna be most likely able to take this Baron on spawn.
Yeah.
Definitely feels like, you know, UTSC, they showed us what they were capable of in game 1. I think this game was a little bit more of a kind of unlucky game where a lot of things could have gone the way of UTSC, but they just didn't.
Well, now the unluckiness is going to continue. Oh boy.
That's one way of putting it. Tempered Fate onto the Aatrox. The Aqua Prison, as well as the Tidal Wave, is pretty good, but it's not going to be enough to tank that force shot. So much damage coming in from that Jin. That's a double kill for him already, and now it's a 3v5. U of A Amber, they still got the Renekton ultimate. They might still be able to go for a dive on this turret. I'm going to choose to instead just Magical Journey out and just take some more control over the jungle.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's really the only standing gold that U of A can get. Like, at this point in the game, without Baron buff, you can't really get these inhibitor towers unless UTSC really troll and give you a bunch of free kills and like low-key an ace. So U of A, they get their last piece of standing gold. The last thing on the map that is just kind of for free. They can reset, spend that gold, and now they're going to have to just chill for this next minute and a half until Baron comes up. And then with that Baron, then they're probably going to play on 3 lanes, I would assume. Having Jace, or maybe playing on 2. Probably smarter to play on 2, and then just knock down these inhibitors and maybe end the game depending on how fast UTSC chooses to play it. But with tools like Maokai ult, as well as the poke of Jace and Jin together, it feels like they can really hurt them in their base, and UTSC doesn't really have a lot of tools to answer back.
It's pretty brutal time for UTSC right now. Baron spawning in under a minute. U of A Amber already positioned around it, set up a lot of their traps, and this combo with the Jin as well as the Maokai is so deadly. I mean, you find one sapling onto the Nabi, Deadly Flourish, and he's just not gonna have a great time, as well, we might be just looking for a fight here as Tempered Fate finds the Lucian. The Skarner here is just absolutely dead. Placed Elbow will have to flash out from the Lucian ultimate, however. Curtain Call misses the first bullet, is going to be able to find the second one, and the flank from the Renekton is very good. There's not that much left to do here for UTSC. It's going to be a wipe for U of A Amber. Very nice team fighting. They just played patiently, wait for UTSC to dive into them, pincer them, and they should be able to end the game right here.
Yeah, this is probably just going to be a game, but a great job from U of A of playing on 3 lanes, being patient, stalling out, and this is the lack of engage that we were talking about from UTSC. Their only engage tool is Skarner just running at them. U of A just simply walked away, and because they had the side lane pressure of I Love You and Bok Choy, they just snuck behind them and cleaned up. Unless you get a great snap engage of a drift into a flash ult, and then you get 3 people there, that stall is not enough. The lack of engage is really what screwed them over, but the root of the cause, I believe, is the fact that UTSC didn't go all in on these cross maps. They had to accept that Maokai's playing for top, we have to play for bot. It felt like they stalled in the mid game. They stalled not playing around Lucian anymore. They didn't continue to carry his lead. Instead, they tried to recover the other side of the map. And that's always what screws you over. You want to just keep trading up instead of trying to recover, because that is when you make the game completely volatile, which is exactly what we saw there.
Some macro, some micro mistakes on the side of UFT Scarborough. It's now a 2-1 score for the University of Alberta. This is the best of 5, which means that University of Alberta are in match point. If they win the next game, they will be able to get the finals, the grand tourney win, a $250 prize pool, excuse me. And we're real close to it. It's just 1 game. UFT Scarborough, obviously, they still have a chance. They need 2 games now if they want to be the ones to take the finals. We're going to be right back after a short break to see who is going to be able to take the finals.
Welcome back to game number 4 of the CIE finals. We're on match point. University of Alberta now only need one more game to take it all the way home, and maybe these games have been getting closer, so that's something that I'm excited about. T-Man, I feel like we just want one comeback. That's all we want. I just want one game where one team just fights back a little bit, and it feels like we haven't gone that yet.
It's just so hard, like, in this meta. Like, it really is difficult to make these kinds of plays. Like, you have to be just it's so difficult to be able to make those kinds of plays. Even, like, in T1 scene, we don't see plays like this happen very often. It really is just, like, the times that we see games be stalled is because dragons are usually being stalled, or big fights that both teams commit to happen so late in the game. Compared to what we see here, we're seeing second dragons and third dragons being fought to the death for, rather than, being able to stall it out. And so I think that's kind of where it's starting to develop, is like the snowball happens at about 15 minutes. And then once you get to that second item spike earlier than the other team, then from there you get to a position where the other team really can't come back.
Yeah, and it's a difficult position to come back, as we've seen, like in all of these games, pretty much. As soon as kind of that one big team fight breaks out, after that, the game just devolves very quickly onto one side. The last game was pretty exciting. I mean, we had like a pretty close game. It felt like we had some decent macro decisions from both sides, where both teams were kind of making their own plays on different sides of the map. It was like a very much like a back and forth, a conversation, until UFT Blue, they just went like a little bit too far, and it felt like Alberta was, after that, they were just spanking them like over and over again. It was very much like punitive, it felt. And University's, props to UFT Scarborough, because they did make some proactive plays and they tried to get back into it. They tried diving over and over again and stuff. But every time University of Alberta would like kite away with their Jin Bard, they'd be like, okay. And then they opened the curtains and just kind of all went away with a whisper.
Yeah. Oh, Last Whisper. Which is what? Oh, Whisper is the name of the gun. That's Jin's gun's name. I forgot. That's not Last Whisper. That's the item. I will say, speaking of Jin, though, because he's not a champion that can be played anymore, AD carry pool is looking really pinched.
It is.
No Ashe, no Jin, no more Lucian Nami. Game 1 had Tristana.
No more Kaisa.
Kaisa. I'm missing one more because there's 3 games. Ashe, Jin, Tristana.
Ashe, Jin, Lucian, Tristana. Ashe,
Jin,
Lucian, Tristana, Kaisa.
They're all out of order. Our list of bands are not in like Jinx.
Oh, Jinx. Yeah, Jinx was the one that we were missing.
Yes. Ashe, Jin, Tristana, Jinx, Kaisa, Lucian are all out. So
yeah,
in my
3
opinion,
games, 680 carries down.
So there's the prio picks of Callista Vera still up, but those are being banned perma. MF is also a prio pick that's being banned a lot. So if we keep the same bans from the first 3 games, the next 80 carries that are up are like Ezreal,
Zaya,
and then you got like Smolder. We got Zeri,
Yeah.
I know a lot of like some Western teams are starting to bring back Zeri. Also, Zyrakan is
Yeah.
also a very big duo that I'm going to be keeping in mind as we go into draft eventually here soon. I'm assuming like it's going to be a Zaya Ezreal handshake unless one of these teams decides to switch up the draft and let one of those other 80 carries go through.
Yeah, Zyrokan is definitely something that we're looking forwards to. There's also, I mean, the pools of pretty much everyone at this point are kind of getting pinched.
Yeah.
A lot of these, I mean, a lot of these players have mains. You know, when they play in solo queue, a lot of them do tend to like just play towards one champion. Notably, Chris, who in the mid lane at this point it feels like has been struggling. In what it feels like in the past 2 games. I feel like we got to see him like on a champion that he can actually, you know, have some hands on.
Well, and I'm like looking at his OPGG and seeing like what are those champions that he can pull out. His second highest win rate champion is Rumble, which I'm assuming is like his autofilled games of like when he has to play top. I
Yeah.
doubt that's Rumble mid. And then after that, he has LeBlanc, Katarina, and then Yone. Which LeBlanc and Katarina are both 40% win rate. And also those are two champions that don't really fit very well in the meta right now. And also are really hard to draft. Just being able to force like a Katarina draft, you can't really just force a Katarina. It has to like naturally happen. So yeah, I completely agree. I feel like Chris, someone that we were talking about a lot being on our radar, someone that's really good, obviously with his rank, but because he doesn't have access to the Zed, it doesn't feel like he's as confident and as like capable to take over a game as we were expecting going into this series originally.
So what you're trying to say is that Zed is an elo inflated champion.
Well, I have been saying that actually. I didn't say that on stream, but I will say it on record, and I will also say that
Okay.
Talon jungle players are also elo inflated. I hate those.
Very
champions.
strong opinions. Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
god, dude. Well, because what am I supposed to do as a support player when Zed gets 2 kills to?
Sounds like a
I
skill
can
issue
go
to
up.
me, man. I
I can
don't
go.
know.
Oh yeah, my bad. I'll just watch him just kill my 80 carry and then blink back to his base and nothing. Like, cheers.
Hey.
Cool.
Listen, regardless, we're not here to make judgments about what the good game design are. We're here to cast. And as far as I can tell, you know, UFT Blue, they just need to get their hands on something that they are comfortable with. As we mentioned earlier, Chris unfortunately is kind of really seems to be mostly just comfortable on the Zed, which is just getting permabanned, which is, you know, the risk and dangers of competitive play. But regardless of that, I mean, I'm really hoping once again for like a little bit more of a closer game, for a little bit more of like an interactive game where there's like some back and forth. What are you expecting in terms of like, you know, the draft here? Are there any picks where you're really thinking, okay, I really think that UFTC like should just full index on like this thing, or should like, you know,
That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I'm like looking at the OPGG, the multi of UOT, and I'm like trying to think like what are the picks that are gonna bring them back into the series that can like maybe be a pocket pick. And one that we haven't talked about, and it's somebody that we also like a player that we haven't talked about a lot, is Kiki, who has a lot of games on Zoe support, and that is actually her preferred champion and favorite champion, is Zoe. And that's I feel like obviously not like a competitive like meta support, but I feel like when you're back against the wall, the enemy team is at serious point, game 4, that's the kind of champion you need to pull out and start getting that momentum going into game 5. Like that cheeky pick that not a lot of people are knowing how to play against, especially as some of the engaged supports are being taken away. Zoe could be a champion that you can really just easily play. Like a Zoe Ezreal lane could be very viable. If they're able to get Varus, Zoe Varus, just because like Kaisa isn't a thing anymore, Lucian's no longer a thing. Some of the aggressive AD carries that you could play are not in a position to be picked in this next draft. So I feel like Zoe could be a pretty solid option for them, especially in the second phase, because I don't really know if U of A are like aware of that being a possibility.
Yeah, well, we know for a fact that Kiki likes the Zoe support, which I would be very excited for one to see play out. I mean, it is very interesting to see all of these like interesting pocket picks. We haven't seen the Fiddlesticks as well. That's kind of the other pocket pick that we haven't seen yet.
From Full Clear. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I know he got nerfed this patch, but I think the nerfs were towards like support Fiddlesticks. I don't know how hard they hit jungle. I don't know. You'll have to ask Full Clear. But looking in the last game, I mean, obviously, like Maokai was in the first rotation for Alberta. They did not try to even pick it. It hasn't really been that banned that much, so could be an option. I feel like that's like Fiddlesticks is a really strong like game 4, game 5 champion.
I would agree with you. That's definitely one of those champions where the further you go into a series and the more like prone you are to making mistakes, just because you know you're starting to get tired. The more games you play, I mean, it's a difficult thing to do. You know, especially in competitive, when in comparison to solo queue. I think it's easier to play a lot of games in solo queue because a lot of the times, like the outcome of the game isn't that determined by how well you communicate or like how well you play. Sometimes you just get a government mandated loss, and sometimes you get a government mandated win. And those games you can kind of just cruise.
Yeah, you can like mentally check out.
You can mentally check yourself out and kind of just keep your mental for the next game. But in comp, that's not the case. You have to calm in pretty much every single game. And in the games where you are losing so hard that you don't have to focus, I feel like it just is still mentally taxing. I don't know. I've only played
I completely agree.
Yeah, I've only played comp once, and it was fun. But yeah.
It is exhausting, man. I've played a couple BO5s, and like when you get to that 5th game, it really is just like you are sitting on your fundamentals of just like you're like the fact that we can't even speak sentences, we can't speak English right now. Like imagine being in comms while also having to play champions that you're not very familiar with, while also having to build a game plan with your teammates and having conversations with them.
It's hard.
I think that's also like why Chris is kind of struggling right now, is because he is that one trick. Obviously, he is capable of playing a bunch of other champions, but you aren't able to conduct the game as easily if you don't really know, if you don't have that much experience on these champions that he's locking in, you know? Because you can't play every game like you're playing Zed. So, you know, fascinating to see as we continue. I also think like time zones is a good thing to bring up, as it is getting later in the day. It's also Thursday. So, like, some of these players might have had work in the morning. I worked in the morning. I actually had work 13 hours ago. I'm on hour 13 right now. Love working in a coffee shop. But, Natural, enough about my coffee shop. I think we're going into draft here soon. And I'm very excited.
Thankfully, once again, we don't have to stall for too much longer.
Saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell, yeah, exactly. And we are going just straight into draft here. The Zed is just going to be banned. It's not like a surprise anymore. Very unfortunate, however. I would have loved to see it. But unfortunately, the Zed is not going to be the savior for UTSC here. I'm expecting, honestly, like pretty much the same exact bans from both teams here. I expect the Varus to be banned again. Pinching the 80 carry pull feels like definitely a very good move from either team. So I'm not really expecting that to change that much at all. Xin Zhao is open still in the jungle.
Yeah.
Maokai is now down, however, so I'm kind of not really expecting... well, obviously you can't pick Maokai comps anymore. But champions like the Rumble are all of a sudden quite a bit weaker. All of those champions that have like kind of long range engagement setup are just not as strong anymore here. You have Amber, they're going to ban away the Lulu from Kiki. I'm excited to see what these two teams are going to pull out.
Yeah, me too. I think also a niche pick that could always be thrown out there, because Riot did their bi-yearly, or not bi-yearly, their quarterly Senna change of just reverting the same patch that they do every single patch of,
very funny.
Now Senna does get souls on minion kills. So 80 carry Senna is back. They do the exact same change. I'm pretty sure if you look at the patch notes, they're the exact same changes of souls. But Senna AD carry could be a play, especially if your mid laner or top laner wants to play more carries, or even your jungler wants to play more of a carry. Senna, oh, well.
They hurt us.
So
I guess
what was
they
their
hurt us.
third ban usually there? Is it was it a Callista? Let me look. Oh,
was-
they usually banned Gwen right there on 3. Oh wait,
Are
no,
they
sorry.
planning to take
I
the
was
Gwen
looking at the wrong.
themselves?
No, I was looking at the wrong list. They usually ban Varus there. So now U of A is saying, okay, you're either gonna ban Gwen, you're gonna ban Varus, and we're gonna get whatever one you're not banning on 1. Wow, big brain. And they're gonna get Varus B1. I guarantee it. I'd put my house on it natural. I'll go
Oh, yeah?
homeless. Varus
Okay.
B1 here every day of the week.
Let's see it. Well, there you go.
I'm so good
You
at
keep
my
your
job,
house.
bro.
You are not homeless. Congratulations.
Dang. I mean, I am homeless. I just DoorDash Chipotle, so I'm actually going homeless. That was
Yeah.
$1 billion, but all good. Anyway, that was when you were gone.
Yeah, DoorDash is a scam. UTSC are going for the Aphelios here. They're going to be picking up that very interesting champion. I love watching Aphelios. I think he's super fun to watch. There is quite a few good combos with him. One of the rare, decent Yuumi champions to some extent. Not the best, but, one of the champions that you can play it with, though Yuumi is not particularly good. Karma has
I was gonna
already
say.
been picked, I'm fairly sure.
Because it was about to be picked, and then it was Bard that was picked on 4 last game. I was also going to bring up that Yuumi pick. I think Yuumi could be a champion that was going to be picked, but just to remind ourselves of the patch that just went live the other day, Yuumi for some reason got nerfed, so
Oh, okay.
a champion that's kind of already bad no longer
I mean,
existed.
sure, I
But
guess.
Karma,
I don't know.
I do like Karma being taken. It's a great pairing with Aphelios. It kind of is that bridge for Aphelios to get a couple items and survive a little bit longer. But also Karma Varus is a really strong lane, and so you're also taking away Karma from Varus. One thing though from U of A that they could pick on 3 here, if they play it, is something like a Nico. I think Nico could be really solid here. Or you can always just, pick like an Alistar, take the LF lane. The first recall is going to be rough, but at least you've got engaged, especially when you've locked in something like it sends out on B2.
The Xin Zhao is going to be locked in as well as the Nautilus here as being considered for
like
U of
that
A
too.
Amber. And I think U of A Amber, yeah, they've got a very solid first 3 picks here. Very decisive, engaged, very solid, front to back. This is very standard stuff here. UTSC are going to lock into Warwick. Interesting. The Broken Blade special here being locked in from UTSC.
So
You're
I don't
looking up
see
the stats to
Warwick
see
on
it, yeah.
any of their on any of their RPGs. Because I was like, is that jungle or is that top?
I'm going to assume that it's top. I feel like lately it's been
I
more
would assume
Warwick
so,
top.
right?
Yeah.
But that's such a weird. Okay, yeah. G2 did that last weekend, I think, where they had the right bans and had the right champions out to be able to blind Warwick. But also that Warwick lost that game. UTSC also skipping a ban there, unfortunately, or maybe. Oh, I didn't know that. So our producer
Didn't know
said
that either.
on game 4, and I'm assuming game 5 as well, there are no second phase bans.
So they're just wasting our time with the.
So now we
clock.
we're not gonna ban random. So we gotta
Oh,
wait
I guess
2 minutes.
I guess they have to wait for the bad
well,
timer
but
to
they
expire.
they could ban champions if they played last game if they were smart.
That's okay. That's okay.
But we can
That's fine, that's fine,
still
that's
talk about this Warwick pick. I'm trying to remember what the good Warwick counters are. If I'm remembering that G2 game, it was against KC, and because they were facing Kana, whose champ was very traditional
It was
top
was it
laners.
Kennen or something? I don't even
He
remember.
picked Mbessa into it, and then he just kind of
okay.
went even in the lane, and then the rest of his team won because his AD carry is named Callista, and
Yeah.
that guy is bonkers.
That guy
good at
is the
game.
goat. He is.
Yeah.
He is actually the goat. That guy is absolutely the goat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're just gonna wait for the advance to pop over. Yeah, the Warwick is definitely an interesting champion. I feel like UTSC here, you're playing into a Varus, Xin Zhao, Nautilus. You have an Aphelios and Karma. I feel like at this point you're kind of oh bless you. You're kind of
Thank
at a
you.
crossroads. You've got 2 options as far as your draft goes. Either you index into more long range and you kind of decide to keep the Varus and Zhao Nautilus at bay, or you just opt some kind of like melee champion that does well into more melee champions. They're gonna go for the Orianna, so a little bit more of option 1, as U of A Amber are considering the Victor as their counter.
Sorry, I'm doing even more research. I'm just genuinely curious how many games their top laner has on Warwick, and on his OPGG that he has linked, there are 0 games this season of Warwick. So this might just be a blind pick, or maybe it's their jungler. We still don't know just yet, but I do like the Camille. Oh, it is jungle.
Okay, yeah, that's Warwick jungle. Okay,
So baited out the Camille pick, which is pretty sick, and then you get the only other counter pick to Camille that is available, which is going to be the Jax. Love that. But I am also worried, Natural. I feel like I've said it every single draft. UTSC doesn't have Engage.
yeah.
Except for Warwickle. And we've all seen the TikToks of Maroon 5 of Warwick just going across the screen and hitting nothing and like hitting Baron across the street like with the Orianna ult. Dude, if we don't get that, I'm gonna be pissed.
Hey, that is the combo. That is the combo. That is
Dude,
the
it's
idea,
so
I think,
funny.
behind the Warwick Orianna. You put the ball on the Warwick, Orianna presses R, Warwick presses R, you get like a sick engage. Wow, that's a very pretty cat. I've never seen that thing before. Is it a cat?
Yeah. It's a fox.
Fox-ish? Yeah, something Eastern coded.
Ionian coded, thank you.
Ionian coded. Yeah.
It's whatever Spirit Blossom Ari turns into whenever she's like in her
Oh,
home
yeah.
guard animation, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think it's. Anyways, yeah,
Yeah.
let's not nerd out about the lore right now, but we're getting into game. This is match point of U of A Amber, as you can see on the top left of your screen. They are at 2 games. One more game, and they will be able to take the finals and $250 home. It's
every member
Yeah.
of U of A, if they win this game, could pay for half of a Chipotle DoorDash. I will say something that I didn't
if they
bring up
pull together,
earlier.
they can get 2 of them.
Oh, they could get 2 bowls as
That's
a team.
crazy.
But they do have Nautilus, and I wanted to bring this up a little bit earlier, but I kind of forgot to. One of the biggest, like, I remember when Aphelios was first really meta. If we flash our eyes back to 2022, when Aphelios was like pick ban.
Bokchoy's just gonna walk into a Warwick here. Gonna take a solid chunk of damage. He's actually might have to flash here.
Well,
No,
that's
he's just
also
gonna walk away.
Bok Choi's lane just done. He has to recall. We'll have to TP now.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Get a
Nautilus.
quick, yeah, sorry. Go
Nautilus
ahead.
was permabanned against Aphelios because Aphelios could not play against Nautilus ult. Because, you know, it's just confirmed engage. You cannot do anything against it. It's the same thing as, like, Zeri. So, I'm a little afraid for Aphelios to be able to hit in this fight, or in these fights, especially when you've got Camille dunking on your head immediately after that. They have great access to the backline. But if Jax gets fed, which he probably should be because of the way that this matchup goes, he could be a really big buffer, especially because U of A, their AD carry is on-hit Varus, and on-hit Varus does not do a lot of damage to Jax, so gonna be up to Bok Choy. But
It's also
name a more iconic duo than U of A and needing Bok Choy.
It's also more than likely not on hit Varus here with the combat. It's
yeah,
more
I meant-
likely.
Poke Varus, I'm so sorry.
Oh, good. It's okay.
L color.
We're all tired.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyways, this
Right.
Camille is like 8 CS behind on wave 2, which is
Okay,
kind
but
of
look at the
insane.
giant wave he's got in front
Okay,
of
yeah,
him.
fair. Okay, sorry.
I'm pretty sure
My
that
bad.
is 8 CS in front of it right there.
Yeah, my fault.
Let's be real.
My
It's all
fault.
good. No, it's fine.
No, I'm sorry.
I said the wrong Varus build. You can't count minions. It's fine. Wait, he's still behind 3 minions. I think he messed up his last hitting. Or maybe I didn't do my math wrong. Or maybe I did my math wrong. Woo! This is gonna be a great game for.
This is gonna be sick. Oh, we got this. Okay, yeah. So speaking English, both junglers here, full clearing, as you know, full clear's name suggests. Doesn't look like we're gonna have any early game actions when it comes to kind of the level 1 through 3. 1 through 3. Yes, I got it. It's rough out here, man. It's rough.
Natural. I really like I wish that someone out there was doing like a drinking game of how many times we
hell
make
no.
a joke about Full Clear's name and being like, a Full Clear doing his namesake of Full Clearing. Because I think they might be passed out by now. I feel like both of us have said that probably twice a game this series. It's just there. It's just low-hanging fruit.
It is. It's surely tempting. Let's be real. Half of the job of a caster is effectively to be a jester, and jesters got to jest, you know.
Jester's got a jest. Can I get that on a t-shirt?
Okay, well, Full Clear is kind of waiting around here in the bot lane. They're trying to get a hook. Valdano is going to force the flash out of Kiki. It's definitely a necessary flash here. However, the Karma being flashless for the next 5 minutes is going to be a little bit brutal here for UTSC. We've seen that U of A Amber are pretty good at punishing these things.
Yeah, especially with Xin Zhao Nautilus as a combo, and Xin Zhao is on the bot side here. He does want to go back top side, as that is his clear, his full clear. But, it would kind of mess up his tempo, but the tempo wouldn't be that bad because he can get Dragon, and it is Warwick, so like Warwick is already slow at clearing, especially without the Tiamat. Don't show us taking Raptors. That's gonna be the most atrocious thing to watch. Warwick hitting Raptors, bro. That is the slowest thing ever. Because then he also has to like last all the little ones too. Oh my god.
It's okay.
In the big 2-5 watching Warwick.
He gets there eventually. As Chris here, as well as Ding, are on top of Full Clear's Wolves. He has access to the flash. He's gonna get feared for now. He's gonna flash over the wall. I'm just gonna force that one out. Bok Choy now is coming in for reinforcements, but his jungler is way too low. So they're just gonna have to sacrifice Xin Zhao's flash, and Ding will be able to get this Gromp as well. So it's a nice invade. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Kiki is actually taking a lot of damage. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that's just Nautilus hook hitting. And Kiki should be able to heal it back up, but some very nice initiative being taken here from UTSC.
Well, and also, slowly U of A will be developing a decently big mid lead here, as the first recall of Orianna was tier boots, and Bok Choi's was a blasting one. So he should be able to fight these mid waves decently well. The way that this matchup goes is both of them kind of just have to trade at each other. You know, Orianna has to just QW off cooldown on Victor, and then Victor just has to keep lasering off cooldown and queuing, and trying to not take as much damage as possible. It's like one sends out the cooldown, and then the other one sends out cooldowns. But looks like Dragon is going to be the next fight, and also a Shockwave mid, which I didn't talk about.
Shockwave.
Here comes the wolf.
It's also a Chaos Storm. The flash is going to be followed with the Q. Flash auto attack from Chris here. The easiest first blood you've ever seen. Meanwhile, the Drake is going to be taken here from U of A Amber. So UTSC, they get the first blood. U of A Amber get the first objective.
Dude. Just watching people face Warwick and never remembering that like Warwick Q can just follow you through the flash kind of reminds me of last year when I believe it was HLE facing FlyQuest, and I forgot who it was, the top laner that didn't know that Nunu East rooted, and he tried to TP away melee range into Nunu. It's just like, it's funny to be reminded that some people just have never experienced these champions, you know? Or it's like those little interactions that you just forget about, you know?
It reminds me of that one time where it was discovered that Canyon... Was it Canyon? I think I'm pretty sure it was Canyon who didn't know that like Lee Sin Q was an execute or had like missing health, extra damage. I don't know if you remember that.
Of all people, like, Canyon didn't know that?
It was someone on DK, like back when DK actually won Worlds. I remember some of the DK comms got leaked, or not leaked, but they like released like a video, like some kind of content piece or something, and they were doing like Lee Sin 1v1s, and one of the members on DK was so confused about why he lost it. And it was very old like content piece.
It reminds me of like yesterday when we were playing with our virtual backgrounds, and you had the one with pink words. Like the bell curve of like irons and challengers are like, well, pink words don't do damage, so why would I buy them? There's a lot of little interactions like that where it's like Emerald players, I feel like, know so much more about the game than like high elo players. You know, like it's like the little things. Like
If you use W then E on a Camille, it's more interactive.
oh my god. Wait, it's the combo.
It's great how like you see the play coming and you're like, yeah, I gotta keep talking about the bell curve thing. Anyways, yeah, that's a nice combo. That's what the White Organa is there for.
Yeah, there's no counterplay to that. This is Camille saw Warwick. Yeah, he ulted, and then Organa ulted.
Yep.
I'm afraid for when that combo's gonna be executed poorly, where Organa ult pulls them out of Warwick ult, and then they can like flash away and they don't get the kill. You know what I mean? But that'll never happen, I'm sure.
Bokchoy is walking pretty far forward in this lane, despite the fact that he knows that the jungle and support of UTSC are here, but he's going to be able to just Chaos Storm away and just pick up the wave. Inside of you, T-Van, there are two wolves.
Always.
And one of them, always, pause. One of them
Like,
hits
pause
his
like a
ults. Anyways, one of them hits his Warwick ults, and the other one just completely misses. I also believe I think there is an interaction where if as Camille you just spam R on top of yourself, you're able to ult the Warwick ult. I think that's a thing.
And I believe you can also hook shot out of it, depending on the timing. I'm pretty sure if you shoot out the projectile and then get hit by the ult, and then it connects to a wall, you will be dragged away. You can buffer a lot of CC with Camille. Camille is such a cool champion. I'll say it. I think she is the coolest top laner in the game. Just the little interactions that you can do with ult and E, like E flashes and flash E's, and the like Bin doing the really cool like flash over the
come
wall.
on, I was about to say that. I was about to say it.
You're gonna tell me that that's not the coolest thing you've ever seen ever.
The hardest combo in the game, doing it
God.
in like a game 4 or something of
competitive. Finals,
and
then well, it didn't even like matter. Actually, it did matter kind of. But and then you watch her go down 30 CS.
Well, that here is more than likely dead. As we're talking about some very cool Kabila combos. Just a little bit too far forward, I think. His jungler is doing Raptors at the moment, so they're not really connected. Meanwhile, we're just going to flash ult on top of full clear. He's going to use the Crescent Guard, get a little bit tankier here. However, he's actually going to be able to survive for long enough for the Chaos Storm. Not even, actually, without the Chaos Storm, going to be able to take the kill here. So there's going to be one kill traded for U of A Amber, but still UTSC in the lead at this point. Meanwhile, this Camille is actually doing relatively well in this matchup, despite being 20 CS behind.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup, I mean, like, you can kind of start playing it once, like, you start hitting items, but it really is, it's really difficult for Camille. It's like, you kind of have to, you're in, you're just like, you just have to punish the Jax misstepping, and misusing abilities. Anyway, but speaking of misstepping and misusing abilities, it seems like U of A might be a little bit like cocky or just overconfident, or maybe also as sleepy as you and I are at Natural, because they're just making a lot of silly mistakes, forcing things that they don't really need to be forcing. Full Clear hasn't been very proactive as he should be.
Not sure
and
what
they're
this
just dying around mid a lot.
Meanwhile, in the ball lane here, we've got another engagement. That's a nice Aphelios ultimate. He should be able to take the kill here. Full Clear, meanwhile, is going to take down the Varus. Flashes on top of the Aphelios, but it's going to be traded. Kiki is going to get hit by the arrow. The Comet is going to be able to take the kill. The Chaos Storm is procced. Our Epilogue is doing a lot of damage. Full Clear here, not going to die. And the Orianna is here, but can't really do much. And it's going to be U of A Amber that are kind of walking away. Meanwhile, in the top side, it's actually the Camille just actually died looking for the flash shot where Even is going to be able to find it. So trading a kill. This is a fiesta.
Well,
the UTSC are going to be awesome, man. Thanks. that was great. But UTSC are going to be relatively happy with the outcome of that play, I think.
Sorry to cut you off, man, but I do want to bring up the fact that if we remember, we've been yapping okay, well.
Okay, we're looking for the depth charge here. Bokchoy doesn't have access to the ultimate, and he's pretty far away already, so I don't think this is a kill ever. And meanwhile, what we did miss is that bot lane, the Varus died.
Yeah. Another Warwickle finding a victim.
Hey, let's keep fighting.
Now.
I think that's a great idea.
I think UTSC knows that I have a really cool color point, but they're gonna keep. No, they're not gonna fight. Okay, remember earlier if we want to imagine that really good play that U of A just did, remember like 5 minutes ago, I know we're yapping a lot, we've been saying just a bunch of hubbub, but a while ago I was like, wow, Bokchoy has a blasting wand over the tier and boot of Orianna. He's slowly going to win this mid matchup. He has a level up, and he also has his Roa first, which allowed him to move from mid to bot faster than Orianna could, which is what eventually made that fight really advantageous for U of A, as well as a great positioning from Postalbo. But then they just keep overplaying these weird fights, which allows Warwick to keep pick up random kills, and as well as Valadano was forcing a mid play, which was not necessary and was actually never going to be in lethal. It's interesting that U of A, last game was so crisp and so precise with all their plays, and now this game they just feel very sloppy with the way that they're playing the map.
A little bit sloppy, a little bit dirty, but that's what good League of Legends is about. You know. Real men,
sure.
no, you know that coffee pasta, right? Real men like poop on the rift. You know what I'm talking about. No, you've heard that one before. Come on, don't leave me out to try like this.
No, I haven't. I'm sorry.
Oh my god,
really wish
I am so sad.
I really wish I did, man. I really wish I did.
Place Talvo here. Gonna get rid of it. Yeah, this is very dominant here from the bot lane of U of A Amber. Meanwhile, in the top lane, this Warwick is in no man's land. He's 1v3. That's a very nice counter strike, though. He's gonna be able to find quite a bit of damage. The Shockwave finds only one. My Saber is gonna be able to find the kill. It's 1 for 1 now, but the health bars on UTSC are lower, so we're gonna start running away. Crescent Guard expired from full clear. I don't think my Saber wants to go back in there. This is gonna be a 1 for 1 at the end. However, the bot lane from from UTSC, moving all the way to the Rift Herald here, so they're going to be able to take the Rift Herald, but it's going to be traded for the bot lane turret.
Yeah, I mean, like, sure, you're going to get Rift Herald, but, like, Varus is staying ahead of the curve, which is something that is very vital as Lethality Varus. If you get even just a slight bit behind, you're just so useless. Merman probably going to be completed on this reset here. Varus is going to be really strong, especially compared to Aphelios, I'd assume. Just a full item up. Also, just due to the nature of Lethality Varus, he's going to be hitting spikes faster than any other crit 80 carry, as Yomu's and things like Muramana are a lot cheaper. He actually doesn't achieve Muramana just yet. We see in the base he got a longsword, so he probably needs to collect like a midwave or a couple more midwaves to get that item. He has a decent amount of time because, I mean, I'm gonna say something, and I know I'm gonna eat my words immediately. There won't be any fighting for about a minute or two because Dragon is up in 2 minutes. And
Surely
that
both
is
teams
the
realize
next
that.
objective. And so there is nothing to fight over unless they want to throw the game for no reason. They should be playing for 2 item spikes, convert that Phage on Xin, convert the Haunting guys on Victor, convert the Caulfields onto Varus, maybe find Nautilus first item. Those are going to be really spikes to play, and if they can get those spikes and vacuum the resources into those items, then U of A are going to feel really confident going into this Dragon fight. Merman now completed on Varus. Thank God. And yeah, as we can see, compared to Aphelios, he's going to be really far from IE. So this next Dragon is going to be really, really important for U of A to secure a good team fight and a good snowball to start.
He's got the items. I will say, I'm going to build Barry for a second, if you could excuse me. I do really like Edge of Night here instead of Muramana second for Varus.
For Warwickle, or?
Yeah, Warwick, Orianna combo, that kind of thing. It just provides you a lot of safety. I'm a big fan of Edge of Night on Lethality Varus.
I like it as a third item here. I think Muramana damage is really important, just so you can like get through Warwick and Jax.
Bokchoy. He's just dead. No point
I saw the
flashing.
TikTok.
That is one insane combo. I mean, hey, we were memeing on it, and we are still memeing on it to some extent, but it works. Warwick ult's on top of you. The Orianna ult is right there to follow, and there's really nothing that you can do about it.
You have to dodge the Warwickle, but even then, Warwick is melee range into you. He still doesn't have Blade of the Ruined King, and 15 seconds on Dragon. Bokchoy does have TP. Yes, he used the Chaos Storm, but that insane, awesome sauce, cool combo of Warwick Orianna is now down for the Dragon. So yeah, you got 300 gold onto the Victor kill, but this very important Dragon contest, your two most important cooldowns are gone. Unless they fully stall for the Shockwave, which might be up in the next 30 seconds, it's going to be really hard to get. But they're going to force the Dragon and force the Rift Herald mid. So this Dragon actually might just be gone. U of A just might just give.
Yeah, it's a nice sequence here from UTSC. Despite the fact that, as you said, two of their most important cooldowns are down, because they have the Rift Herald, they're able to just drop it mid and get the Dragon anyways. Not at soul point yet, but still, it's 2 Dragon advantage with a little bit of a gold lead on UTSC.
I actually don't hate that they're giving that, because I was saying before, you know, you really want to get the 2 items before you make a play happen, and they're just so close to those points. Camille not hitting it yet, Zinzai not hitting it yet, Victor not hitting it yet. It's just Varus who is, and oh, that is unlucky. T-Mag gets it though. And honestly, a Mana Immune that is unupgraded doesn't really do that much.
Chris is going to be able to dodge onto that. Oh, look,
Everyone,
Valdano now
the
is being
Avengers.
taken down very low. The Avengers are assembling, as you said. The Counter-Strike is going to hit and is going to take the kill here. Meanwhile, it's the Aphelios that's here as well. The Flash E from the Camille. My Saber, though, he's still alive somehow. The Comet is going to take him down. It's now only 3 left alive on U of A Amber, but not for long as the Aphelios gets a double kill here. That piercing arrow does a lot of damage, but doesn't quite find the Warwick. And the Avengers assemble on both sides, but it's UTSC that take the team fight.
Yeah, imagine that fight when you have second item on Zinzo, second item on Camille, second item on Victor. I'm going to keep saying it because it is such an important fundamental of League of Legends is playing off of your spikes. I mean, this fight is so close just due to that fact. A great opener from Jax, but it's the fact that Jax and Warwick are able to dive onto the backline so easily because of their frontline diving so far. It's disjointed. Victor has to go so far up to get damage down that it allows Warwick to just flash over, as well as Aphelios flash ults. It gets a lot of damage down, but as the dust settles, look at all the flashes. Kiki is the only one remaining with on UTSC with that cooldown up. So as this next dragon is going to spawn, you know, those are vital cooldowns that Varus ult can easily punish. That's something that we also haven't really talked about here. Natural is the fact that Varus ult is free real estate, as our epilogue does not have cleanse, and so that could be an easy tool to get kills on a very aggressive AD carry on all of these mid waves.
Indeed, as next objective on the map is going to be the dragon here, and I'm definitely expecting both teams to contest it. The Auto Kahan is up as well. Both teams are positioning around it here. Pink Ward and Tribush successfully be cleared here, as Biology is going to be able to just E away from it. UTC are actually going to start off this Auto Kahan.
That is terrifying to do against a Varus and a Victor. Their resistances are getting shredded. Otacon also just does a lot of damage. They get Orianna ult and Victor ult traded, but they keep going for it. The chakrams of Aphelios is also running out. He just swapped to pretty bad guns.
It's
Green
5v5
purple, this is
now.
going to be scary.
It's actually going to be started here from U of A Amber. The Warwick is trying to fight and engage. It's a nice shockwave onto 2. Meanwhile, onto the back line, the ultimate from the Aphelios is quite a bit of damage, but the bounce from the Varus ultimate is insane. It actually hits another 2 people. And now the Auto Kahan plays Elbow has to be careful. Okay, he's going to be fine, but is the Auto Kahan going to be taken by U of A Amber?
Yeah, I mean, that's... We talked about it in Game 1 and Game 2, or maybe it was yesterday, but Otacon is one of those objectives where you can easily throw the game. They're just doing it for no reason. Maybe they're just, like, uncomfortable. Aphelios still isn't even Infinity Edge. We get to watch the replay here because our production is awesome, and we get to watch this... Look at the like, crowd control and the space control that Varus and Victor do. You know,
yeah,
My Saber... Or, not My Saber, excuse me. Warwick and Orianna get the combo down, but it's on the melees here, not on the back line. It's on a Nautilus and a Zinzao, who don't really
look
care.
at that spread.
But all of the poke from the
hits all
Victor and the
5.
Varus, the Chaos Storm, even though it's unupgraded Chaos Storm, still doing so much work. Varus now at 3 items. Do not look at carry items. You will be depressed if you're a UTSC fan, because Infinity Edge still not unlocked for Aphelios. And 3 items now for Varus unlocked. This Victor finding the Zonias, so that combo of Warwick Orianna going to be a little bit less useful or less potent. I mean, U of A, my god. is finally starting to be in the driver's seat of this game. They just need to keep playing their poke and keep playing the range of Victor Varus.
You got there.
Thank you. I'm trying to say UCLA. We're in Canada.
The baby cage is being dropped down. My Saber here is
my
going to be
God.
chopped down. By Loves You is finally doing a lot of damage now that he has 2 items. Meanwhile, Dink here on the Warwick is doing quite a bit. The healing is actually kind of absurd. The Shockwave is going to be able to take down the Xin Zhao, and now Baya Loves You is in a 1v3 situation. His team has abandoned him. They're like, yep, you're dead. I don't think we're helping you out. So UTS here are going to be able to find some picks, but meanwhile, Victor is free farming in the bot side.
Yeah, I would have loved to see Postalbo and Valdano just drop the top play and also play towards the mid, or even rotate and match with Bok Choy, because U of A, I mean, excuse me, UTSC is using everything on these to recover these plays. A great opening play from U of A, but then like they use all 5 members to rotate. They're 5-man rotating everywhere. Bok Choy now getting 5-man collapse, a TP behind him, and no one of U of A to support.
He's absolutely dead. He's going to die for the tier 2. It's not that worth of a trade considering that he had a shutdown, and he's now going to be down for this dragon, as Valdano is getting absolutely clobbered by those Jax. Shouldn't be able to walk it away though. And U of A Amber is going to be giving away this dragon. They're sending their Camille top as placed elbow, looking for the steal. That was actually kind of close. He's not going to be able to find it
before. I got flashbacks to 2023. That's
Looks
not
like UTSC
Arctic Ops Fair, so you know.
Yeah, it's not Gumi Yoshi. So UTSC are going to be positioning towards this Baron. I don't think they want to start this one off, considering Bok Choy does have his teleport.
And also,
UTSC
they're
are
still
just going to be waiting for them.
facing Poke Varus. Oh, it's full clear.
He is all alone. He's been singled out by the lone wolf. Sigma Wolf versus the Xin Zhao, and it's the wolf that wins for now. Meanwhile, JK is going to have to flash away from the wall. That's a nice arrow from the Varus doing a lot of damage. Valdano finds a route onto the Aphelios, but he's going to die for it. Baya Loves You is also going to die. Flash E from My Saber, though, but there's just no follow-up onto the Victor. Bok Choy finds some damage. The health bars from UTSC are quite low, but they should still be able to go for this Baron. I mean, it's only Playstalbo and Bok Choy alive.
It's so difficult for Bok Choy and Postalbo to play in that situation because it's so fragmented, the front line. I mean, obviously it's full clear getting caught where he shouldn't be, but Postalbo and Bok Choy need time to get up. They need uptime. If you're Xin Zhao and Camille and Nautilus are getting hit, you need Varus and Victor to be shooting back, but because all the initial burst and cooldowns go down on them before they're even in position to play this fight, they don't have enough time to get the damage down. Also, Postalbo being pushed out of the fight and flashing away because My Saber finds a timing there. Bok Choy almost one-shots the backline, and if he had the Chaos Storm available, I think a lot more damage is done, but it's U of A just being caught out, and UTSC continuing to push the tempo so fast that U of A are unable to make the setup happen.
Ooh, Kiki is just walking into there. The flash is going to be traded, and Playstalbo is going to be able to take that kill. He does have to use the ultimate for it, but he should have it in time for... Yeah, he's going to be having it in time for the next objective anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. As My Saber here doesn't have access to neither the flash or the teleport, so he's kind of stuck here. Baya Loves You is going to get some reinforcements very soon, and My Saber here is just completely dead. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Playstalbo, very nice dodge! As he's going to go straight towards my window. My Saber is still alive somehow, but he is finally going to die. UTSC now, they still have the Baron under their belt, but it feels like that the impact of that blow has been softened a lot by those 2 picks.
Bro, Warwick might have a concussion hitting the wall that hard. Just slammed himself into it.
I love this champion. It's so
dude,
funny.
it's so goofy, bro. It's so unreal. But as the map is starting to stabilize a little bit from either side, I mean, the gold lead is 200 or 2,000 gold, excuse me. Dragon for Soul of UTSC is going to be up in 2 minutes. My eyes right now are on the mid laner of UTSC. Is Orianna going to have Rabadons before this Dragon? Because that is going to be really important. The Blinding Jewel of Bok Choy was just really purchased, so I think that the Void Staff is pretty far away. I don't think U of A is really going to be in a position to get a spike that soon. And oh, that is a Rabadon's death cap on Orianna. So now we have to really watch the Shockwave, especially if she gets level 16 here soon, which she's really close to getting, as we can see in the bottom left. So this Orianna is going to be absolutely Thanos. But with the way that UTSC have been playing, oh my god, well, he's getting caught again.
Oh, he's gonna
Good
be able to
buffer, though.
buffer the ultimate with his Q though. But the rest of his team are just way too far, way too late, and he's just
Yeah.
gonna die. Thankfully, there is no objective up, and there's not really UTSC can do much with that kill, so that's just gonna be a pickup.
I mean, they do still have Baron, so they might be able to look at this mid tier too. Victor, though, forced to reset instead of pushing top. I do believe they're going to get this tower. The Varus ult going wide.
Folkler also going in here.
Oh.
Yeah, he's gonna be forced to use the Crescent Guard. Definitely means that the tier 2 here is 100% gonna die. As tier 2 in the bottom lane as well, because they were all defending that mid lane together, it means that My Saber is able to take this tier 2 bottom. And I feel like they could have just given the tier 2 mid and defended the tier 2 bottom instead. But regardless, UTSC will be able to get a bunch more gold into their pockets before this sole point here for UTSC. They are going to be a little bit late on the map, however. And I think U of A Amber should be walking up and taking vision.
Really cautious, though, but this is the cautiousness that they should have been showing about 10 minutes ago, or even just a minute ago. Laldanio making sure that he's with his jungler, paired with some other, buddy system, holding hands with everyone, but Camille's so split, and Varus is so far away, and
We're
they're
just engaging
engaging.
straight up. The Camille isn't here, though, and the teleport is coming in from My Saber. Meanwhile, JK on the Aphelios is pumping out damage like no other. The Varus ultimate is too little, too late. It's already a double kill for the Aphelios. U of A Amber are on the run, and UTSC, now they just get the soul for free.
Yeah, honestly, this might just be game. I don't really know how U of A are able to recover here. Varus poke is not going to be doing that much anymore. Aphelios has 3 items as well. The LDR being finished, so they're just going to knock on the doors of U of A as Bok Choy, who is like their main wave clear, just taking away. That's going to do a lot of damage.
Oh my god,
Q
the
out.
damage
Jeez.
check is absolutely crazy. That is
And that
one
wasn't even a
Aphelios
crit.
Q. Yeah,
I don't think that was a
kind of
crit.
absurd. Yeah,
That one hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
body
good news
hit too.
is the Xin Zhao and the Victor are respawning, so UTSC, they don't technically win the game yet. Technically.
Not yet. And there is still a lot of space for UTSC to throw this away. But they are definitely in the driver's seat. As we go into this replay here. I mean, it's just like a misidentification of what their comp does. Again, it's slow. Play
Varus
slow with
doesn't
Victor
have ult
poke
here,
and
by the
Varus
way.
poke. But like, Varus is so far away, and so is Camille. And we're just deathballing. Look at how, like, Bok Choy is melee range into them. It's just
Yeah. That made no
silly.
sense.
Silly. I think that they're trying to death bush into that banana bush, and they thought they had the timer. But UTSC off of base a little bit faster than they thought. And that gives them, like you said before, free soul. Also just a lot of space, as Baron is up in 20 seconds. U of A doesn't really have a lot of space to be able to play with, to even contest this, to even look at it. Sure, Varus' 4th item, but at this point, Varus is, he's been outscaled. Lethality Varus not quite as good as potentially a 3.5 to 4 item Aphelios. And I don't think I see him killing this Jax or Warwick anytime soon.
It's a brutal one. This definitely looks like game 5 to me. As now with the soul, second Baron of the game. I mean, U of A Amber opted into that fight. But as you said, probably just misidentifying where all of the members of UTSC are. As now they're on their last legs defending against UTSC's push. There we go. I got there eventually.
Oh, nice. That was good.
Thanks, man.
Problem.
They're actually looking for a pick onto the Warwick here, but Ding is just going to be able to fear away, and the Depth Shard was already used. It's going to be traded. That ultimate just never stops being funny.
funny, man.
It
Our
just,
producer just howled in our ears, too.
it's so good.
It's like Warwick is really with us right now. Oh my god, is he in the building with us? UTSC a little too scared to finish the game here. So they're going to reset. Get Aphelios' 4th item. Get Warwick 4th item, I guess. Jack's 4th item. Just get some spikes going. I mean, Camille is decently strong, but I don't think that she's ever going to win side against Jax, especially with Zhonya's. And I don't think that the game is really in a position where she can make that substantial of a side lane push. So it really is up to U of A's mid laner here, Bok Choy. Once again, being just that stable pillar. And being kind of the last line of defense. I mean, yeah, Varus does have damage. I don't want to, like, put that, like, away. But it's mostly going to be on Victor of how much uptime is he going to have, and is he going to get caught out by people like My Saber, like this Warwick as well.
Bok Choy is going to get straight up ulted. They're peeling him away, though. He's going to drop the Chaos Storm as well. The Varus ult goes completely wide. Full clear is tanking. That's a beautiful three-man shockwave. The follow-up with the Moonlight is absolutely stunning. Bale Loves You is going to go in, but it's only for himself to die. The Warwick is in the back line. The Aphelios flashes forward. He's going to be able to find the stun. It's a quadra kill for him. It's going to be stolen by My Saber. Playstylebo AFKs, ult and force away from the game. And honestly, that's totally fair because UTSC are going to bring this series to a game number 5, baby. We are getting the distance in this series. That was a beautiful engage.
Yeah, a shockwave, almost a 4-man shockwave into a 4-man Moonlight Vigil. Just absolutely stunning. Just so much damage. U of A, I mean, they're in the driver's seat a little bit, but I think we're starting to see the exhaustion from both these teams happening. Just so many dumb, silly mistakes from both sides. I mean, I can't blame them. I would probably be doing the exact same thing if I was in their position. But they are going to be taking this break and thinking about this Game 5 draft, which is going to be a big puzzle for these guys. I will say some news that I got just barely is that Game 5 draft does not have any bans, period. So that will allow them to play the puzzle a little bit easier, but still a puzzle nonetheless.
We'll be right back. And welcome back to game number 5, the deciding game of the finals of the CIE 2025 League of Legends tournament. We're going the full distance. Silver scrapes in my ears. My throat is starting to get dry from all the yapping that I've done. We're just getting all of it today. And the news that I have for you is because of what we mentioned earlier, that there are no bans in Game 5 Fearless in CIE, which means that we're more than likely getting a Zed, baby.
Yeah, we like made that realization off stream. Like I was taking one more bite of my dinner, and you're like, what are we even gonna play? And I was like, wait, no bans. That means we're getting Zed, baby. We're gonna see Zed. Ari is gonna be left up. Misfortune is probably going to be picked up on AD carry, yeah. Gwen is going to be an option as well, as that is one of the other OP junglers that wasn't really, or OP junglers and top laners that wasn't nerfed in this most recent patch, compared to things like the Zinzao and the Nefiri. So, big prio champions. I'm trying to think, what are the other bans that they kept going for? Things like Lulu is going to be left up as well.
That's right, yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like of all champions, those are probably going to be the 4 or 5 that are being picked is Ari, MF, Gwen, Zed, and Lulu. We are going to be seeing Alberta being on the blue side.
Oh, okay.
What are the odds that Alberta
That they take away the Zed?
just takes Zed B1?
I mean, I think that would be cinema, personally.
I mean...
Sorry, can you repeat that, production?
UTC blue side.
So actually,
okay,
it's
never mind.
So
they just
it
get
is
the
gonna be
Zed.
a
They just get the Zed.
ZB1,
They just
baby.
get the Zed.
But
We're
hey,
gonna get
they
to see. No,
could-
I'm excited about that personally.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, Zed versus Ari mid lane? I mean,
Hell yeah.
come on.
Hell
That's
yeah.
to be amazing.
You remember?
But wait, I just realized because there's going to be no bans, we have to wait like 15 years for champ select because we have to wait the 630 seconds.
Surely-
Okay. Our
Okay,
producer says
nice.
okay. God bless
Nice.
you. God bless you. Wow.
Save me, Donald Trump.
That's a reference. I'm not. It's a reference to a
that's a
video.
great
It's a
reference.
GIF.
I love that
It's
reference.
a reference. Okay, we're not. I'm
You
not.
did this.
I'm not. It's a reference. It's a joke. Okay.
Thank you, Canadian, for giving me, an American, a little bit of
Donald
hope.
Trump is not my president. I am Canadian. I'm not. Okay. Anyways, let's stop talking about that. So the Zed is going to be most likely picked here, B1 from UTSC. It's going to be
Yeah.
the first pick, 100%.
I am super excited to see the Chow 1000 LP, like a 62% win rate Zed. It's going to be something insane. I mean, it's going to be something to witness for sure. My question is, what are Alberta going to prepare against it? You know that this sucker punch, this right, like, big punch is coming your way. You're surely bracing yourself, right? You're going to prepare something. You're dodging out of the way. So what are Alberta going to prepare? I mean, the traditional like Zed counterpick is like Lissandra.
Right. But also with Ari being up, I would assume that Ari is going to be their response. So theoretically, you don't have to pick Ari on 1-2 for red side. You could do MF on 1.
Yeah.
And then like, because they're probably going to pick Lulu and another 80 carry on 2-3. So you could pick something like a Leona or an Alistar to pair with MF, and Leona and Alistar don't really care about Lulu. You can also kind of play Rakam, and it's a little bit awkward. I was gonna say Rel, but I'm pretty sure Rel's banned.
Rel's gone,
as
yeah.
it was played, I believe, in game 1 or game 2. And then you can pick the Ari on 3, or you could just do 1-2 MF Ari and then get the counter on 3 for support. But also, my question is, what are we getting in jungle? Because we already have Warwick being played.
I'm going to assume that Viego and Vi are going to be involved in the discussion,
Viego,
right?
Bro? Where's Viego been this whole game? I feel like that's like a game 2, game 3 champ.
I feel like Viego has definitely like fallen off the meta a little bit recently, but I will say with Ari being open and with no bans, you can guarantee yourself an Ari Viego as University of Alberta here, and Ari Viego like a very common kind of 1-2 on top of that, just being in general like a good 1-2, but because of the extra context of like a bunch of these picks being gone, I feel like the Viego Ari is like a super good 1-2 here for the University of Alberta. I don't know how you feel about it.
No, I completely agree. So I'm also reminding myself of the other junglers that we have been removed away from. Yeah, Vi is a big one. She did get some decent nerfs in this last patch. But I think, like, I'm just trying to think, what are you going to pair with Lulu? Because if MF doesn't go your way on blue side, and you're going to play Lulu, Ashe is down, Jinx is down, Aphelios is down now. That's a lot of those on-hit 80 carries. Corki hasn't been picked yet, which is quite surprising, but Corki Lulu sounds terrible.
What about Twitch Lulu?
Into MF? Low key?
It works. It could work.
Could be the sauce.
However, I feel like into Viego Ari, probably not the best, but
but like ignore that.
What about Kog'Maw? Kog'Maw hasn't been picked yet.
I don't think Kog'Maw's ever gonna be picked. Also, I just like looked over because I have I have the mid laner's OPGG up, and his, like, you know how you can like put a status on like your OPGG when like you sign in. He put Zed King.
Nice.
And also he's ranked 161 in NA.
Ow.
That is
Jesus
so
Christ. That is insane.
And I
we're gonna get to see us champion.
4,000. Yep. Now
That's
we get to see his champion. Oh my god! I almost saw the draft. And I'm gonna look away. I'm gonna look away now. I was tabbing back to my Discord to make sure that Prod wasn't talking to me in text chat, because my other Prod adventures sometimes they talk to me in chat. I didn't see anything actually, so
you didn't see anything.
Actually I saw a couple things on blue side that are exciting.
No, it's fine. Don't spoil chat. Don't spoil chat.
I'm not gonna spoil. You think I'm gonna spoil it, bruh? I love movies and I don't spoil those. Like I'm not a weirdo.
Lucky for you, we don't have to go on more tangents because we're gonna get into the Game 5 draft here. So I promise this is the last like draft adjacent tangent that will go on. Because after this one, this is it. This is
there it is.
Oh my god, what a surprise! No way. Who could have seen? Oh,
dude, I'm so good at my job. Ari?
Wait. Okay, actually, this one I did not see coming at all.
Garen mid and is that?
Is that the counter pick? Is that the sauce?
Wait, but Garen just got like mini rework thanked.
Is that already live?
Or is that on PvE?
Is that? I feel like I don't think
I'm
that's
pretty
live
sure,
yet,
yeah, I
right?
think that's on PvE. Yeah, because I was
Yeah.
just reading the Twitter threads of all the Garen one tricks. So
Okay,
Garen
that's
is
gonna be
locked
picked.
in.
Wow. Okay.
Very surprising, because that also. Oh, Zeri Lulu. I think I blocked
duh.
that out of my brain. Ever
Yeah,
since the
Zeri
Zeri Lulu
Lulu.
Shinami, like I've just blocked it out of my brain. So that is a very obvious 1, 2, or 2, 3, which then to me will open up maybe an Alistar on 3, but also you want to get Ari. Actually, there's no bans, so you don't care. You can just get
Don't
Ari.
care.
Or you can just get Ari on 4. Doesn't really matter what order you want to do that in. MF does just need somebody to set up. I personally would prefer something like a Leona.
Yeah.
It makes the lane a little bit more difficult. But
What about?
to-
Sorry. What
I
about
was just gonna
his?
say it's better into Zed, but
Yeah. What about his
What about-
Zoe support? Not happening. Especially because UTSC support that plays Zoe support.
even better, Lissandra support. Even though that was being played into Rakan,
Yeah, it was a Rakan counter pick back in the day. Well, we say back in the day, but it's still
it's like
is
6 months
a
ago,
Rakan
and that
counter
wasn't
pick,
even
yeah.
that good. I think it wasn't that prevalent. Okay, so we just don't have a third champ. Producer, it's Fiddlesticks.
It's Fiddlesticks.
Why
Oh my
not,
God, wait,
baby?
that is a crazy
Full clear
combo.
Fiddlesticks.
That is
I
a
forgot
crazy
about
combo.
Fiddlesticks.
We
We forgot
completely
about
forgot.
Fiddlesticks.
We
Oh my
completely
God.
forgot. So U of A Ambers for context, because I feel like they're, we're talking a lot about all of these champions. UTSC. His mid laner, we're just gonna give a little bit of context here. UTSC's mid laner is a 1k challenger Zed one trick, so we're very excited about that. U of A Amber is no, these are fake bans.
I know they're
U
fake
of A
bans, but that means Alistar's not being picked. Even though that was a good pick.
Yeah, U of A Amber on the other hand side, the jungler for U of A Amber is called Full Clear. So that's hint number 1 about what kind of stuff he likes to do. But also his main is Fiddlesticks. And the Fiddlesticks MF combo is a very potent one, and they're going to choose the Rakan to back it up.
I just don't like it. I'm sorry, peace and love. Rakan is like one of the worst engagers into Lulu just because a lot of his engage can just easily be canceled. Lulu
Yeah.
Polymorph can actually cancel the Grand Entrance, as well as the ult. I'm sorry, Zac is being
What
picked.
the hell?
Forgot we haven't talked about Zac in jungle.
It's crazy. That's weird.
Rumble.
And okay, Rumble is the
Sure.
like one champion that I'm like, yeah, sure. And the Gwen.
I was gonna say
okay,
Gwen
yeah.
is such a fat Gwen angle with 4 or 3 melees.
I love
remember
this. This is
those
great.
things.
This
Dude,
is
this
great.
is
This is awesome. This is so
The
sick.
most brain dead. There's no like cohesion with either
Pure
of these drafts,
solo queue.
and I love it. I
It's
just love
great.
it.
It's
They're just
great.
playing
This is
all their
amazing.
mains. They're playing all their like. This is great.
They're
I'm
playing.
just like trying to imagine the team fight of like Fiddlesticks, Gwen, Garen versus Zed, Zac, Rumble. Like how do they interact?
Hey, listen, we were waiting for this moment effectively from the beginning of
We really
this
were.
series. We were like,
Yeah.
we want to see this guy on Zed. That's his best champion. He's got 1,000 LP. He's like rank 140 or something on the ladder.
61.
Like 61. This guy is crazy, okay? And U of A Amber, I mean, they've clearly got something in mind with the MF Fiddle combo as well as the Gwen. There's a lot of AoE damage. That's a lot of circles. It's a lot of geometry. Might as well be playing StarCraft at this point.
Yeah.
As
Zerg
UTSC, this is crazy. Okay, listen, hey, this is cinema. This is what we're here for. We're all the way to Game 5. And we're going to get just straight into the game. We're going to stop yapping and just see what happens.
And also, something we haven't really discussed is like this Garen and Gwen pick are also like really strong picks because as long as Zed isn't like turbo ahead, those two champions can't really get one shot by Zed. And also Zeri doesn't really deal with them very well.
Yeah.
So then you're thinking, okay, well, what can? It's Zac and Rumble. But later in the game, Garen and Gwen are chilling against Rumble, especially Gwen. Gwen kind of counters their whole comp so perfectly. So, in my opinion, Fiddlesticks needs to be going to the top side, taking out this, or accelerating this Gwen, and really just making this game utter chaos as we are going into Game 5 here of the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. Natural. I'm pumped, bro. This is gonna be cinema. Sorry. Also, the beginning of that, like, at least for me, your mic was cutting off like a little bit, so I just heard doo doo.
I was obviously singing Silver Scrapes here. As
Obviously.
UVA Amber are going to start off the action early by having a 5-man invade through the top side. UTSC are actually ready for this somehow. I don't know how.
I think they're going for like a 3-man invade, perhaps, but
Perhaps. You'll just find an effigy, get 3 gold, and walk away. This is game number 5. These are games that are so prone to mistakes and a lot of these plays. But the fun thing is, this time we get a lot of these players on their most comfortable champions. So I'm expecting some flashy plays from the Zed. I'm expecting some crazy outplays from JK on this area, who has played quite well this entire time. As Buckchoice is going to drop a ward, dodge the Q, or a farm on this Garen. Oh my god, it's over
now. Oh,
it's
this guy's
over.
gapped.
This
Wait,
guy has
this guy's
1,000 LP on Zed, by
Oh,
the way.
they're
but
really
he's
just
dog
giving
water.
out Challenger to anyone nowadays. Like, what is this, bro? Also, something to note,
Oh my god.
there are
no, that's
2
insane.
exhausts in the game for U of A. Zed has to deal with 2 exhausts of Rakan and Gwen having those. So that'll be fun, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's pretty depressing for the Zed. And I will say, it definitely feels like the circles on U of A Amber are a little bit stronger. I don't know if you would agree with that. To me, it feels like the MF Fiddlesticks Gwen team fight is a little bit easier to pilot than the Rumble
Yeah.
Zac Zeri,
I agree.
I would say.
I will
Yeah.
say though, like if U of A gets really behind, I don't really see how they can get back into the game. Whereas UTSC, like they have really good snap engage. U of A, like their snap engage, I guess, is like Rakan, but again, we've talked about how it can be canceled really easily. Zac ult can also cancel Rakan really easily. As someone that plays a lot of Rakan, like Lulu and Zac are kind of hell champs to play into, especially if they're really good. And like UTSC, they have the great snap engage. They also have like these like Zed can find like some outplay and get them back into the game on side lanes. U of A, I don't really see a play like that for them. I did not know that you could do Krugs and Red at the same time for Fiddlesticks. I guess that's why they call them full clear.
Exactly. Fiddlesticks got some crazy technology when it comes to that, as his full clear is already done.
Yeah, he was at grab at 315.
It's pretty troll.
That's crazy. Go.
Hey, it's as you said, he's called full clear for a reason.
Yeah.
As so
It's
far,
the people that are
relatively-
still doing the drinking game just got even worse. Like we just had 4 times in like 2 minutes.
I think the nurses are giving them shots every time as well. They're still watching. And they're just like,
Yeah, their stomach has been pumped 5 times by now. We have fun here.
we have fun here. This is for fun. We don't take
Can U of
ourselves
A
too
get
seriously.
stove here again? No way, right?
Nah,
Okay.
they would never.
What is the spect? I don't know which is the real Fiddlesticks on my mini map. It looks like it's the one in the pixel bush. Exhaust.
It's gonna be used. My server is
that
just slowed here. Should be able to just walk it out, but it's a lot of damage being done onto him. Bok Choy, in the meantime, he's completely chilling here. That last double Q did hurt quite a little bit, but he has a Garen. Should be able to heal all of that back, no problem. You know, on the bot lane, Playstyle was taking quite a bit of damage. That W is going to tag him on the way out as well. So it's domination here from UTSC with no kind of jungle intervention from the bot lane. And hey, lose Zeri. That's a very common combo, but a very scary one still.
Bringing back the boomer references, we got Ryan Choi here in the mid lane. 3 long swords on that first reset. Only the real ones get that one. Bok Choy looking for a reset. He is Garen, so he can just sit in the middle of the wave and chop it all down. He actually has a decent CS lead, but he doesn't have access to TP, so he's gonna really need a bailout here. But full clear is not really close to play that, so Zed can just combo him. Double shuriken missing though, which will give Garen the availability to chop down that wave like it's a bunch of trees and just walk away. 6 unlocked as well. But, you know, again, just play it safe. Just chill.
The new changes to that kind of ultimate
buff. What's the name of the rune? The one that gives you extra damage on your
Axiom
ultimate?
Verge.
Axiom.
No, that's the name of the game. It's
definitely
Axiom
not
something.
Axiom
though.
Verge.
It's the name of the game.
It's
Axiom
Axiom's-
something.
Yeah, it's Axiom something. That rune makes Garen's ultimate so much
So
stronger.
bonkers.
It is insane. So definitely looking to dispatch some justice here on Bok Choy. Both mid
Axiom
laners now level
Arcanist.
6. There we go. You got it. Did you Google that one?
Sure did. Thank you, League of Legends, wiki.leagueoflegends.com. Appreciate it. If you're curious,
That's what
I
Beatrice
looked
is
up
for.
Axiom Rune.
You got that. I mean, you got there eventually. That's all that matters. Old Junglers here. What the hell is that
Wow,
equalizer?
that hit my house, I think.
That was that isn't even in Narnia. That's in a parallel universe that it hits. As Pia loves
Oh,
you,
we're going around
it's gonna
two.
get engaged on. The elastic slingshot is very decent. The Gwen is just gonna get barbecued here. The smell of plastic in the air as that doll is just gonna get melted. It's first blood going over to UTSC.
I guess plastic does exist in the world of Runeterra because of, like, Renekton toy. Because he's plastic. I was like, no, he's like, Gwen's like porcelain, right? Or like fabric?
really thinking through the details here, as Kiki is going to exhaust the Garen. However, there is
that's a
no
dead
exhausting justice, as Bok Choy is going to be able to take the first kill here for U of A Amber. Remember, True Damage doesn't care about exhaust.
Justice. Garen is awesome, man. We
That's
gotta
a cool
watch.
champion.
We gotta watch Warwickle, and now we gotta watch Garen. Man, what a treat! And also we gotta watch Fiddlesticks. Zac is also a goofy champion. Do you remember when Zac ult was like you could pick people
Yes,
up and take
it was
them
so
somewhere?
funny.
Like the dumbest spell ever.
I'm so sad they
also,
changed it.
somehow Fiddlesticks is getting the first dragon of the game. That feels illegal. Oh,
Okay, Death Mark
Okay.
is going to be applied
Triple
here
circuit.
onto Bok Choy. The W for
Oh.
Bok Choy is already down. He's going to be taken down quite low, but he is going to be able to survive. Elastic Slingshot goes completely wide onto full clear. He doesn't really have anything to bounce his Q off of. He's actually
Oh,
going to
he's
flash
flashing
onto the
for it.
blue for it. And he's going to use the ultimate here. JK flashing over the wall. Except he flashes straight into the grand entrance, and the bullet time does so much damage. The Crow Storm into the Zed means that the Fiddle just dies.
with the Zac blobs, get the Zac blobs.
Zach Blobs should be able to go down, and it's U of A Amber that get 2 kills off of the back of a very overambitious play from UTSC.
I mean, I see the vision, but the the flash Zeri ult into knockup. Also, Zeri tried to cleanse the knockup. That's not how that works. Bullet storm, beautiful there. Bullet time, excuse me.
I
Absolutely
swear there
stunning.
was something about cleansing knockups.
So the reason that people go cleanse into Rakan is because you can cleanse Rakanal and then flash out of the W. That is why like LCK players go cleanse. But yeah, look at the replay. Full Clear getting caught, but yeah, they just expend themselves a little too far. Full Clear could easily get out here, but he ults over the wall, doesn't realize that Zed actually has first move over Garen. Bok Choy though, able to help clean up and also force them away. Zed forced to flash away out of the fight. So a lot of flashes used, but yeah, overall, really good here for U of A. Bloodthirster's almost gonna be completed for Misfortune, and one thing I do want to note is that Bloodthirster Misfortune is actually really tanky, and with the fact that UTSC's comp doesn't really have that much like burst early on, this Misfortune will be surviving a decent amount of time throughout these fights as long as she doesn't like get fully wombo comboed. Especially with the support of Rakan, she might be able to play these team fights a little bit more easy than would meet the eye.
And Ding here is just going to get pushed out of his jungle. U of A Amber, with the additional presence of their support, will be able to take all 3 grubs no problem. It's a relatively close game that we've got on our hands so far. U of A Amber have a little bit of an advantage, both in terms of the gold and in the objectives. As so far, Chris, 1 kill on the Zed. He's not particularly far ahead from Garen, but as we did mention earlier, this is a counter pick. This is kind of the softening pick here for U of A Amber to prepare for the 1K LP Challenger Zed from UTSC.
I love that we keep talking about it like it's like a YouTube thumbnail.
And I mean,
Like,
it's
like
crazy.
a mid-beast video. I know you one kite out. That's not a good mid-beast. I don't know how to do Australian accents, man. But he always gives like looks at like some random like Chinese one trick. He's like, and he's playing Echo today. Halo Blades Echo, Chinese Super Server.
I'm dying, bro.
One KLPZ one trick in CIE. Get some red arrows and red circles on my screen. Zach
Oh,
might be
God.
looking for a cheeky bot play though.
I'm crying.
Tears coming out of my eyes.
UTSC might be looking for a gank here. It feels like you and Amber are kind of sniffing it out. Oh god, you really have to do the Australian accent. Oh my god, that killed me.
What you doing if he pulls up the mid-piece accent? Oh my
Okay,
god, we're
the
W4.
W is going to be used from
Oh,
Daniel
hell
as
no.
well as the E. We're now looking for the engage. Place Television is going to let his support
Wait, he's got
dive.
the
Well, Daniel's
Avengers
actually
going.
just going to use the flash. The Fiddlesticks as well as the
play.
Garen are coming, so he's actually going to be able to survive off the back of that play. It's still a lot of cooldowns being used by U of A Amber, and UTSC are going to be pretty happy with the outcome of that play.
Actually, a really well played there from Valdano with popping the ult as the slingshot was coming through, so stalling out the follow-up CC from Zach and also getting the movement speed to space a little bit better. One thing though, Luden's being in the buy here for Rakan seems a little bit sus, just because of the
Ludens?
polymorph always hitting him. Because that polymorph duration is so long. Like, you can cook an egg by the time you're out of it, especially like when you're playing Rakan, you're spamming E on your backline, and you're just trying to get out. And then like your teammates ping you, and like in chat it says harmless critter.
Do you,
You know what I mean?
do you mean Ionians? I swear you
Yeah.
said Ludens. Am I tripping?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Ionians. Wow. I really said Ludens?
Yeah. That's okay.
Lucky. Yeah, it's really weird that Rakan went first time Luden's companion.
That's a crazy
Strange
one.
mood choice.
That's a pretty nuts one. There was a time where
AP Rakan
AP
mid. Yeah,
Rakan
there was a
mid.
thing. Hey, that's actually like a mid beast video. That is
Yeah.
actually a mid beast video.
With like Everfrost, bro. I used to go Everfrost on him support actually. It's kind of fun.
Oh my god, my
we're
Saber just flashing over the wall to just grill this Gwen once again, but this time she's gonna be able to survive. The Crow Storm is very good. Enables the fear, as Biology just missed that Q onto nothing, by the way, but he's still
worries.
gonna be able to pick up the kill. And
dropping the
UVA
shield
Amber,
from him.
they've got a nice counter gank in the top side.
Yeah, a really good play there from Full Clear. A great flash. The flash from My Saber being used though as well. And also, like, slowly mid is just chilling. Bok Choi is doing a great job of maintaining a lead. He also doesn't have TP and he's up in XP against Zed. He's just always playing this mid prio. I don't think he's going to be in lethal range here anytime soon. Full Clear is going to give him the hover. But yeah, like slowly but surely, Gwen is developing a huge lead. Mid is developing, you know, an 8 CS lead, pretty alright. But also jungle getting a decent lead here. So, like a level up in jungle. And as Fiddlesticks, I mean, he's happy. He's getting his full clears off, and he's able to get a couple early kills. I mean, if you're a Fiddlesticks player, that's like all you really want. And especially when you have mid prio perma, because your mid laner is playing Garen. I mean, you're happy.
He's chilling. So far, a relatively slow game. I mean, we were kind of expecting, based off of the champions and kind of the game 5-ness of it all, that this game would devolve into degeneracy very quickly. But so far, it's been relatively controlled. Plays have been made by either side and kind of been answered relatively quickly. It feels like both junglers are really on top of it at all times. They're really just kind of mirroring each other on a lot of these plays.
I feel bad for reacting there, but Bai did just lose all 3 of those melees just by, like, misclicking his autos.
Right.
You just hate to see it happen, you know? It's the same
Yeah.
thing as, like, when you're watching T1, or, like, Tier 1.
Biology is actually going to get engaged here. The Electric Slingshot doesn't
died.
find the target, and the Gwen does a lot of damage here A lot of healing as well. My Saber is positioning very far away so that he doesn't die. And it's actually going to be Chris here with the teleport that's going to pick up the kill. Unfair fight, in my opinion.
Yeah. How broken
What's up
is
with
TP,
that?
bro? But that is going to be the 1K LP Zed player. Getting a second kill, which, you know, it's not great, especially when you're Misfortune. You hold tab and you see that he just picked up another ult or another kill. Like, oh, cheers. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. We'll be having fun. My Saber, I think, is the hopeful target of U of A, as they need to make some sort of cross-map play against the Rift Herald and the top kill that they got. But the only play that they really have is just putting some damage on the tower and forcing the Rumble to ulti the wave like we just saw previously. But this next wave they can play on, but it's just a little too late. They're actually committing to another topside play that Full Clear will be here to cover. So it's not the smartest move. So it's actually 1v1. Oh, Full Clear did not get it. Great smite.
Should be able to
He's
get
out.
I should be able to get out perfectly
The
fine.
quickness. No, not worth it. What's
I'm
there?
actually going to be looking towards Kiki and
That's flash?
JK. Well, Dino is going to flash. JK is going to flash out of it. The charm hits. However, at this point, they're quite far away. Crowstorm doesn't really do that much. They're still going to be able to find the Lulu. Meanwhile, JK just walks into a Recon W and dies.
Dude, that Garen ult did so much damage.
Yeah.
Level 8 Lulu getting nuked by a level 12 Garen. I always forget like how big of a difference it is from level rank 1 Garen ult to rank 2, especially with that Axiom. I already forgot the name of it. Axiom Arcanist rune. It literally did 40% of Lulu's HP. Yeah, I thought that you said it correctly. Like, I thought that was just maybe an overchase, a lot of missed abilities. The quickness into Grand Entrance was a little bit failed. Didn't land its mark on Azeri. Did charm Lulu, but not a knock-up. All flashes used from both sides. But overall, U of A did get the kill. Didn't get the tower, but they're able to reset and play for this dragon. 15 seconds. Crowstorm isn't available yet. Level 11 hasn't been achieved for Fiddlesticks just yet. No needlework, no Damascene Justice, just the bullet time. So, you know, not the greatest time to fight, especially since UTSC didn't use that many resources towards that topside play, and they do once again have the Herald like we've seen for the past 3 games.
We're still going to fight.
Might as well.
I think. Might as well.
Crowstorm's actually about to be up. Like 5-10 more seconds. Full Clear is on vision though. You usually don't want to do.
Airfield is going to crash and is not going to be able to find the turret quite yet, but it is on its last legs. Full Clear trying to find an angle here for the Crowstorm, most likely.
All ulti is now up for UTS or for U of A, so this is a good time to fight. Actually, natural.
Bokchoy might be looking for it. The quickness only finds the Zac and the Lulu. He's going to go back. The bullet time doesn't do that much. They're still going to use the Lulu ultimate to peel off for the Zac. That's some nice damage as well from the Gwen. They're just kind of running away. Full Clear is going to be able to find a lot of damage, and JK is the only one left alive here. The Zed is in the bot lane, and the rest of the team just kind of run away.
Yeah, I think Zed tried a combo zone. I couldn't quite catch who it was. It might have been the Zed, or not the Zed, the Gwen, and did a little bit of a combo. We'll be able to see in the replay, but he just couldn't get any burst down. So it's a really great engage actually from the Rakan and Garen. It's Zac just overstepping, you know, just the quickness, taking up some space, and the Zac is forced to slingshot backwards. He goes on to the MF, but it's peeled really properly by the Rakan. The exhaust goes down, and then once you use that ulti from Zed, you're kind of useless. So it's essentially a 4v5. But with the way that Zac was playing peel rather than playing dive, Zeri didn't really have a lot of uptime. Rumble didn't really have a good ult there. And UTSC just didn't have any damage from there.
Chris might actually be looking for the kill now. No. He's going to walk it off.
No, he's
doesn't
a
have access to the death mark quite yet. That's depressing. Seeing your Zed ults the enemy AD carry, and you're like, yeah, we can win this. And then instantly gets exhausted, is about to get Garen queued, and he just walks away, and you're like, oh, okay, we just lose this. Pretty depressing thought. I think once the Zeri gets to a few more items, this probably looks more winnable for UTSC. But until then, it only feels like the Zed is kind of on poke duty more than on assassin duty.
Yeah, he doesn't really have a target to face. Like I said before, they have 2 exhausts they have to deal with. I actually misspoke previously. It wasn't the Rakan exhaust that messed him up previously. It was the Gwen exhaust. So Rakan's exhaust now is up. So if Zed tries to find MF again, there's going to be another exhaust and a locket, and obviously the Guardian shields and the shielding from his battle dance. So, you know, Zed's not gonna have a lot of good, not a lot of fun in this game. Again, he also has to face the point and click fear of Fiddlesticks, the point and click silence of Garen, a really easy to land CC chain of Rakan ult W.
Which is very sad because we were really looking forward to seeing this Zed do a bunch of crazy stuff.
Can I say though, Natural?
Yeah.
It is a little nice to watch. As someone that has been ran over by Z1 tricks multiple times, it feels like vengeance. It heals my soul a little bit.
I get it. I understand.
Thanks, man.
However, this is a spectator sport. And I want to see some blood. And I want to see some crazy blood too. Elastic Slingshot not going to be able to find the MF. And this MF, as you said, is kind of tanky. The BT, the barrier, the speed that she has as well makes it pretty hard to actually kill her. As well as, yeah, and she just got steel caps.
Yeah.
To top everything off.
Also, like, I keep saying it, but the UTSC damage is pretty inconsistent, right? Like, it's like relying on like a Rumble ult and being CC'd into it. Zeri isn't going to be hitting MF that much.
Oh my god.
Zed, but it's going to be exhausted. Zac isn't doing damage. You know, you don't have like an Azir pumping damage or like an Orianna combo.
Okay, we're looking for the Pro Storm. We're just looking for the Lulu, straight up. The Lulu is going to use the Wild Growth as well as the Flash to try and stay alive, and she is actually going to be able to do so. Chris is looking for the assassination onto the back line. My Loves You is taken down very low. The Rumble is going to die as well, though. The Zeri is dead as well. It's a beautiful grand entrance. The Justice is dispatched. Kiki is the only one left alive. Run! Run for your little life, Lulu. She's going to be able to make it out. However, U of A Amber now in a very solid 6k gold lead. This is looking all gravy for Amber.
As soon as Chris started cooking, he got Demacia. He got a great kill onto the Gwen, played it slow. He immediately, I saw him WEQ and look for the auto, and then immediately just got giant sword from God to his forehead. Died immediately from 50% HP. It's just depressing watching it. And yeah, we get to watch the replay, and you get to see exactly what I watched. I mean, just watch the Zed in this POV. So he TPs from bot, already decently close to the fight, to get an assassination onto MF. Gets an auto, and sprints away as Gwen's right there. Has a W behind him, so he's able to cook Gwen a little bit. And then he has a timer for MF. MF is half HP. Okay, I can combo him. Oh, I go backwards. Oh, I have a sword in my head and I'm dead.
To be fair, that's an excellent grand entrance as well.
Oh yeah, really well played from Rakan.
So Valdano is doing work in this game, and Playstalbo still not dead on the MF, despite being the target of a lot of these Zed engages, doing quite well as well. As Bio Loves You is looking for the 1v1 onto My Saber, doing a lot of damage, 2 items on the Gwen already. One more needlework, should be able to do it, but all out of stacks. Is looking for another Elastic Slingshot. He's actually going to go back in! He's going to chop the Rumble's head off! As I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one, but he's going to try nonetheless. Nice dodge. He's going to be taken down eventually by the Zeri. But it is UTSC that are on the back foot on a lot of these plays.
And well, back foot is kind of an understatement. They're about a mile away from the goalpost as Cloud Soul is now achieved for U of A. Cloud Soul. Rakan, Garen, Fiddlesticks, Gwen, Cloud Soul.
Yeah, that's brutal.
MF is gonna ult in sprint away from the Zed. She's going to 100,000 billion movement speed sprint with that Cloud Soul. Look at him go!
Okay, but Bok Choy is actually incredibly fast. The quickness is exactly that. The W completely misses! It goes completely wide, but it doesn't matter! The death mark, he's still alive! Valdano is about about to go down. He will finally die. But in the meantime, the Crow Storm does so much damage. Chris is the only one left alive from this team fight, and he's just running with the tail in between his legs. And you have a Amber, they're looking towards the Baron.
Yeah, this Baron should be absolutely free.
Okay, awesome.
Rumble, it's going to stall him out a little bit. But again, not quite the angle that's going to provide a lot. Zed is sticking around.
They're still
at
fighting
1
for
HP.
it. I think they're looking for it. My Saber is just going to get one tapped.
Yeah, I don't think he can fight for that. Just a little bullet to the head and a little snip from the Gwen, and Baron is going to be Gwen's. Has an 9k gold lead here going into this, and a lot of standing gold for U of A to collect. All 3 tier 2s to collect. So that's about, 1,200 gold just from the towers alone, getting the waves as well, even invading the jungle. I don't think we're going to be seeing the end of the game from this Baron, but it's definitely going to be a very severe lead for U of A. All of them achieving their 3rd items. That will probably be the eventual end, as Elder will be up around that time.
Chris here.
The 1k LP challenger.
Flashing away. He's just gonna die. Gets nuked by the MFQ. And this feels like the end for UTSC. The end of the road is right there. And U of A Amber, all they have to do is just shove them off. So much damage by everyone on U of A Amber. So quick as well. I mean, this Garen, look at that build.
I like that we've been talking about how sad we are that the Zed isn't doing anything. Imagine how sad he is. He plays in this whole tournament. His champion gets banned. Finally
We're gonna
plays
get a little
it.
bit of a fight though. The bullet time does, something, but he's already dead. So it doesn't really matter that much. I'm sorry I cut you off, Tyler, but
No, it's okay.
it's looking pretty rough for UTSC, to say the least.
Yeah. I was just talking about how Chris is probably really sad playing Zed right now. Like, he tried so hard to get this champ. He finally gets it.
Try so hard.
And he gets it into this comp where it's like just unplayable. Like, it's very
It's
close to
definitely pretty hard.
unplayable for him, you know?
Hey, I mean, this is what happens when you know that the enemy is going to pick one champion and you ready yourself for it. It's, I mean, it is what it is. This reminds me, was it 2013? Back when Samsung Galaxy had a trap against Faker for his LeBlanc and it was Morgana. Was that in 2013 or something?
Hey,
2014 maybe?
I'm old, but I'm not that old, Natural. I'm sorry. I didn't get into the
my
game
bad.
until 2014. I got
JK
into it
could
in
have just-
season 4.
I think, pretty sure JK could have easily died there. His E was on cooldown, but the MF is going to play patient and wait it out. Elastic slingshot into the bush. Is actually going to be able to find them, but they are so quick that they can just dodge out of the way very easily. The Crow Storm is going to be found onto the Lulu. It's a grand entrance, but this game is all but grand as JK flashes in, gets absolutely nuked. This MF doesn't take a tick of damage, by the way. As U of A Amber now, it's only Chris left alive, and he's just gonna get justice to the forehead. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not with a bang, but with a whimper that UTSC will lose Game 5 to U of A Amber. And U of A Amber, despite playing against what is potentially one of the scariest Zeds to play against in the North American server, they will be able to get game number 5, the whole entire tournament, $250 in their pocket. Congratulations to University of Alberta for winning.
Wow. I mean, they played so well. You
They did.
have to be impressed
really
with
did.
them. And you could see that Toronto just like kind of felt the presence that Alberta was just played to win, especially in that game 5. Yeah, it was a bumpy best of 5, but game 5 is what counts once you get there. Really clean macro, full clear, getting exactly what they want. I think Alberta just had a better game plan going into the game and also a better game plan with the draft. And it just felt easy for them. The Garen pick completely neutralizing where Chris was. And they just didn't have any avenue out of that sticky situation.
It was what we were talking about earlier, where you know that the Zed is coming. As long as you have a plan for it, then you can play into it. And they had a very good plan. I think the Garen just kind of completely canceled out the effect that the Zed could have had. and the rest of the comp as well was just so hard for Zed to play into. Regardless of that, congratulations once again to the University of Alberta for winning this tournament. Really well done. I mean, they've had like some mistakes, they've had some overplays, some drafts that we questioned, but none of that matters when you just play better overall. And I don't think it's like a question of it. It's a best of 5. It was close, but University of Alberta did play better in my opinion. That being said, we're going to have an interview really quick. I think we're probably just going to go to a very short break and then come back with the interview. Is that right? Okay. We're going to take a very short break and we'll be right back with the interview. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back. Congratulations, Aldanio. You just won the tournament very single-handedly. I feel like I felt confident in that last game specifically. How are you feeling?
I feel like the team's running on a high right now. I'm feeling great personally. I can't complain. Yeah, the last game was very solid. I feel like the games where we had everything structured, we were winning very soundly, and no real competition in that sense.
Okay, no real competition in that sense, he says. Oh my god, ice in your veins. Now that you win, you get the BM. Is that the kind of feeling that you're getting?
My team told me to. I don't know. A little bit. I mean, you saw the old chat. I know viewers didn't see the old chat, but
We actually did not see the all
didn't
chat.
see the old chat. So
What happened in all chat? Let us know.
Their top laner said that guy's not even good at some random points in all chats.
Ooh,
And I don't know.
okay.
The end of the game 1-9, so I guess a
Ooh.
little hard. I don't know.
Well, I
Little
do have to
spice.
ask, like, talking about the games that were in your control, bouncing back of the games that weren't in your control, I feel like on both sides, they were just always sweeps. All games ended within like 30 minutes. How do you guys keep your composure? What was the talk like in between matches to make sure that you set your guys' selves up for more success going into that next game and make sure that you make that next game yours?
Biggest thing is don't tilt. That's like the biggest thing in these best of fives, especially in the amateur scene. It's refuse tilts. Make sure you're clearing your mind for the next game. And that's actually something I talked about, like in between like game 3 and 4 is like they're trying to tilt us. That's why they're all chatting. Maybe we just slow down the win a little bit and see how they feel. You know?
Wow.
the game.
I mean, it worked. To your credit, I think that the psychological warfare is a part of like League of Legends, especially in amateur.
Definitely.
I mean,
Oh,
we've
yeah.
seen it now even in tier 1. Like APA is like a very proficient psychological warfare master manipulator. You guys don't fall against it, which is great. Great job to that. I will say, going into game 5, you guys knew that the Zed was like a pick for this guy. Like this
Yep.
guy, like the pick was.
100%.
So how ready were you guys in draft? The Garen was insta-locked more or less, but like what were the comms
100%.
like before game 5?
Before game 5, it was like they're picking Zed. I'm going to lock Rakan so he can't ever ult. And what's your mid pick? Garen? Okay, sure. That works. And we'll run it and the game will be fine.
And the
it
game
was.
was fine.
The game was fine. The
perfectly
game was
Perfectly
fine.
fine. We knew that they would just play through mid the entire time and it did not work whatsoever.
Real.
Wow.
How challenging is it for you playing in a best of 5 fearless and going into game 5? There's no bans. You kind of have to accept what what they're able to take. What kind of is that conversation? How deep down the line did you guys go of like, okay, obviously they're gonna get that ZB1. Are you talking about 2-3? Are you like, okay, well, if we get these two, are we getting these two? Or are you just allowing your guys' selves to trust yourself in your own pool and be able to just like react within the 30 seconds of their pick and be like, okay, I feel good about this?
See, the thing that's nice about University of Alberta is we have a lot of teams, so we have a lot of like different choices for players. And so the main team, it's generally players with champ oceans. So we're ready with counter picks. We always know what we have in mind for playing different matchups. And so we were happy about that because we knew going in what exactly we do. So no real worries. We took it game by game. Obviously, we knew by the time game 5 was happening that the OTPs would be pulled out. No sweat. We know what we play into the OTPs. We know what's available. It's all right.
That's solid. It's the confidence in these answers is honestly inspiring. I love it. I've got to ask you one last thing. $250 to raise your team. Obviously, it's not like an insane amount or anything, especially because it's Monopoly Canadian fake money. But any plans for that? Is it K barbecue?
Hey barbecue. Well, obviously split it among the teams. See what we want to do. Maybe we Maybe we go to dinner with it together. See, no exact plans. Your guys' thoughts?
I was saying that you could get like half a DoorDash of a Chipotle. That's what I did.
Half a
midway
DoorDash?
through the season. Or
$50
series,
for
yeah.
half a DoorDash, damn.
I mean, yeah, it's Canadian dollars, so
Yeah.
you're
Monopoly
maybe getting
money.
a bowl of Chipotle with that 50. But you guys could all. I was gonna say gamble. I shouldn't probably say that.
No, don't gamble. Don't gamble,
No,
kids.
don't do that.
Don't gamble, kids. Regardless, we're gonna let you go, Valdano. Thank you so much
Sounds
for the
good.
interview.
Thank you.
Unless you have another question.
No,
Tyler.
I'm good. Thank you for the time.
Hey,
Have
thank
a
you
good
so
one,
much.
guys. Thank you,
Congratulations
everybody.
on winning
Bro.
once again. Have a great
Congrats,
night.
man. King. Dude, he's
All right,
cold.
fantastic.
He's cold.
It's-
Did you see that? He also just dropped out of the call immediately. He's like, yeah,
Yeah.
later, bro.
Peace.
He was like, easiest game 5 of my life, easiest interview of my life. I'm gonna go he's gonna
This
go
shit
like,
was easy.
I'm gonna go hang out with
out.
the freshest dudes. Go get the a brand new T-shirt. I gotta hit the clubs. Like, that gets cold, bro.
Nah, this guy is so cool.
God, he's so cool. He's so
He's so
nonchalant
cool.
too. You see that? He's like,
He's so
yeah, I just
nonchalant.
pick Rakan, just pick Garen, just pick Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, it's just like,
super,
Zed,
just
one
another
KLP,
Thursday.
whatever, man.
Okay,
Like, just
yeah,
pick Ricard.
whatever.
Guy can't all. Like,
So cool.
he's
I wanna
so
be like
cool.
him.
He's so cool.
I'm gonna study that VOD review. I'm gonna VOD review that interview. But watch how he.
We're gonna
moves.
VOD review the nonchalance of this guy.
He's so cool, bro.
Anyways, it's enough of us, the two of us speaking absolute brain rot into your ears. It's been a long day for everyone involved. T-Van, you have any last thoughts about the CIA League of Legends?
Man, what a great time. Thank
What a
you so
great
much
time.
for allowing me to yap to you guys for 7 games in a row. It's a pleasure being added on to the staff. Thank you so much to the production over here. And Natural, I think you got one more thing to say, don't you?
I got one more thing to say, and it's about BMO, actually, the sponsor of this tournament. We couldn't have had this tournament without them, just to be clear. BMO Student Banking is here to help you focus on what's important. BMO has checking and savings account. They've got credit cards, borrowing options that are designed for students. You get $125 cash. So that's half of the prize pool, and 6 months of Domino's pizza with BMO's current student offers. That's all I had to say. You can put exclamation BMO in the chat if you want to learn more. But regardless of all that jazz, yeah. Congratulations again on University of Alberta for winning. Thank you so much for CIE for hosting. Thank you, CIE, so much for getting both me and T-Van in on the cast. Thank you so much for Acrylic on production, who is the best producer in amateur by far. It's not even close. That's it for me. Have a great night, guys. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.